Um, um, I think that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. If I do this, does that show up in chat? Oh, fuck. Hold on. Okay. That should not show up in chat, is the thing. Okay. So that shows up in chat. But the command doesn't. Okay. And the message from the bot doesn't. Great. Okay. Perfect. And then we hope Nightbot works on YouTube, because I don't know if it will. Um, oh, no way. Nightbot is just kind of slow. Like, really slow. On YouTube, not on Twitch. On Twitch, it seems to work perfectly fine. Because why would YouTube ever work better than Twitch? Why would that? Why would the biggest video platform ever? Why would they put effort into making live streaming good? Why would they put effort into making live streaming good? Okay. All right, chat. Chat, I have to stream again. Look, if I go to my analytics, right? It's Jover. It's so Jover. This video that was carrying my entire channel, it's so Jover. It's over. Zero view. It's flattening off. It's over. It decided to be done. It doesn't want to do anything anymore. It's done. It's over. It's over. It's so Jover. And this video didn't do that great. I've learned my lesson. I'll stick to streaming, I guess. I really need a way to. I need a better layout. Because I want the game on my screen. Obviously, I need that. Can't possibly not have that. Um, and then I want the video on the screen. But in order to do that, I have to like use one of my monitors to have the video full screen and then do a window capture. There's got to be a better way. I just don't know one. All right, chat. But here, a few things to go over. Okay, Israel-Palestine arc is not done yet, but for the time being, it's on pause. We're doing econ arc right now. One of the things my chatters wanted me to do was watch this one debate between a Austrian economist and a. Oh wait, actually, before I go over that, I should say this is a public Minecraft server. Anyone can join it. Do exclamation point Minecraft server in the chat, and it's public. And yeah, it's 1.20. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, one of the chatters wanted me to watch this debate, which I think is going to annoy the hell out of me, between a MMTer and an Austrian economist. Now, I'm not an MMTer, but I am definitely not an Austrian. One of my big problems when I watch like capitalist versus socialist debates, like the ones like Jubilee does, is that they'll get like they'll get capitalists that are like super conservative, totally pro free market capitalist versus like versus the socialist, right? And that's super fucking annoying because they should just be. They really need to do like a liberals versus liberals versus socialist. Like, why can't we get a new Keynesian versus socialist? So I think this is going to be like the same thing for me, but we'll see.
Next year, the 1,000.
Hold on, I got to restart it.
To indulge our two extremist world improvers sitting to my right. Warren Mosler, immediately to my right, tells me that he is best thought of as a 40-year insider in monetary operations. He began in banking in 1973 and likes to say he grew up on the money desk at Bankers Trust in the mid-'70s. After founding and managing the fixed income arbitrage desk at William Blair & Co. in Chicago, for 4 years he co-founded two more funds, and today makes his contribution from somewhere in the Caribbean. He can disclose the location later. Mosler co-authored Soft Currency Economics in 1993 after meeting Don Rumsfeld in the steam room at the Chicago Racket Club, where Don directed him to Art Laffer's firm. And from there, he founded what was originally known as Mosler Economics. A few years later, somebody coined the term modern monetary theory, and that's how it led to
him. They robbed him. They robbed his name of his own
Robert
theory.
Murphy, appropriately to the farther right, has a PhD in economics from New York University, which is kind of like Columbia, except it has a higher rate of piercings and lower SAT scores. After teaching for 3 years at Hillsdale, he left academia for the financial sector, moving to Nashville, Tennessee, to, oddly enough, work for Laffer Investments. He tells me there was no steam room encounter involved in getting him that position. Murphy is now the president of Consulting by RPM, where he specializes in economic analysis for lay audiences. He's the author of hundreds of articles and several books, including The Politically Incorrect Guide to Capitalism and How Private Banking Really Works. I'm John Carney, the editor of CNBC's NetNet, our blog at CNBC about Wall Street. I'm tonight's moderator. Let's begin by asking Warren to answer the question, what policies does MMT offer to improve economic conditions?
Thank you, John. And I want to thank all the organizers and everyone for showing up. So let me just get right into the proposals, which say a lot about what I'm about. My first proposal is for a full payroll tax holiday, which means to suspend the FICA taxes that were actually allowed to increase at year end. I would have gone the other way and eliminated them. Okay. The second one is for a federally funded transition job, okay, which means the federal government would offer a transition job, and I'm just going to throw out a number, $10 an hour, to anyone willing and able to work. And the purpose of this job would be to assist in the transition from unemployment to private sector employment. I've got my healthcare proposal. I've got 8 minutes, so I'll go through it quickly, which has got me support from both the Tea Party and the far left. And that is where everyone gets $5,000. And again, the numbers are subject to discussion. Everyone gets $5,000 at the beginning of the year from the government for their health care. $1,000 for preventative, $4,000 for everything else. If you need more than $4,000, you're covered by Medicare for all. If you spend less than the $4,000, you get the difference back as a Christmas present at the end of the year, and your account is topped off $4,000 the next year. The $1,000 preventative, get your teeth cleaned, get your checkups. You don't get that topped off. You either use it or lose it. Okay. Fourth, I would make the zero rate policy permanent. I see no reason for the government subsidy of interest rates. I see it as counterproductive. I would just leave it as a permanent zero rate policy.
Zero rate policy. Okay,
this is in the
that's
context
interesting.
of our current floating exchange rate policy. On a practical level, I'm categorically against the issuance of Treasury securities, but for all practical purposes, I would simply limit the Treasury to selling nothing longer than 3-month Treasury bills. Okay. I would remove the FDIC insurance cap. I don't see any reason.
Hold on. Okay, well, basically I already did that with Silicon Valley Bank. But limit Treasury to not selling bonds longer than 3 months. That seems interesting. And then remove FDIC insurance cap, which the Silicon Valley Bank, they set up their own fucking bank rescue thing. Silicon Valley Bank rescue plan thing, which basically I don't know, it basically seems like it's basically all deposits are insured now. Yeah, see, they would have access to the funds by the next day beyond just a $25,000 guarantee or $250,000 guarantee. I don't know. Basically, seems like everything's insured now. So.
Reason for that, once you understand the monetary operations and how the system works, and having a cap on FDIC insurance, all it does is tends to give the large banks a funding advantage over smaller banks, and more important, it feeds the entire money fund industry, which would otherwise not exist if the cap was unlimited. I would have the Fed provide unsecured bank liquidity, and we can get into that later if anybody wants to challenge it, but let me just say the FDIC already examines the banks, examines all the bank assets, and if they're not up to snuff to federal regulations and they don't have sufficient capital, which is net worth, they're supposed to be shutting them down. The Fed lending to the banks is no different than you and I making a deposit in a bank. The FDIC has already examined their assets, and if the FDIC says they're okay, that should be good enough for the Fed. They shouldn't need to ask for additional collateral. And I would domestically source strategic inputs. I'm fine importing steel at the best price wherever in the world, but if we need it for our military and we need it, and it's something we would need in time of war, that needs to be sourced domestically, so it would ensure the supply.
Does that even have anything to do with MMT?
As long as you give me 8 minutes. Campaign finance reform. Okay, it's one of my interesting proposals, I think. I would allow unlimited contributions to any candidate, except 60% goes to the candidate and 40% goes to the opposition. I think that would take all the problems of campaign finance out of politics. In terms of
I don't know if that would do that, man.
I think we need long-term contracts with Canada and Mexico to supply our oil needs. All commodities, major commodities, are done on a long-term contract basis. Only oil, you don't do it in the spot market. With oil, we've been doing the whole thing in the spot market and leveraging our economy to the spot price of oil, which to me makes no sense at all. And with that, I'm going to end my response to the first question as to what my proposals are. Thank you.
Bob, do you can respond to that, or yes? I'm just going to. We're sharing one pen at the table, so it's austerity.
Yeah, scarcity is real, despite what Warren's going to tell you. Okay, well, thanks everybody for showing up. I am going to do the opposite strategy from what Warren did. He fired through a bunch of specific policy proposals. I'm going to instead try to give you guys first a general framework within which Austrian economists like to think about economic issues, so then you'll get the few specific proposals that I'll say at the end of my remarks, and then during the course of the debate, and in respect to your Q&A, more specific things can come out. But I want you guys to understand, because I know some of you may not really know what Austrian economics even is, and so I want to give you that framework so that the things I say later, you'll at least understand where Austrians are coming from. Before I jump into that, let me just give a standard disclaimer here. Obviously, they picked us to be the representatives, Warren, of what's called MMT, me of what's called Austrian economics. But the people in these camps are very argumentative, and they're very strident online. And so if either of us loses this debate, I assure you our respective camps will deny that we represent them. And they will say, no, he screwed it up. What that moron should have said was such and such, and just obliterated the other guy. So now that I've taken the pressure off us, we don't have to worry about letting the fans down. Let's have a little fun. Okay, so first of all, what's Austrian economics? It's not that we study the GDP of Vienna. What it is, it's just a name that historically came from the fact that the people who founded this school of thought were from Austria. And actually, originally, it was a term sort of to put them down, because it was German scholars who were saying, oh, that's Austrian economics, because at the time, in the late 1800s, Germany was the intellectual and cultural center, and Austria was a backwater. So that's where the term came from, but as so often happens, these things, the term stuck, and so now it's a badge of honor that we're Austrian economists, when in fact, it's centered in the United States, where most of the so-called Austrian economists are Americans, but it is a worldwide movement at this point. Just very briefly, what the Austrians stand for, they think that economic explanation should be centered in the individual. So yes, Austrians do have very specific and strong things to say about the business cycle, for example, and that's a lot of what I'm going to talk about in the remainder of my remarks, but they don't look at things typically in terms of aggregates. They try to break it down in terms of micro things, and most Austrians think if you can't explain something ultimately by reference to the incentives guiding individual behavior, and to be able to build up that macro outcome by reference to the individual constituents, that we as economists don't really understand what's going on. They also tend to be very free market in terms of their perspective and their policy recommendations, but strictly speaking, Austrian economics is a scientific, value-free discipline. It's just that given the way Austrians think the world works, if you want there to be a reduction in poverty, if you want to avoid the business cycle, if you don't want there to be crippling price inflation, then the Austrians say, these conclusions follow. Right?
Make
but
sure
strictly
it's loud
speaking,
enough.
Austrian economics is not libertarian political theory packaged up as economics. It's just saying that given the value judgments that most people have,
Is it loud enough now? I gotta test it.
Austrian economics does, then these are the obvious recommendations that would
Is
spit
it
out
loud
the
enough
other
now? I
end.
gotta test it.
Okay,
It
so
seems
as
fine.
far as the issue for tonight's debate about what should the government and the Federal Reserve be doing, because that's really what we have in mind when we say what policies. We don't typically mean what should Ford Motor Company be doing. People mean when they say what should be done, they mean what should the government do, or what should Ben Bernanke be doing. To understand where most Austrians are coming from on that question, I need to give you an idea of what the Austrians think happens in the typical business cycle. So the first point to make is the Austrians, they are very concerned about...
Hold on. Okay. After this, I gotta read this after we do this. It's about the business cycle, and it's about how empirically Keynesians seem to have a better case when it comes to explaining the business cycle. So, yeah. Oh, Austrian business cycle.
Government not interfering with freely set market prices, that they think market prices have a definite job to do. They communicate information. And so just like it would be counterproductive if the government came in and all of a sudden banned the use of cell phones when there was a natural disaster, for example, because, well, that would cripple the recovery effort if all of a sudden people couldn't use their cell phones. By the same token, Austrians are going to say if there's a natural disaster and prices, on bottled water and generators and gasoline, if they're supposed to go through the roof in terms of supply and demand, the government should let that happen.
Are you fucking kidding me? We're going straight to in a natural disaster. We shouldn't subsidize. Generators and stuff. Are you, bro? Come on, bro. Bro, the price of bottled water goes up 400% after a natural disaster, and there's a bunch of people who can't fucking afford to drink. Well, that's how price signals work, man. Come on, man. Come on,
price
man.
Per se that's causing the shortage. The price is just communicating what really happened. All right. Now, in particular, the Austrians, what makes them different from most other schools of thought, even other nominally free market schools like the Chicago economists, Milton Friedman, guys like that, the Austrians have a very particular view of what it is that interest rates do. So the Austrians can look, the interest rate is a price. In that respect, it's like other prices. It communicates information about the real world. It's not an arbitrary number. It really means something. And if the market interest rate is supposed to be 7%, and the Federal Reserve comes in and makes it 0.25%, that's going to screw things up. Right? Just to give you an analogy, most economists would agree that if the government came in and somehow made the current price of crude oil 25 cents a barrel, that actually wouldn't be doing people any favors, right? And even putting aside issues about climate change. If you want to pick something else, like the price of steel. If the government came in and made the price of steel artificially cheap, 1% of its historical normal value, most economists, not just Austrians, would agree that would screw things up because that's not the right price. It's not communicating the genuine scarcity of this particular commodity, and so the market can't allocate it properly. So what is it now that happens if interest rates are artificially low? So here, the standard Austrian story is it causes an unsustainable boom. So I don't have too much time here, so I can't dwell on this too long, but let me just give you the gist of the story as to what the Austrians think happened with the financial crisis, the housing bubble, and
oh my God,
why we were in the situation we were in 2008. So the Austrians are going to go back, and they're going to say, let's go back at least to the late 90s when there was the dot-com bubble. They're going to say that was not just because of crazy, laissez-faire, unregulated capitalism. They're going to say that was because of the Greenspan Fed keeping rates artificially low, and there were other things going on too, but they said that was a necessary condition of that. And so the NASDAQ internet stocks in particular were pushed up way above what they should have been. There was a bubble that burst 2000, 2001. It was exacerbated by the 9/11 attacks. And the U.S. economy should have had a really bad recession. And people at the time were saying this is going to be bad. I mean, like more than $1 trillion gets wiped out in terms of wealth on people's balance sheets and so forth. Okay, everyone's bracing for a really bad recession. And then Greenspan comes into the rescue, brings interest rates down.
How much you want to bet? He doesn't even, I guess I'll say if he does mention investment banking, he'll mention it like only in passing and just dismiss it. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? He's going to do it. He's going to do it. He's going to do it.
And people are calling him the maestro. And people are stunned that, wow, look at this. We're having a recovery. This is a recession where home prices they're continue to going up. And people are amazed. They're literally calling him the maestro for a few years there. Everyone's talking about what a genius Greenspan is. But then, in retrospect, a lot of people, not just Austrians, are going to say, what Greenspan really did, he didn't save us. He just replaced the collapsing dot-com bubble with a housing bubble. And that bought us a few years of false prosperity, made people think that he had solved the problems when he metaphorically papered over them in terms of paper money. But I say metaphorically because it's mostly electronic at this point. All right. So now, again, a lot of this we can settle in the Q&A, and you can press me for details if you don't like that story. But suppose that's true. Suppose it's true that Greenspan really didn't do the economy any favors. He didn't spare us. He didn't give us a soft landing like the way that standard textbooks say. Well, oh, gee, if the economy's sluggish, the Fed's supposed to cut interest rates, and that provides a soft landing. And so what if that's not true? What if all that did was postpone the necessary adjustments in real resources, and then the crisis that hit ultimately in 2008 that was far worse than what would have happened in the early 2000s. So in other words, in 2008, the idea that, oh man, imagine if we just had a collapsing NASDAQ bubble, that would have been a walk in the park compared to major investment banks going down in 2008. So what the Austrians say is,
Oh, you mentioned investment
what
banks in
Bernanke has
passing.
done
No way.
makes what Greenspan did look like child's play, right? Bernanke has pumped in more money than all previous Fed chairs times 2. And instead of bringing interest rates down to 1% and holding there for a year, which is what Greenspan did, Bernanke brought them down to basically 0, held them there for several years, and is promising to do it indefinitely until it finally starts working. Right? So if you think interest rates serve some sort of function, if you think they communicate information and that pushing them down messes things up, then what Bernanke's doing is really bad. And so a lot of Austrians think, yeah, it spared us the immediate crisis.
This is it. Like I'm gonna hate this because the oh, I didn't realize my land claims. Like the MMT are just gonna fight on things that like I don't think he's always like this guy's necessarily completely wrong here, but the MMT is gonna say he is, and me as an enlightened Keynesian is gonna get upset because there are probably better arguments that he could be saying. Like it doesn't like. It is just a like capitalist versus socialist thing where it's like they get super conservative capitalists to fight against socialists when really they should be getting like liberals to fight against the socialist.
Yes, would have happened in late 2008, first half of 2009 had the Fed.
Like I've never like in the stupid like Jubilee type debates, I've never seen like a person that's in favor of universal health care fight against the socialist, which is fucking bullshit.
The government just stood back and let things unravel. But
I got banned for saying the F slur.
agony.
Thanks,
It's
Carter.
just postponing it so that we don't know when it's going to hit. But at some point, there is going to be a reckoning because you don't cause genuine prosperity by printing money and giving it to rich investment bankers who made bad investment decisions.
Oh my
which is what
god! Oh
basically
my
Bernanke's
god,
doing.
bro! Shut up, bro! Shut up, bro! Look up, guy. Go to Google and type in. Hold on, wait. I already have a thing open. Okay. Government. Should it fail out? Failed. I can't type investment. Thanks. Oh my god, bro! Shut the fuck up. Go to Google. Type in Capitol Hill babysitting co-op. Capitol Hill babysitting co-op, and look at how recessions are caused by a lack of effective demand. Read it and weep. Fucking loser, idiot.
Okay, let me.
Let's. I think we've gone about 10 minutes
Okay.
now, so I was going to let Warren have a response, and then you can get your sort of the part 2 of policy recommendations in the response to that.
Okay, so let me just start. I took a few notes here because I had no idea what order or what was going to happen. But anyway, so let's talk about interest rates. Let's just back up to the word interest rate. Well, what MMT recognizes is that interest rates mean 2 different things, depending on whether you're on a fixed exchange rate policy or a floating exchange rate policy. Is anybody in here a foreign exchange trader? Okay, there you go.
Good
Any
one,
foreign
Carter.
exchange trader, and correct me if I'm wrong, will tell you that if you go out and short
Oh,
forwards
chords.
in the Hong Kong dollar, interest rates go up. Okay, but if you go out and short forwards in the Japanese yen, like they just did, the yen goes down. And the interest rates, short-term rates, stay exactly the same.
56.
Okay. You've got 2 entirely different things going on in the monetary system when you have a fixed exchange rate policy versus a floating exchange rate policy. And so, what I'd like to say is what Dr. Murphy was describing is arguably valid in a fixed exchange rate policy, which would be a gold standard or something like the Hong Kong dollar or the Argentine peso when it was fixed to the dollar. And in fact, if you look at the original authors of Austrian economics, they were all in the general context of fixed exchange rates. Not that they always believed in them and prescribed them, but that was the general context of what was happening, and that best described the way the world worked at that time. Today, we're in a whole different context. We're in a context of floating exchange rates, and it's just entirely different. And I, for one, have been looking at very closely at interest rates and what they do, because having been in the markets for a long time, one thing you don't want to do is make bets based on ideology and just lose a lot of
Chat
money.
bigger.
So you kind of look at what happened. So I can remember maybe 15 years ago or so talking to a friend of mine in Australia asking about how the mortgage market was. He said, well, rates are 17.5%. The market's still pretty good. I think if they put them up to 18, it's going to kill it. I said, okay. Then my next call was to somebody in Japan. How's the mortgage market? Well, it's pretty slow right now. Rates are 3.5.
Oh, I
think
saw
if we bring
it.
them down to 3, it's going to get going. Right? And so here I'm thinking, all right, maybe interest rates don't have a lot to do with this. Let's take a harder look at what interest rates do. And if you look, again, in a floating exchange rate environment where banking is never reserve constrained, where in a fixed exchange rate environment, it's always reserve constrained, completely opposite. In a fixed exchange rate,
Oh, shut up. Banking is never, he said, reserve constrained. What?
you create an environment where banking is never reserve constrained.
And
Where in a
fixed.
fixed floating exchange rate environment where banking
Reserve constrained and floating is and fixed.
is never reserve constrained. Where in a fixed exchange rate environment, it's always reserve constrained, completely opposite. In a fixed exchange rate, you compete for money, fixed amount of reserves, and markets determine interest rates. In a floating exchange rate, the Federal Reserve, the government, has to determine an interest rate, or it just sits at zero, which has often happened during catastrophes and other times when the government's not doing its job to support rates. Funds rate just drops to zero and sits there. Well, anyway, so I look and I go, well, for every dollar borrowed, there's a dollar saved. Okay, so when you shift rates, you're just shifting income between savers and borrowers. Well, that's okay. That's a political decision. You want to lower rates and move income from savers to borrowers. That's fine. If the propensities to consume are substantially different between the two, you can have a macroeconomic outcome. Otherwise, probably not. The present values are the same. But in addition, in today's world, the governments are net payers of interest, and a lot of interest. Okay, the debt to GDPs are very high. And so when you're lowering rates, you're actually lowering interest payments, and it's called the interest income channels. You're lowering the payment of interest from government to the private sector. Okay, when you lower the payment, the private sector has less income. When you raise interest rates, the private sector has more. Okay, and so when I look at it, that
Interest income channel. Mechanism through which changes in monetary policy rates, particularly central bank rates, affect the overall economy. It influences aggregate demand by affecting spending choices through varying interest rate. Yeah, I don't know.
that way, that to me better explains history. Now, just to give a little bit of this history, we can look at any one of these. Let me know if I'm running out of time here.
Yeah, why don't we let
Go ahead.
Bob have a
Yeah.
Okay.
chance to
That is so true.
So
Connor.
let me just wrap up the policy conclusion from the Austrian perspective then. I mean, I think you can get the gist of it. The Austrian recommendation then is to say, look, let market prices do their job. If the Fed has, in fact, encouraged an unsustainable boom by having artificially low interest rates, then the worst thing in the world to do is to push interest rates way down again and think, oh, we're going to have to deal with that and have a soft landing. You're just setting yourselves up for another boom and bust. And so the Fed shouldn't do so-called expansionary policy. Also, because resources are better deployed by private owners in the private sector, again, the worst thing you want to do in terms of the federal government, in terms of fiscal policy, is to run massive budget deficits when the economy is already on the ropes, that you're just taking resources are better deployed by private owners in the private sector. Again, the worst thing you want to do in terms of the federal government, in terms of fiscal policy, is to run massive budget deficits when the economy is already on the ropes, that you're just taking more resources from the private sector so running a trillion.
So he's saying, he's talking about crowding out, but he's talking about crowding out in a recession. Okay, so he's saying Fed shouldn't do expansionary monetary policy because it creates, Jesus fucking Christ, I spelled every single word wrong. Because it creates bubbles. And then government shouldn't run deficits during sessions because crowding out, which only happens if the economy is near full employment and does not
$1 billion
happen
deficit would
in
be
recessions.
bad with a healthy economy. It's really not a good thing to do in the beginning of 2009. All right, so that's the Austrian perspective typically on those sorts of things. And it's ironic that I'm focusing more on what the Keynesians said. I don't know exactly what Warren was saying throughout the blow-by-blow of the crisis, but the Keynesians' perspective typically was, okay, Obama comes in, passes the big stimulus, and then all of a sudden the economy's falling off a cliff, and they said, whew, it's a good thing we passed that stimulus because the economy is worse than we realized. All right? Now, if they were right, then that's true. In other words, if the stimulus did help, then it's a good thing they got that in there because the economy would have been that much worse. But, of course, from the Austrian perspective, you can see where we're coming from to say that's not a mystery. That's not shocking that when they sucked all that money in terms of extra government borrowing, that the economy all of a sudden got worse than people realized at the time. So that's the Austrian perspective. As far as his proposals, let me just give you an analogy. I think I got about 1 minute left in this segment of the reply here. Let me just give you an analogy. Obviously, we've got different people in here. Some of you have read his book inside and out. Some of you are very new to this. So let me just walk you through in terms of his perspective and where he's coming from. It's not that I think the stuff in his book is wrong necessarily, and some of it I actually agree with wholeheartedly, but a lot of the stuff that I think he's saying is technically correct, but it's very misleading, or even more to the point, somebody might erroneously conclude from what he says that's technically true something that's the wrong thing to do. So let me give you this analogy. There's a wife and a husband
Hey,
sitting
Carter.
at the table.
Thanks, buddy.
They're looking at the family budget, and she's just like, you know what, honey, our expenses, we cut this, we cut that. I need to go take a second job. That's the only way we can make ends meet. And he has an epiphany. He goes, no. I'm just going to put on a ski mask and go down and start holding up liquor stores. We're not constrained by our budget anymore. And she says, what, are you insane? You keep doing that. You push that too much, that policy, and you're going to end up in prison. And he goes, okay, you're right, but I just want us to focus on the real constraint here. It's not about our budget. It's about me going to prison. So let's just at least now that we're thinking clearly about the things constraining our behavior and our spending. Okay, so
Bro.
is what the husband there
The prison he's talking about is inflation, which, like, inflation could be bad, but, like, I don't know. I just don't care about inflation anymore. Ever since people, just because people don't understand the fucking trade-offs of it, I would be fine with it. When people understood the trade-offs and were like, oh, I don't think this much inflation was worth it. But people don't do that. I'm just so over it because they're just like, well, inflation bad. I'm like, well, can you tell me the trade-offs to that inflation that you think it's had? And they're like, no, they're stealing money from you for no reason. It's like, okay.
said wrong? Well, technically, no. He's right. That really the ultimate thing stopping you from spending too much is that you go to prison if you're holding up liquor stores, not that you need to get a job and get income. But you can see how, in my mind, at best, he has provided a distraction, and at worst, he's going to justify more spending than they really can afford and do something that would be even worse than running up your credit card to go hold up liquor stores. So that's when I take Warren to be saying, Social Security's not in crisis. What are you kidding me? We just run the printing press. Duh.
True.
That to me, that's
base,
he's not
true.
helping. And in fact, if he's encouraging people to spend more, the politicians to spend more than they otherwise would, I actually think that's a very dangerous thing. And inflation is arguably a worse cure than even taxing, and where we see where the money's coming and going.
Okay, so basically also thinks that policymakers need to be constrained by the budget, which is not a horrible point. Constrained by budget. To avoid, I don't know, massive inflation is really what he was gonna say.
I'm going to, we're up to the moderator's questions now, and my first question is going to be, are you robbing liquor stores? How do you respond?
Well, what we have to look at is the difference between the issuer and the user of anything. So I'm going to use an example of subway tokens. Am I dating myself? How long has it been since the city had subway tokens?
At least a decade.
That's
but
when I used to live here, when I was at Bankers Trust. So did everybody remember how subway tokens worked? Yes, okay. And so if you go down to the train station and you bring somebody to New York, they say, oh, I see how it works. First, they collect the tokens and then they sell them. And I go, yeah, I know it looks like that, but no, really, they sell them first and then they collect them. Well, how do you know that? They're just...
Okay, so he's just talking about MMT, tabs versus, fuck. Hold on, I got the MMT book right here. Tabs, which is taxing before borrowing and spending, right? And then, fuck, where is it? What the hell? I have it highlighted here somewhere, guys. I swear. Okay, so yeah. Here's half of it. Tabs is taxing after borrowing, spending, I think. Versus okay, that's taxing and borrowing precedes spending. Versus, well, I mean, the opposite would just be spending precedes. Spending precedes taxing. I don't think that's the way
going
she
around
does
and
it.
around. Well, you know that they're the issuer of the subway token where they sell them first and then they collect them. And if you look at the city, the city can't collect its tokens until after it gets them out there. The issuer of anything can't collect anything until after it gets it out there. The rest of us, we can't use tokens until we have to buy them first, get them, exchange dollars for tokens before we can spend them. The city has to exchange tokens for dollars before they can collect them. Okay? Likewise, with the U.S. dollar, the U.S. government is the issuer of the U.S. dollar in this sense. Now, I know there are all these definitions floating around. The dollars that can be used to pay taxes come only from the U.S. government, or they're counterfeit. And technically speaking, a tax payment is a reserve drain on the bank. It's inside money. It's a debit to their reserve account. Only the Fed can add reserves that can then get debited, either directly or through an overdraft or through some other way. But because you're the issuer of the dollar, think of it, if you've got $1 in your pocket, how did it get there if it's not counterfeit? The government spent it. It came from the government.
Not so far. I mean, I've already found it frustrating. I think I told you this before. I don't know if you've been here or how long you've been here, but the same way that like in a lot of debates that are like capitalist versus socialist, I hate that they get like capitalists that are conservatives and not liberals. Like they should be getting Keynesians. They should be getting social democrats to debate socialists. It's like they should probably be getting Keynesians to debate this guy too, because I don't agree with the Austrian guy on a lot of stuff. But then, like the MMT rebuttal to his stuff is not always the best. I feel like it could be, because I feel like it could be. Because he'll just say money doesn't matter, because that's what MMT says.
It can't come from anywhere else. And
I mean, he has some good points about like interest rates and stuff, I think. But yeah, like I don't know. Like I bring up the babysitting co-op all the time because I read that fucking Paul Krugman book that brings up the babysitting co-op. but he'll just say he doesn't think interest rates matter.
it yet, or you wouldn't have it. Now, I know it's a little bit simplistic because there's government lending, but we're just trying to focus on this one point. All right, and so the
Also, chat public Minecraft server. Anyone can join it. Do exclamation point Minecraft, and I set up the command so you can do exclamation point Discord or Kick or Twitch and YouTube and stuff, and you can. I have a little command set up now, so yeah.
the point here is there's a dramatic difference between the issuer and the user. So if New York City owed me $5 million, I'd be a lot more worried about their ability to pay me than if they owed me 5 million subway tokens. All right, I'm pretty sure they'd be able to get me the tokens.
Warren, you should check out Metro cards because they, in some ways, make your point even better. You could ask, where does the city get the credits that it puts on your Metro cards for rides?
Right,
And
right.
the answer is it doesn't get them from anywhere.
Right, and you've got to get credits before you can ride.
Right,
the train.
but the subway system doesn't need
They
to
can't-
obtain the credits from anybody.
Right, but neither can they debit your credits until after they've given them to you. So the user has to get the thing first before he can use it. That's all of us with dollars. That's this.
Yeah, I don't like. That's just we already went over that.
States, the corporations, individuals, we all have to get dollars to be able to spend or our checks bounce, exactly like Professor Murphy was saying. The government, on the other hand, is in the opposite position. It has to spend them first or lend them first before it can collect them. And the way they say it inside, the insiders say it, is you can't have a reserve drain without a reserve add. And in the old days, before all the excess reserves were there, when the Treasury was borrowing, the Fed was in doing repos. They got to add the reserves before they can subtract them. You got to spend first before you can collect. It's just point of logic.
Bob, what do you, do you want to respond to that? A lot of Austrians would say
Again,
that
floating.
government spending is disastrous, but Warren's making the point that the government needs to spend for dollars to enter the system.
Well, I'm not.
Well, sorry.
Okay.
but-
I'm saying it can't collect them until after
Right,
it spends
it cannot collect them until
them.
after
After
it's
it
spent.
spends them. And that's the difference. That's why a household gets in trouble, because they have to collect first before they can
But
spend.
that even like he like this is my fucking problem. It's like the Austrian brought up like the .com bubble and the interest rates then, and then the housing bubble and stuff, and like and then now and this guy's response is basically, well, the government has to spend money before it can collect it, which like true, whatever, but like I don't like I wish you would have just. I wish he came at it from more of a Keynesian perspective and said, well, sometimes effective demand is important and we need to probably subsidize effective demand. Like the babysitting co-op. How I told you guys about the babysitting co-op. I love the babysitting co-op. I love the babysitting co-op so much.
The U.S. can't be in that position.
You're really on it early on. It gets better. Yeah.
Now, on a gold standard, which was the context of the original Austrian writings, yes. If the government spends and doesn't tax, it runs out of gold with defaults, and the system's is in default. Okay, and you wind up devaluing, and it's a disaster.
Warren Muster is not an expert in business cycle theory. That's
All the
unrelated to
Russia
MMT in a
98,
way.
all the
Yeah.
fixed exchange rate blow-ups where the money was backed by reserves, and the government put themselves in a similar position where they have to collect first before they can spend. The European governments used to be in a position where Greece would spend drachma first and then collect it. They never had a solvency problem. They turned themselves into what are like U.S. states, where now they have to get euro before they can spend them. They got a major solvency problem. The European Central Bank spent €1 trillion last month or whenever it was.
Stuff like this, by the way, I hate. I used to be so pro EU, and I still am for the most part. But I think I don't have iron yet. I can't mine these. Oh my god. But like the single currency over multiple countries, right? I used to think that was super fucking based. The point about the euro is so important. What do you mean? Like, oh my god, dude. But like now I look at the like single currency, multiple legislators, and I don't know. I don't know if that's. I don't know anymore. But I used to think that was so fucking based, and now I hate that I am conflicted on it now.
Nobody asked, where did you get it? Did you borrow it from China, or did you tax it? All they did was credit your accounts and their books. Now, can excess spending, excess demand drive
Wait,
prices?
let's
Okay, sorry.
before you anticipate all his.
Let's say traveling to Europe, the euro makes things convenient, but it's been bad for so many countries. Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm super pro free trade now, as long as it's actually free trade. And like it seems like the euro makes that easier, but at the same time, I'm so pro printing infinite money printer go burr. I'm so pro spending free money for everyone. That like having a single currency over multiple countries sometimes makes that kind of hard. Yeah, I was kind of difficult. I think we should federalize Europe. That's the ultimate position. I don't know if that would work. I'm too Americanized.
Okay, yeah, I'll make a few points just on this one little issue. So first of all, John said to Warren, "Are you in favor of robbing liquor stores?" And he didn't deny it. I just want to, and it could have been oversight, but I just wanted as a point of order in the debate.
We have a Fifth Amendment.
Yeah. Look, there's a lot
Thanks,
we can
Zach.
get into, and this is really, I think, going to be the crux of it. So, and I have some questions that I'm going to bring up later in the debate when he and I talk to each other. So I'll say that as far as the analogy of the subway tokens, let me, for one thing, if the government came in and monopolized subway provision, or they could do it with food also, and the government came in and said it's illegal for anyone else to buy or sell food unless you get these coupons from us, and he could walk through the logic there, and that would not be a good system. So by the same token, if at best I would say, if he's showing, look, given that the government's going to monopolize the supply of money, all of my things follow, I would say still.
Okay,
That's
man.
not a good
Keep
system
going.
because I don't think the government should be in the business of producing money, right?
Okay.
Most of us agree the government shouldn't be producing cars,
Right.
because for 19 different reasons of why that'd be awful. Well, why would we let the government produce the money, which is the most...
How would we let the government produce money? I don't know. That's a difficult one, man. Banks can make money when they give out loans too. It's not like the government has like a total monopoly. Of course, they set the reserve ratio, but still.
most important commodity.
Okay, so I agree then. So
okay.
let's add one more point.
Sure.
Now, you talked about deficits, borrowing, government borrowing, taking money out of the economy. Okay, that again is true with a fixed exchange rate where you've got your reserve constraint. But when you're in our system today, if you got to borrow $50,000 to buy a car, there's not somebody else out there who now can't.
Hold on. Austrian government should not be in the business of making money.
Buy a car because you took his $50,000. Loans create deposits. It's assets and liabilities and match pairs. And it's the same thing with government borrowing. Okay, the loan creates the deposit. I can.
Let me just ask.
So anyway, it adds to the number of dollar deposits in the economy. It doesn't subtract from them.
The
other way
Austrians stress, this is for Warren, interest rates as a guide for businesses in economic planning.
Yeah.
You want the government to adopt ZERP forever. Are you not concerned that the capital misallocation that drives a lot of Austrians to worry about government setting interest rates?
Well, I think we're both driven by the same thing, and I'm looking at it from a floating exchange rate, non-convertible currency context. They're looking from a fixed exchange rate context. I would never say that in a fixed exchange rate market, but I would in a floating, and here's why. What is government interference in the interest rate market? It takes two forms. It takes the form of the Treasury issuing securities and the Fed paying interest on reserves. Okay? If the Treasury does not issue securities, which is a interference in the interest rate market, and if the Fed does not pay interest
Oh my
on
God,
reserves,
Carter.
then you have a zero interest rate. So the zero interest rate is the condition in a floating exchange rate market. It's the condition of no government interference. Government interferes to push rates up above zero. So if rates are at 4, it's because the government pushed them to 4. And if they go to 6, it's because the government pushed them. It's not because there's some natural rate of 6. That would be in fixed exchange rates. You will have that natural rate because you have competition.
So do we have
for the
no
currency.
natural rate
It's zero.
right now?
In a floating exchange rate, look at subway tokens. What's the natural rate for those things? It's 0. Or Metro cards, you don't earn interest in more cards, what they call the own rate.
Hold on. No.
On your extra rides. Okay,
Right.
the market can do whatever it wants. There's never going to be an interest rate on subway tokens unless the city comes in and says we'll pay interest in more tokens at 5%. All of a sudden, they've created an interest rate floor above 0. So if you look at the U.S.
So-
dollar, there is no interest rate risk-free unless the government comes in and creates that floor.
So
Okay, hold on.
Issue securities, which is a interference.
What's this guy
in the
talking
interest
about?
rate market. And if the Fed does not pay interest on reserves, then you have a 0 interest rate. So the 0 interest is government interference in the interest rate market. It takes 2 forms. It takes the form of the Treasury issuing securities and the Fed paying interest on reserves.
So, who interferes in 2 ways? You said, right? Oh my God! Thank God. Yeah.
Okay, if the Treasury does not issue securities, which is a interference in the interest rate market, and if the Fed does not pay interest on reserves, then you have a 0 interest rate. So the 0 interest rate is the condition.
They don't do those. There is a 0 interest rate. Does that
In a floating
necessarily
exchange rate market,
follow?
it's the condition of no government interference. Government interferes to push rates up above 0. So if rates are at 4, it's because the government pushed them to 4. And if they go to 6, it's because the government pushed them. It's not because there's some natural rate of 6. That would be in fixed exchange rates. You will have that natural rate because you have competition.
So do we have
for the
no
currency.
natural rate
It's 0.
right now?
In a floating exchange rate, look at subway tokens. What's the natural rate for those things? It's 0. Or Metro cards, you don't earn interest in more cards, what they call the own rate, on your extra rides. Okay,
Right.
The market can do whatever it wants. There's never going to be an interest rate on subway tokens unless the city comes in and says we'll pay interest in more tokens at 5%. All of a sudden,
I have to make sense. So, same way there will not be interest on subway tokens. There will not be interest on fiat currency unless government interferes. But I mean, there could be, if there were private banks for subway tokens and you could deposit your subway tokens at a private bank, right?
they've
Warren Meltzer is a genius, 150 IQ.
created an interest rate floor above 0. So if you look at the U.S. dollar, there is no interest rate risk-free unless the government comes in and creates that floor.
So, Dr. Murphy, what is your how do you respond to that? I mean, is the concern over government pushing down interest rates just a hangover from commodity currencies and not applicable now, or is that part of the problem that the government has seized control of currency?
Okay, so yes, for one thing, even if it were true that everything that Warren is saying follows, if we start with the assumption that the Fed, has such control over the banking system, and the government is the issuer of our currency, and that's legal tender for all debts and so forth, even if everything else he said followed, I would still say, okay, but I don't agree that that's a good system to set up in the first place. So why are we letting the government have such control over money and
I
banking?
don't necessarily agree either.
Okay, we're
Okay.
making progress in the debate. We'll try to get some clash perhaps in the second half. Okay, but I don't agree, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, but to me, I mean,
Interest rate is the government pays in treasuries. The government doesn't sell treasuries. Then, but I mean, there are private banks which offer. It's just true, but I'm saying, sure, but there are private banks independent of the Fed's actions willing to hold on to money in exchange for interest, right?
the price of steel, the fact that a certain amount of steel exchanges for so many units of tuna fish or what have you, that's a real thing. That number shouldn't be zero. It would mess it up if it were. The interest rate, the discount on the future, that's not some arbitrary thing.
What's
a
the
piece
own
of
rate? What's the own rate for steel?
well, it shouldn't be zero. That doesn't mean otherwise a ton of steel today is the same thing as a ton of steel to be delivered in 2,000 years. And to me, that makes no sense. Right. And the market,
It's not what the interest rate is. What is he? I mean, you're talking about the interest. No, I guess that makes sense. Never mind. Hold on. Wait. Nope. My brain's broken. I'm stupid. Nope. You're right. Hold on. Yep. Okay.
An apartment complex needs to know how much are resources today versus something not available in the future, and that's what the discount rate does.
If there's a steel monopolist setting price, the own rate is zero.
But this is a crucial point, meaning
Right.
one of the things that an investor now wants to know, that somebody who wants to expand their business wants to have information about, is what will be the future consumption power of people. Under a commodities rate, under a fixed exchange rate or commodity currency, the interest rate is indicative of how much people are saving, and therefore how much currency they'll have to buy things in the future.
It's also the real rate, and it's the own rate. What's called, Marshall, the economist, a couple hundred years ago, a monopolist has two interest rates that it sets. One is the own rate, which is how the thing exchanges for itself. So if it's gold, how does gold exchange for itself? So if you were holding gold, the monopolist would have to pay an interest rate. Say, if you hold gold, we'll pay 10% more gold if you let me hold it for you. The other price a monopolist sets is how gold exchanges for other goods and services. So on the gold standard, the government's the monopolist. They set the price of gold to $35 an ounce, wherever it used to be.
Right.
The interest rate then becomes the own rate for gold. Because if they set the interest rate at 5 and you're holding the money, you have $100 or $35. A year later, you have enough dollars to buy 5% more gold than you had before. So the interest rate is how gold exchanges for itself when it's a commodity currency. How it exchanges for other goods and services is the $35 they put on it. They could have put $350 or whatever, okay, as a monopolist. So they always set two rates. Okay? How it exchanges for itself, which is the interest rate, and how it exchanges for itself, which is the own rate. And
okay, so two interest rates. What is wrong with my brain? Two interest rates. Own rate. How it exchanges for itself. And then he just called the other one the interest rate, right? Interest rate. How it exchanges for other goods. By the way, I think at some point I'm definitely going to read more Mulser's like stuff, because I'm pretty sure he did like some actual, like he went through like the Fed's balance sheet and tried to determine exactly where the money is coming from for that stuff.
Now with the U.S. dollar today, how it exchanges for itself is still the interest rate, the own rate, and that's set by the Fed. Same, and the how it exchanges for other goods and services is a function of prices paid by government. So it's a simple case of monopoly, and it's just a simple point of logic.
So
a monopoly might not be the right
Exchange rate, exchange. Okay. Thanks.
And you might have a better system, which I'd like to hear. But right now we're talking about the U.S. today. How does it work?
Well, this reminds me, and I think this is an important point. Murray Rothbard once wrote that governments take control of the money supply when they find that their tax revenues are no longer enough to support their spending ambitions.
Yeah, but again,
I
fixed
think,
exchange
but
rate.
well, yeah, no. So in other words, they move from a fixed exchange rate to a to a floating exchange rate, in part to relieve themselves from revenue constraint.
Yeah.
And I guess I just wanted to see if both of you agree with that. I think you both do, right? That what's happened with fiat currency is the government has relieved itself of the burdens of revenue constraint.
Okay, I mean, it's. Go ahead.
But-
I don't know who he's asking. But.
Well,
Both of you, actually.
Well, I mean, I agree. They're moving in that direction, and that yes, part of why central governments establish central banks and then try to beat, wanted to get away from the gold standard was to get rid of those fetters. But that is something I'm going to ask.
Right.
Warren
Well,
in
let's
the
move on to
Q&A.
that section.
Okay.
I think I have a little bit of an answer
Okay.
here. There's always been this idea that the money, whatever that is supposed to be a store of value, which means an investment vehicle.
Right.
Okay, as opposed to a policy tool to promote output, win the war, whatever. Okay, and so we've got lots of investment vehicles. The currency doesn't necessarily need to be an investment vehicle. That's a political choice. But you wind up with the old bimetal problem, where if you try to make it do two things and you fix on one, you're not going to be able to do the other. If you do the other, you're not going to be able to do the first one. So they go on the gold standard to try and fix it as an investment vehicle so that you can, if you want to save for the future, you can actually just hold the money. You can hold the dollars or whatever, pay a real rate of interest or something. You don't have to pick an industry that's going to work and have something real produced from it or anything else. It's really a government subsidy, okay, to provide you for the future, which is somewhat contradictory. The same people who want the gold standard and an interest rate, a real interest rate, are the same people who don't want government providing annuities for everybody. So there's a little bit of a contradiction there.
One question related to that is, this is for Bob. The Austrian business cycle insists that capitalists are misled by artificially low interest rates into misallocating capital. But given what we've sort of agreed upon about how our current system works, shouldn't that be dead? Meaning, why would any rational businessman look at an interest rate set by the Federal Reserve and think that is indicative of the savings of the American people or the amount of some commodity being stored up, when we know that's not true?
Sure. So what John's talking about is in the
I want to see his response to that, but that's a good point. I've never
classical
thought of that.
expositions of canonical Austrian business cycle theory. The language that guys like Mises and Hayek would use is to say stuff like, when the government or the banks create credit artificially and push down interest rates, that gives the illusion that there's been more genuine saving than there really has, or that there's more capital goods than are really available, thus the unsustainable boom starts. And he's right. They do make it sound like the businessmen are fooled. And I think, strictly speaking, that's not necessary to the theory. It's the fact that prices do work, and there are incentives, and if you lower the price, that's going to cause people to borrow and invest more than they really ought to be doing. All right, and so yes, even if you had a whole population fully versed with Austrian business cycle theory,
They're not
it would
yet?
screw things. Right, we're getting there, one person at a time.
Okay. I want to write down exactly how he
They do
worded
make
that
it
question.
sound like the businessmen are fooled.
The amount of given low interest rate. Bob, what?
Okay, so what's I don't know, good way to phrase it. Given the interest rate is set by the Fed, why are businesses fooled into thinking it represents the savings of Americans?
The
Is that how it was?
The same people who don't.
One question related to that is, this is for Bob. The Austrian business cycle insists that capitalists are misled by artificial.
It's not worth your time to debate Austrian business people. That's so valid. I need to just read more into it. I'm not like, I don't know. I don't even know any Austrians to debate. I just want to have a better understanding of my Keynesian intuitions.
Artificially low interest rates into misallocating capital.
It insists that low, or artificially low interest rates. You know what's hold on, I gotta pull this up now because you made me think of this when you talk about debating Austrians. Wait, did you try to post a link and then Nightbot stopped you? Okay, hold on. Someone did. I don't know if it was you or not. Oh, no, it was you. Hold on. Are you... Although if you do this... Okay, hold on. Are you timed out or something? Hold on, I gotta disable that. Thanks for letting me know it's... Okay, settings. Okay, I hate how Nightbot makes you log in. Disable. Okay, now if you send links, it should be fine. But I got the link because I made it show the message. Social democracy for the 21st century, a realist alternative to the modern left. Ooh. This is a good source. This is a good resource. Oh, I get so much stuff to read. Oh my god. Debunking Marxism. Oh my god, this is awesome, bro. This is like I don't even have to. A few years ago I read like all these articles. I don't even like this is just what I was trying to create with my notion here. Debunking Austrian economics 1. I more and more the more I learn about macroeconomics, right? So this oh, I gotta add the Destiny video to my stockpile to watch later. This rap battle that my macroeconomics teacher showed us makes me more and more angry because like basically the theme of this rap battle and the second one is that Hayek's ideas are actually better, but the government just likes Keynes's ideas more. And that's why he's popular. I mean, there's all the symbolism, like in the hotel where they have the Bible, they have the Keynes's general theory. But like in the second one, in particular, they're boxing, and Hayek beats Keynes. But then they just declare Keynes the winner anyway. And the theme is like, oh, Hayek is so much smarter and whatever. But just because the fat government cronies like Keynes more, he's more popular. The more Keynesian economics I read, the more I get angry at that theme.
Run, we're all dead. Savings is destruction, that's the paradox of thrift. Don't keep money in your pocket or that growth will never lift, because business is driven by the animal spirits, the bull and the bear, and there's reasons to fear its effects
It's a
on capital
banger
and
song,
investment,
though.
income and growth. That's why the state should fill the gap with stimulus, both the monetary and the fiscal. They're equally correct. Public works, digging ditches, war has the same effect. Even a broken window helps the glass.
Okay, back to this.
But given what we've sort of agreed upon about how our current system works, shouldn't that be
The website is created by a guy who only goes by Lord Keynes. He used to have a pretty big Twitter account, and then he got banned. He's a post-Keynesian, though. A very young guy, probably middle-aged from the UK, but he has read a lot of Marx and Austrians along with the, That's so base.
dead? Meaning, why would any rational businessman look at the an interest rate set by the Federal Reserve and think that is indicative of the savings of the American people or the amount of some commodity being stored up, when we know that's not true?
Sure. So, what?
Hold on. I forgot. I'm taking notes on this.
An interest rate set by the Federal Reserve and think that is indicative of
Wait,
the
hold on. I just
savings
want to
of
check this. Oh, hell yeah. Yo, what? Is this getting views again? Oh, it's not. So this did just flatten off completely. Wait, what's getting views then? Is it what? Because is it this? My most recent podcast thing? Nope, that's still at 9. That's getting views? I remember from his Twitter account, Lord Keynes was pretty anti-immigrant. What the hell? But many people from Europe are. Oh, well. Maybe I can understand. I mean, I don't know. No, it's stupid to be anti-immigrant. Especially in the UK. But, yeah. Dude, I love YouTube so much. I love how it just decides a point to completely flatline and stop getting views at all. So Jover, guys. Guys, it's so Jover. I shouldn't have spent all of like yesterday making this video instead of streaming. It didn't even do well. I got 10 views. It got 10 views. 0.4 hours of watch time, man. It's so Jover. All right. Back to my notes. Where is it? I don't think it was in here. Where did I write this stuff down? Oh, in modern monetary theory. Yeah.
Of the American people or the amount of some commodity being stored up, when we know that's not true?
Sure. So,
Shouldn't that rates into misallocating capital? But given what we've sort of agreed upon about how our current system works, shouldn't that be dead? Meaning, why would any rational businessman look at the an interest rate set by the Federal Reserve and think that is indicative of the savings of the American people or the amount of
to say stuff like
What does he
being
say?
stored up, when we know that's not true?
Sure. So, what John's talking about is in the classical expositions of canonical Austrian business cycle theory, the language that guys like Mises and Hayek would use is to say stuff like, when the government or the banks create credit artificially and push down interest rates, that gives the illusion that there's been more genuine saving than there really has, or that there's more capital goods than they're really available, thus the unsustainable boom starts. And he's right. They do make it sound like the businessmen are fooled. And I think, strictly speaking, that's not necessary to the theory. It's the fact that prices do work, and there are incentives.
One day, I'm going to get so much better at spelling and so much better at my stupid speech impediment.
Incentives, and if you lower the price, that's going to cause people to borrow and invest more than they really ought to be
He
doing.
is retarded. Thank you, Tubby Mo1. I think Murphy's actually right on his point
All right,
about
and so
ABCT. What? ABCT? Sorry. Oh, Austrian business cycle theory. I could have guessed that if I had enough time. Again, yeah, I'm probably gonna agree with a lot of his critiques of Austrian stuff.
yes, you had a whole population fully versed with Austrian business cycle theory.
They're not
It would
yet?
screw things. Right, we're getting there, one person at a time. But it would mess things up. Just like if the price of oil is supposed to be $100 a barrel and the government somehow makes it 40, that's going to screw things
Do you
up.
study economics? I just like reading about it. I'm probably gonna go to school for economics, but I'm not in college yet or anything, so no.
That's going to cause, dislocations in supply and demand.
Let's let you guys ask each other
I agree
questions.
that a monopolist like that, for
Nice,
example,
yeah.
OPEC does have, at the margin, they are the price setter.
Right.
And that,
But I got my MMT right here. I got my this is religion stuff. Oh, there's one economics thing here. This is a really good book. What Money Can't Buy: The Moral Limit of Markets. I think this is a really good book. I need to digitize my notes on this book because right now it's just highlighted and stuff. But yeah, this is a really good book. I like this book. Chat, buy this book. Check out my Amazon affiliate link. I should do that, man. And I got my Krugman here too. And I got more stuff on the shelf back there.
it does cause excess capacity and whatnot. They've got 3-4 million barrels, 5 million barrels a day of excess capacity, and that does prevent market clearing and alters the market for crude oil. So anytime you've got a monopolist involved, you no longer have a competitive market. It's at the opposite end of the spectrum.
So we agreed ahead of time to let you guys here ask each other 3 questions each. Let's do them one at a time, and then you'll get a follow-up after that. Who wants to go first?
I thought we were going to flip a coin. So. All right, I'll
Where
go
would we
first.
get the coin from?
Right, $1 trillion platinum coin. Someone's got to spot me. All right. Okay, so I'm going to ask him.
Yes.
And then he's going to ask me.
Yep.
Okay. Everyone, we don't want to get confusing. Okay.
And then we'll go to audience questions.
All right, so
I
this
think the concept of the EU is retarded. Why? I think the EU is based. I think free trade is based, and the EU is just one big trade union. I mean, if you want to, I mean, there are I don't know, some things about the EU which I don't think work super well. The economic part seems to be the only part that does kind of work well, but I think the economic part's based, man.
This one is more of a clarification. This is not a gotcha. My next two are going to be gotchas, just so you know. Okay, in page 21 from your 7 deadly.
This isn't going to be a gotcha, but on page 21 of this book, economic part is the most fundamentally broken. What do you mean, man? It's a free trade union. It's a trade bloc. It's the free movement of people, free movement of goods. That's so based. I think arguably the more political parts of it are more broken. Like, I don't. No financial sovereignty. So that, okay. But as the one thing, I will kind of. I talked about earlier in the stream. I do think. Listen, as a Keynesian, okay, I think having multiple legislators and only one currency does make things complicated when it comes to like stimulus, right? And it yeah. Seven Deadly Innocent Frauds is a very good book by Mulster. That's like 100 pages. Gives the basics of MMT with very good anecdotes of Mulster's life too. I might check that out. I've already read a lot of The Deficit Myth by Stephanie Kelton, and I read like this article too. Why we need modern monetary theory and why it needs UBI.
Innocent Frauds, is that the name?
Yes.
You say, yes, there can be and there are self-imposed constraints on spending put there by the Congress, ... These include debt ceiling rules, Treasury overdraft rules, and restrictions of the Fed buying securities from the Treasury.
Oh, it's free on his website? Then I'll probably definitely read it at some point.
So, and I just want you to clarify, it seems to me that, strictly speaking, the government can't do what you're saying it can do. You're just saying, well, if the Congress just wouldn't be silly and have these arbitrary rules, there's nothing stopping them because it's fiat money. But strictly speaking, the government can't tomorrow just write a check for $100 billion.
Is there gonna be Road to Serfdom? Well, oh, okay. Okay, we'll put it on the list, and eventually, one day, 2 years from now, I'll get to it.
Without having the money there, because technically Bernanke could say, no, we're not going to approve that. Am I understanding you?
Yeah, and the budget constraints too. I mean, the military could go out and buy anything they want if Congress didn't say you can't. So there is, Congress sets the rules, Congress appropriates the spending, and they are constrained only by themselves.
Okay, that's all I want you to...
Yeah, in nominal spending, not real spending. Nominal spending.
Okay.
They can create a lot of inflation if they want to spend enough. If you look at the Weimar Republic, they were spending 5% of GDP every month on buying foreign exchange, selling their own currency, buying gold to pay war reparations. And they had a pretty good inflation going until the day that policy stopped, and then it went back to zero. So, yes, you can certainly do that. But, again, Congress's checks will not bounce unless they decide to bounce their own checks. They spend by ordering the Fed to credit a member bank account. And they authorize the Treasury to, instruct the Fed to credit a member bank account.
Okay. So his question is basically, can the government... I don't... What a dumb question. Because he's basically just asking, do you think MMT is correct? Can the government spend money, infinite free money? And he's like, well, yeah, I think the rules are self-imposed. It's like, I don't know what he...
Instructions, yes, you can do it under these circumstances, no under those. And most of it's left over from the gold standard. They're all vestigial things. If we talk about...
Well, why don't you ask a question to, or
Yeah,
do you
so
want to
I'm-
ask your,
I'm-
yeah,
I'm all set
why
with
don't
that
you
one.
ask a question to Bob?
So the question I have for Bob is, do you agree that if anything can go wrong, it will?
Because of Murphy?
I'm sorry. I couldn't help that.
Wouldn't be much of a law,
Yeah.
right?
No. The other question I had was, is it true that it was your great-great-grandfather who made the family fortune with the beds that pulled down, or is that... No, okay.
Murphy bed.
Yeah, sorry.
Google it.
I just had to
He
get
is
that
so
in.
old.
Okay.
Bro.
We were talking about Bernanke pumping in money. And when I see that, what I see quantitative easing happening, and I want you to tell me if I'm wrong here, is that the Fed goes in, decides to buy $40 billion worth of securities. They ask for offers. Prices gravitate to levels where the market is indifferent between having $40 billion of those securities and $40 billion in reserves. And when the Fed buys them, they debit the seller's securities account and credit the reserve account, both just two different dollar accounts on the books of the Fed. Nothing the dollar holdings of the private sector don't change. It's just that their holdings go from what you could call savings accounts at the Fed to checking accounts at the Fed.
So the point is QE doesn't change dollar amount of savings held by private sector. You called them savings account
And
and
reserve account, both just two different dollar accounts on the books of the Fed. Nothing, the dollar holdings of the private sector don't change. It's just that their holdings go from what you could call savings accounts at the Fed to checking accounts at the Fed. Okay, now, under a gold standard, those checking accounts
go from savings accounts. The Fed. Oh, I feel like I've heard of that book before. Euro Tragedy. Ew. Checking. Yeah, this is just about the Eurozone crisis, which I don't like. Some of that stuff I'm gonna agree with. I think the four freedoms of the EU are pretty base, though. Four freedoms of EU. Free movement of goods. I think the single market, yeah, it's good. Free movement of goods, free movement of capital, freedom to establish and provide services, free movement of people. Yeah, I think the four freedoms are based. But the Eurozone, I gotta understand. I gotta the Eurozone crisis. Definitely, the single currency, multiple legislators can be a bit cringe. But practically, countries have their own interests and cannot act as one. What do you mean? Yeah, because it's a single currency in multiple different governments. But I don't but having the euro does make things more convenient for the four freedoms, right? Because having a single currency still, that makes it easier for businesses to do stuff internationally, obviously.
were convertible into gold. If Bernanke had tried to do that back in the 30s, when he was, early 30s, which is
Each bank has a Fed Reserve account. I know that. At the Fed and a Treasury account. The Reserve account is their reserve holding, whereas the Treasury account is a Treasury holding. Treasuries pay interest, but reserves usually do not. Okay, that makes sense. Interestingly, though, the Fed has started to pay interest rates on reserves. I know that, meaning both accounts pay interest at different rates. Yeah. Wait, did they have Treasury accounts before 2008? Because they only did the interest on reserves after 2008, right? If why is it not letting me copy from Twitch chat? The government has sold Treasury as long as it existed. Yeah, but you said the a specific Treasury account.
where he wrote his dissertation on. It would have been a massive problem with people then cashing those in and taking the gold out. The purpose of the securities account was you can't get to the gold until those things mature. And with fixed exchange rates, that's the purpose of securities accounts. That's the function of securities accounts. But today, it doesn't do, that's gone. Okay, that distinction's gone. And so what I like to say is, what is the channel where what's called pumping in money, buying securities, debiting reserve accounts, and securities accounts, and crediting reserve accounts, how does that channel, what does that have to do with the economy? How does it, what's the problem? And doesn't that explain why 20 years of doing it in Japan has shown absolutely nothing? And certainly, if you look at the macroeconomic data in the U.S., it hasn't done anything either, apart from cause portfolio managers to shift things around because they're still thinking.
So he's basically asking, given this, short reads covers basics. What is this? Is this about the EU, or is this about understanding a modern monetary system? I understand some stuff, man, already. Like short read, 50 pages, man. I feel like I already understand most of the stuff. But I'll probably. What is money? I don't know. I might read it at some point. I might. Yeah, we can. If I feel like I need it, I'll come back to it. I'll. It's here for now.
Fixed exchange rate or whatever they're thinking or not thinking.
Okay.
Given this, hold on. I need to continue writing. QE's when the Fed. I know what QE is. Yeah. It's when the Fed buys securities like treasuries from banks in order to increase the. Hold on. Where's the line? QE has been rather ineffective in Japan, which has been stuck in their liquidity trap for fucking decades, man. And in Meltzer's opinion, QE does not create lending because banks don't lend reserves, so you're just moving money from a treasury account to a reserve account. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, for one thing, and part of the reason they're hosting this debate and choosing us is that both of us are sort of unorthodox thinkers, and so I'm not going to sit here and
All right. What effects do you think QE has on lending and, I guess, misallocations of capital?
defend conventional open market operations.
Let me also add, you said printing, and you were talking about the Austrians,
Right.
not yourself. Printing, Bernanke's printing dollars to hand out. I just don't see how that's handing anything out to anyone. How it affects anything. Anybody's getting anything handed out.
Just for clarification, meaning when the Fed buys a treasury and gives somebody dollars, your view is that this is an exchange of one federal government asset, for another.
Yeah,
or liability.
Yeah, a treasury is a dollar deposit at the Fed, and they take your $1 deposit at the Fed, and they give you a different dollar deposit at the Fed. And it's exchange of Fed liabilities, exchange of it's a private sector asset, Fed liability, but it's like if Bank of America decided to move your dollars from your savings to your checking.
Which they sort of do anyway.
How is that handing out money to anybody?
Right. Well,
Okay, so the handing out, what I meant there, and that was a bit of a flourish, but because buying like mortgage-backed things that they drove up the price of assets, mortgage-backed securities, things like that the Fed was willing to take from investment banks, that had the Fed not intervened and done that, those banks all would have gone down. But now all of a sudden they're fine because the Fed was willing to be a backstop on those so-called toxic assets.
So
it wasn't literally handing out money, but it was like if someone bought my house.
What are you watching? I'm watching a debate between an MMT guy, the founder of MMT, Molzer, someone, don't read his first name, and an Austrian economist. Okay. She basically just says,
for $1 billion. Technically, they exchanged $1 billion asset for another, but my house wouldn't have been worth $1 billion had Bernanke not done that.
Okay, so you're saying they were paying above market prices
For those things, yeah.
for which
The
they were all,
mortgage-backed securities, well, in the treasuries too. I don't think treasury prices would be
but
what they were.
the mortgage-backed securities were federally guaranteed. They were agency securities. They were. They were
But they
government
were
securities.
at the time trading below what the Fed, one of the purposes of the Fed's, and it was actually not necessarily the Fed QE policy, but the Treasury's earlier policy of buying some of these assets. They were paying above where they were trading at the time.
If they were, there was some premium they were doing, but it wasn't the whole purchase.
Right.
They paid an extra 5 points or something, but I think most of the evidence shows the opposite.
it's actually interesting.
It's not
Economists
that
in
bad.
Austrian tradition.
The idea,
Like, is that this guy? I don't know, Schrumppeter, Schrumpter. But Murphy is one of the boring ones that just stems from markets always. So
they did.
Yeah.
Okay. I can understand that point, but to be clear, it's only the increment they paid above
Can
market
I?
prices.
And this is. So, are you saying all those investment bankers, they were indifferent? Like,
do you know? I'm curious. Kopanak. Do you know who Unlearning Economics is? I really liked his. I don't agree with Unlearning Economics on everything, but I really liked his latest video on Thomas Sowell. Yes, I know Unlearning Economics. Yeah, I like this video. Even I donated $2 and I said fire.
Didn't help them? That they, if he said, no, we're not doing any TELF, blah, 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 all that stuff, we're not doing anything with the discount windows.
I agree with Learning Economics on his economics takes, but probably it's not his political ones. I mean, probably. How old are you? I'm 18.
It would have been, okay, we don't care one way or the other. Like,
Well,
he could have just done it with soup kitchens. It's just a coincidence he did it with really rich, influential investment bankers.
Okay, so we'd have to go through each program one at a time. You can't lump them all together because some of them were very different from others. What we're talking about is bank liquidity, and again, it's the difference between
money and
fixed and-
macro. I feel like what? Yeah, I definitely seen some of his stuff before. Hold on, I've probably seen that. Probably seen that too. I definitely seen this one.
Johnny Harris, one of YouTube's most popular creators.
Yeah, I liked what I've seen from him.
the floating rate system. Now, we have FDIC insurance, which means that if you were to walk into the bank and make a deposit, it's guaranteed by the federal government. Okay, and so, and what we realized back in 1934 is, the way I like to say it, is the liability side of banking is not the place for market discipline. You don't have people trying to decide whether to put their money in Bank America or Citibank based on reading the balance sheet. It sounds like a good idea. You get the market deciding but you ask the 20 top Wall Street analysts, 10 of them will tell you one thing, the other 10 will tell you another. So on a practical level, it's proven entirely impossible and not a reliable thing.
Should banks be allowed to issue bonds at all? I mean, if we don't want market discipline through the liability
side.
side,
So instead,
should they issue bonds?
No, they should just be funded with deposits and liquidity from the Fed.
Banks should not allow to be issued bonds. It should be funded with liquidity from the Fed.
And then what you do is you regulate the asset side and the capital side.
I did like the liability side of banking is not the place. Market. No. The
And that's what
banks
we
should
learned
not
in
be allowed to
1953
issue
when we shut
bonds.
down 4,000 of the 8,000 banks and reopened with proper deposit insurance. And the mistake they made in Europe was they went back and tried to run the banking system without credible deposit insurance. And it's like a Ponzi scheme. It works okay on the way up, but as soon as it works on the way down, the private sector is necessarily pro-cyclical. On the way up, it piles on, and on the way down, it pulls away. It makes the cycles worse.
Sorry,
okay? It amplifies the cycle.
Bob, you have a.
Go ahead.
Where are we?
I wanted to move on to your
am I-
gotcha question. Sorry,
Oh,
we
go
got
ahead,
a little
yeah.
off
Do I
course.
have two more or one
You
more?
have two
Gotcha.
more.
Okay. All right.
Good, good.
All right. So let me read. So this is from page 42. So I'm going to read something from his book, page 42, and then ask you if I could tweak it. All right. So,
There were some typos in there.
okay. Because I think he should use the subjunctive. All right.
Warren, you're supposed to say the name of your book whenever anybody mentions it. It's
Yes.
a rule of authors.
Oh, the 7 deadly innocent frauds of economic policy.
Yeah, for
No,
people
wait, that's the
who
book we
haven't
were
done, or
talking
people
about.
online who are watching, it is worth reading. Just because even though I disagree with it, I think it's interesting to think through. But anyway, there's one part where he says, "Government deficits add to our saving to the penny. This is an
Okay. From how do you spell his name? Molster's book. That. Hold on, let me. I think it's pretty crazy. Molster has an undergrad degree in econ and he gained his knowledge while working on Wall Street. It just so happens that he was reaching the same conclusions as PhD post Keynesians at the same time MMT was born. Based. From Molster's book. Government deficits add to our savings. Why is this like flashing? Where's add to dictionary? As a dictionary. To the penny.
accounting fact. ... For example, if the government deficit last year was $1 trillion, it means that the net increase in savings of financial assets for everyone else combined was exactly to the penny $1 trillion. Okay, so that to me that epitomizes kind of thinking he's doing and allegedly shows how crazy it is that we're wringing our hands over the budget deficit and oh my gosh, where are we gonna get the money? And it's yes, that's true, but could I not, with equal validity, say to the extent that Microsoft runs a deficit, the rest of the world minus Microsoft thereby accumulates financial assets.
I don't really understand his point there. Like that, I got true, but so what? True, but the same standards, I could say. Insofar as Microsoft runs a deficit, the rest of the world.
And
no.
to the extent that Microsoft runs a deficit, the rest of the world minus Microsoft thereby accumulates financial assets. And couldn't I pick any entity?
Yes.
So why is it that there's something special about the government in that respect?
Hold on, wait. I just realized I need to be charging my phone that I'm using as a webcam.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree, and that's an important point. Okay, and so, first of all, we've had these people in Congress say the government deficit is taking away from our savings, and when you borrow money, it's not there. It's completely wrong. It adds to the savings to the penny, as Professor Murphy agreed. And everybody in the CBO will tell you that.
But the Maybe.
After
Sure.
they've done
Whatever.
deficit spending, the dollars are all back, plus the Treasury securities are there. Treasury securities are real financial assets, just like any other savings account. Okay, if Microsoft spends more than its income, which is what going into debt means, you spend more than your income, somebody else has that income. And that has the exact same effect. So if you look at the U.S. in the late 90s, the private sector was deficit spending, just like you said, to the tune of something like 7% of GDP. It was huge. And that was what was driving the dot-com boom and everything else, the Y2K things. Remember, we all thought the planes were going to fall out of the sky, and we all needed new softwares to keep our television sets from blowing up.
It got so old.
And so we had this enormous credit boom, and that was driving the economy. The problem is, the private sector, when the private sector does that, it's generally not sustainable. Okay, you can't go into debt that fast because it has to be supported by income. And
So he's going to say, is he just going to say it's not sustainable because they're currency users and the government's a currency issuer, so not sustainable for let's just say I'll just start saying that private sector.
it just collapsed. Okay, when Bush and the 7%, at the same time, the government was running a 2% surplus, so it was siphoning off 2% of that 7%, and that was a good thing to be running a surplus at that time. Okay, so when the private sector's deficit spending like crazy and threatening inflation, it's appropriate for the government to be doing the other way, going the other way to moderate it. Now, as soon as the private sector could no longer go into debt, right after Bush took over, and the whole thing collapsed. Then, if you want to sustain spending, not necessarily government spending, private sector spending, then the appropriate thing would be a fiscal adjustment, where the government would then be spending more than its income. And it could do this through a tax cut or a spending increase, depending on your politics. And at that time, can I tell a little anecdote?
Yep, sure, go ahead.
Okay. At that time, they had lowered interest rates to 1%. Nothing much was happening. There wasn't the borrowing binge that was happening. Bush was getting worried. It was 2003, and I was telling this exact story. And some friends of mine, I had a car company at the time, which I just sold. And on the board, I had some General Motors people. Dave McClellan was head of Corvette, and he said, "You guys got to talk. You have to talk to Andy Card." Andy Card was chief of staff of the White House. Andy was a former GM executive with Dave and John Heinrich and the other guys. And this guy, Bill Novak, set it up. And Elizabeth and I, my wife, would go to the West Wing to the White House and start explaining to Andy. And he's a quick study. Explained why interest rates weren't working. For every dollar borrowed, there's a dollar saved. All you're doing is shifting it. Government's a net payer of interest. You've just dropped interest payments to the private sector. Japan's been doing it for 15 years at the time. That's why it doesn't work. And he goes, yeah, why would anybody think that's going to work? So he said, what do we have to do? And I explained about you need to make a fiscal adjustment. The private sector was doing the deficit spending. They're pro-cyclical. On the way up, they get carried away until they blow up. And on the way down, once things are going down, nobody's going to lend to the private sector. They can't expand when housing prices are falling. Try and get a mortgage when the price of the house is going down. It doesn't work. It works great when it's going up. It doesn't work when it's going down. It's up to the government to either cut taxes or increase spending. He said, how much do we have to do? I said, well, I think you got to get the deficit up to $700 billion, which at the time was a lot. It was something like 6% of GDP. He goes, we don't have much time, do we? I said, no. So he thanked us. I got a nice note. We left. After that, President Bush was asked about the deficit. He said, I don't look at numbers on a piece of paper. I look at jobs. They got through every possible tax.
Hey, yo, what? Bates Bush? Oh, my God. No way. I didn't know Bush was an MMT.
Money on everything he possibly could, prescription drugs. The right is still mad at these guys for what they did. By the third quarter, the deficit was $200 billion, annualizing at $800 billion. It was enough so that there was enough deficit spending to replace the spending lost by the private sector. And I don't know how much was tax cut and how much was spending increase. Maybe it was half of each, whatever. The economy started to do better, and it didn't cost him the election. So appreciate
Shit.
Great.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
so your introductory remarks were shorter than time, so
okay.
I'll give you a little bit of room to run here. But you want to ask your third?
Okay, one more. So let me just give you a hypothetical scenario, and you tell me how you would respond to it. So there's this CEO and the 60 Minutes or somebody's doing this expose, and they get the guy on camera, and they think they got him good because they said, our auditors went in. He's a CEO of a major
I
corporate
practically seem to understand MMT in certain
corporation,
interviews.
and they said for decades you have been.
I think it's because Steve Bannon is an MMT guy, weirdly. I don't know. I'm sure. I mean, Trump definitely understands a little some macro at least. Like, I think there's there's a clip of him saying like, yeah, a little bit of inflation is okay, a little bit of inflation is good, but Crooked Joe is stealing you money with inflation, but just a little bit's okay. Yeah, he definitely understands some macro stuff. I just don't. I mean, Trump's Trump.
been telling your employees you've been taking out 10% from their paychecks to put aside to fund their pensions, and you've promised them specific payments. Our auditors came in and looked at your books, and we found you haven't been investing in outside assets. You've been mostly giving it as dividends to your shareholders to boost your stock prices, giving yourselves bonuses, and you're investing a little bit in the factory. And now, you're an underfunded pension by about like $10 billion. What do you have to say for yourself before you go to prison? And he says, whoa. I've been reading Warren Mosler, and let me tell you something. This is just a completely arbitrary thing. If the Congress would just let us print our own $100 bills, there would be no underfunded pension. This is all a fake crisis. Yeah. And in fact, because demand right now is insufficient, we would be doing the economy a favor if Congress would go ahead and just change these arbitrary rules which make it illegal for us to run the color copier and print off $100 bills. That's a completely arbitrary thing. Right. How come the Treasury or the Fed can do it, we can't do it? That's stupid. It's not like, it has to be a piece of gold. It's just paper with symbols on it. If the Congress would just change this arcane rule saying that their money's good and ours isn't legal tender, all of a sudden this so-called underfunded pension disappears like that, and we create jobs. So there you go. Yeah. And, of course, the 60 Minutes guy is floored.
I'd sentence that guy to 30 years in the electric chair.
Because why?
He's demanding the ability to counterfeit. Fine. He knows there's no counterfeiting allowed. I mean, that's, knows or should have known that you're not allowed to counterfeit money. He's committed fraud for his employees. He's a user of the currency. He can't spend it until after he gets it. He's not the issuer. And that's
yeah, I knew he was going to say that. I should have.
You could be playing in a poker game and say, hey, this is not fair. Give me the deck and let me put any cards I want in my hand.
So the follow-up, I guess, that is, if it's fraud when a person does it, why is it okay when the government does it?
Right. So let's say we're in a card game.
Right.
And I'm the scorekeeper. It's like, how many points do I have? I don't have any. All right. Well, then how do I give you 100 points? Well, I just write them down in your account. I write them down in your account. Okay. And then you lose. Do I have fewer points? No. And then somebody else has a bad hand and I take points away. Do I have more to give to the next person? No. Somebody in the card game says, like, well, that's not right. I should be able to just change my own score. Like, fine, you want to have a card game where people can change their own score? It's not going to work. It's not going to function. You're not going to be able to provision the government. The whole point of the monetary system, the initial point, or what I would say as a point of logic, the whole point, I know there are other points, lots of lobbyists have all kinds of points in their monetary, is to provision government. Okay? You want to be able to move people from the private sector, move real resources from the private sector to the public sector. People get together. I like these people who get together and say, hey, we hate government. We're just going to get together ourselves and agree to do this. Well, that is government, right? And so you start off and you say, we would like to have an army. We would like to have a legal system. Well, how do you get people to move from the private sector to the public sector? You could ask for volunteers. It doesn't really work all that well. It's been tried the way that we do it. Now, they might come up with a better way. Is you slap on a tax and something that nobody has, and then in order to get the funds to pay that tax, you've got to come to the government for them, and that way the government can spend its otherwise worthless currency to provision itself. Now, the way I like to do that,
I've definitely read that before.
This card here. And I asked, does anybody in this room want to buy? And this is called How to Turn Litter into Money. Does anybody want to buy one of these cards? They're $100. No? Okay. Does anybody want to stay afterwards and help vacuum the floor and clean the room? I'll give you my cards. No. Right. Oh, by the way, there's only one door out of here, and my guy is out there with a 9mm, and you can't get out here without one of these cards. Can you feel the pressure now? You are now unemployed. You are not, in terms of my cards, you are not unemployed before. You did not You were not looking for a job that paid in my cards. Now you're looking for a job that pays my cards, or you're looking to buy them from somebody else who will take a job that pays in my cards.
Bob,
Okay.
do you want to? You can have one more rebuttal, and then we'll move to questions.
Sure. So let me
from the
just
audience.
clarify where I was going with that analogy in case it wasn't obvious. Is I think that's exactly what you say about Social Security. That he said, yeah, it's a phony crisis. You know, people on the right.
So true. I think that's the one. I'm not. Oops. Hold on. I'm not that big of an MMT. If I ever were to accept MMT, it would be for some type of UBI or maybe Social Security, but probably just a UBI.
Tea Party types might say the government's been spending that money. There is no trust fund. It's underfunded. But no, there's no constraint. They can just print off
Yeah,
the money.
there's no nominal crisis.
Okay.
It could be a real crisis if there's not enough food for the people, older people.
Right. Okay.
If there's not enough housing, you can give them all the money you want. You can't buy what isn't there.
But my hypothetical CEO's response is analogous to what you think the guy running Social Security should say.
And again, the difference between the issuer of a currency and the user
Okay.
of a currency. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's government. You know, and I'm not saying that you can't come up with a better system.
And the last thing, there's no one out there with a 9mm. Just clear, right?
Yeah, and
For our audience at
in
home,
which case
there's
this
no
thing
way
goes
here.
from being money back to
'Cause
litter.
I hate that.
The difference between money and litter is whether there's the tax man. The guy with the 9mm is the tax man.
So
If
let's-
you can't enforce tax collection, the value of the dollar goes to zero.
Let's turn to audience questions. All right, I see one right
Oh,
there.
don't let Mike ask.
I don't know about anyone else here, but I'll be honest. Professor Murphy.
Oh, could you introduce yourself? Sorry, I should ask everybody. Please introduce yourself. Say who you are for our audience here and at home.
Mike Norman. I write a blog at Mike Norman Economics.
What the
I've
hell?
been,
Okay, hold on. Sorry. Tax collection is the difference between money and litter. I've read that. That was in the deficit math book.
a member of 4 exchanges, been on Wall Street for 30 years, a trader. Professor Murphy, frankly, I find a lot of your comments to be very condescending
This question was so odd.
towards Warren. I don't know why you have to take that attitude. I think maybe you don't understand, or you said you don't like the fiat money system, which is, maybe it stems from that, just an anger against it. That's what we have, and you don't like it, and you speak up in a very condescending way, and I find that very distasteful.
Do they do Q&A for an hour? Hold on, I might put it in 1.2 times speed then, because I don't know. Well, actually, Q&A, I don't know. I'll put it at 1.25.
And very disrespectful. I don't know how anyone else here feels, but I do. But the question I want to
Like
ask
some
you, since
Italian
you don't
MMT
like the
mobster
current
that's-
system,
yeah,
and you
I
say
know.
the government shouldn't be the issuer of currency. What system do you like? Do you want to have a fixed quantity of money? Let me ask you something. Is that your system, a fixed quantity of money? That'll probably take care of inflation and the non-printing of money. But in a world where population increases, where human beings thrive to do better, where economies expand, and by the way, I think we gave up barter as a civilization thousands of years ago, and you need a unit of exchange. What about that? Is that what you're proposing, is a fixed quantity of money in the world?
Bob?
That's the solution?
No, I'm not proposing that. So first of all, I apologize if I came off as being disrespectful. Trying to keep it light.
About robbing a bank? Okay, first
Let- let- let-
no,
okay,
so,
let's-
listen, that was inappropriate, that's illegal, okay?
Okay.
Let-
So let's go
Warren
ahead.
did say his guy was at the door with a gun. So.
Yeah, I mean,
Let's let Bob answer.
by his own analogies, I mean, he is admitting that his system is predicated on people pointing guns, and that's why it's a monopoly.
Not my system.
Or the system. I'm sorry. You're right. The system. And so I think it is important to point out, and I don't think the fact, gold and silver, if it weren't for the government, in other words, the government did not create money. I think that emerged from spontaneous market forces, and the supply, even under the gold standard, it wasn't a fixed amount. There was more gold brought to the market, and if prices were too low in terms of relative to the weight of gold, then that would make it more profitable to mine more. And so there's Bitcoin, there's all sorts of things that would come out right now. So
The fact is, even under a gold standard, it became a multiple, it was a multiple.
Let's. We have a question right there, sir.
Yeah, I'll introduce myself. I learned my economics at Stanford back in the 40s, and it was Keynesian. And I was interested in your remark that both of you are unorthodox economies. I didn't realize that. I don't believe you were inappropriate in your remarks, Dr. Murphy. But I do have a question. I didn't understand what you think is the solution to our problem today, which is unemployment, and has been for about 4 or 5 years, and was caused by an
When was this made? Was this made after the housing crisis? Pretty soon after it, 2013. Yeah.
excess amount of private activity, speculation and so forth, borrowing money and using it. As Warren said, that the amount of money that was available, credit expansion was about 7% a year from 1971, from about $1 trillion in our country to about 50 trillion. Warren had laid out a number of things that his economic theory would do in order to get people back employed. And I just wanted to ask the question, how your system would do that, because that's really all that we're interested in, price stability and employment. How do we go about doing that?
Okay, sure. So I think one thing you do is the government should stop.
This guy's so funny. Did my economics back in the 40s. Back then it was Keynesian. So old school, lol. I mean, I got. Last time I said I was a Keynesian, people got upset at me, okay? Because they're like, no, you're a fucking new Keynesian. You're a post-Keynesian. No one says Keynesian anymore. It's like, shut up, bro. I don't care, bro.
Creating artificial booms and busts, because that's what causes the initial surge of unemployment in the first place. And so if the Austrian diagnosis of what happened is correct, then at the very least, don't push down interest rates to artificially low levels and set up another unsustainable boom and bust, because we're just going to be back in this position in a few years saying, what do we do about the high unemployment? I also, again, don't think that running massive budget deficits, that's good to encourage private sector hiring. All sorts of, I think, things that both Bush and Obama did in terms of regulatory changes and just changing property rights structures did have an effect of making businesses clam up and postpone hiring that they otherwise would have done. So I don't think there's one.
I mean, no, I just mean like he was studying Keynesian economics in the 40s. That's so crazy. Yeah.
All sorts of, I think, things, deficits, that's good to encourage private sector hiring. All sorts in this position in a few years saying, what do we do about the high unemployment? I also, again, don't think that running massive budget deficits, that's good to encourage private sector hiring. All sorts of, I think, things that both Bush and Obama did in terms of regulatory changes and just changing property rights structures did have an effect.
What is he referring to? Changing property right structures that made businesses clam up and not hire people they otherwise would have? I don't know what blood is yapping about, man.
Effect of making businesses clam up and postpone hiring that they otherwise would have done. So I don't think there's one specific thing I can point to that caused it, but I do think that they have tried massive amounts of inflation and deficit spending over the last few years. And some people say, well, it wasn't enough, but just looking historically at what governments have done in response to other crises, I think what the world major governments have done in the last handful of years, clearly it's not that they've been lacking in trying to inflate and run big deficits, and that's.
So I'm just gonna look something up real quick. Just don't worry about what I'm looking up. Don't worry about what I'm looking up. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The UK's GDP graph is so funny to me, bro. Bro, after 2008, austerity, man, fuck them, bro. And they like stagnate. Like listen. The US has frying pan charts, which like we can all like laugh at. We can all say like, oh, look at the frying pan chart. Cringe, look at this, cringe. And then you look at the UK and it's just like they totally have fucked themselves. Oh my god, bro.
It's not working.
We're not censoring Warren, but we do want to give the microphone to the people in the audience. So when you ask the question, the people who are live streaming it. Yep, go ahead.
Euro cooks brain fucked themselves into austerity like the idiots they are. Yeah.
Said that it was the government who created the volatility, and being on Wall Street for 50 years, I don't think it's the government. I think it's Wall Street and the bankers who got into a business they didn't understand and leveraged their capital that is the people's capital that they got from deposits, in order to speculate. And I think that that is what happened. And it wasn't the government going out and doing that. The private was doing it. So I wanted to ask you, am I wrong, or would you might be wrong by accusing the government of having created that volatility, as you just said?
Okay, so I'm glad you gave me the opportunity to clarify. So I am not saying, oh, everybody was lily white in the private sector and then the bad government came along and forced them to do naughty things. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there's a profit and loss system, and what we have right now is the worst of all possible worlds, where the government has all sorts of guarantees on the banking sector, has the implicit, Greenspan put and so forth, all those things in place, and then let people do whatever they wanted in the investment and commercial banking side. So that, I think, is a complete recipe for disaster. So what I would say is, don't subsidize the financial sector, and if they make really bad investments and it blows up in their face, you let them go down. You don't say, oh, they were too big to fail, that would ruin the economy. You just let them go down and then say, okay, no one's going to do that again for another generation, as opposed to what they did in practice, which is bailing out a lot of those people, which just sets up a horrible moral hazard.
We've got a question all the way in the back there. Oh, yeah, sorry. Let Warren
Just
answer.
to be quick.
Then,
First of all, on too big to fail, as far as I'm concerned, the banks did fail. Their Citibank stock went from 60 to 2 or whatever. Some of the other stock shareholders went to 0. They got diluted out. That's what failure is in capitalism. It's the investor loses his money and somebody else takes over. The assets get sold to someone else. It doesn't mean the building gets bulldozed or anything like that, right? So nobody even challenges the idea that the banks actually did fail. Ask any shareholder of these banks. What's that? Oh, okay. Yeah. No, they should have taken losses also if the capital had gone negative. But normally the capital didn't go negative in most of the banks. And in fact, there was some serious scandals about the Fed transferring banks or the FDIC that, below book value, right, and below actual market value of the capital. So I'm not sure that senior debtors got bailed out when the capital was negative. There was always some capital left, but if there was, I'm against it. I don't like what's going on, by the way.
go on.
Okay, gold standard, just quickly. I said before, it's the money as an investment vehicle or the money as a tool for the economy. The reason the gold standards failed and people went off, it wasn't because they were working so well and everything was so great. It was because there were disasters going on in the countries. And in every country that goes into a war immediately suspends the gold standard. And why would you do that if it was so good for the economy? Because it's not. When you need the economy to go, you abandon gold and you just press on the economy. And then you lose the money's function as an investment vehicle. Well, it's a legitimate political choice whether you want the money to be an investment vehicle and be on a gold standard or just have optimum output and employment.
Let's go to the question.
So, yep.
So we're going to have time at the end for you guys to wrap up. So,
this question is for Professor Murphy. I think that one of the strongest assets of the Austrian school is capital theory. And von Bauberg actually was the first one to kind of elaborate on that idea of the capital structure, that everything begins from, first when you mine the ore of, for example, when you create for example, a computer, you mine the ore of the computer, and then you create the computer chip, and then people assemble the computer like Dell Computers does, and then you have a consumption good. But for every person, a consumption good is something else, subjective value theory. So, for example, at one point, somebody might think of a good as a consumption good, another person as a capital good. Could you explain, in simple terms for people who don't understand, how when new money is created and how it destroys the capital structure, and only wealth is created when an innovative idea, entrepreneurial ideas is...
Hold on, okay. True. I didn't notice that. Okay, so new money. Rex capital structure.
Introduced into the system, not when new money is injected into the economy.
Sure. So I think what he's getting at is the Austrians do stress the real capital structure and the importance of relative prices and the prime importance of the interest rate doing its job more than other schools of thought typically do. Look, we have a certain amount of resources, and they can be channeled into relatively short-term things like fancy restaurant meals, building movie theaters, building sports cars for people, or those same resources could get channeled into things that will not produce any tangible enjoyments for a long time. So they could get channeled into making research laboratories, drill presses, other sorts of 18-wheelers instead of making Ferraris. And so one of the and those are real resource trade-offs. That's not an arbitrary thing. And so the point is, when you inject money into the financial sector and that lowers interest rates, one of the effects, besides boosting aggregate demand or whatever aggregate thing you're going to look at, is it steers resources into more long-term things which might deviate from what people's preferences are. And that's where this unsustainable boom comes from. The economy really does hit a physical wall at some point, is it steers resources into more long-term things.
So
When you
saying
inject money into the financial sector and that lowers interest rates, one of the effects besides, boosting aggregate demand or whatever aggregate thing you're going to look
injecting money into sorry.
at
You
is
said
about resource
financials.
trade-offs. That's not an arbitrary thing. And so instead of making Ferrari, laboratories into the financial sector and that lowers interest rates,
But he said it.
one of the effects besides, boosting aggregate demand or whatever aggregate thing you're going to look at is it steers resources into more long-term things which might deviate from what people's preferences are. And that's where this unsustainable boom comes from. The economy really does hit a physical wall at some point, and you just can't keep.
I understand the point of like malinvestments, but or misallocations, right? But I don't I think it's a bad way at it, like steering resources into more long-term investment. I guess if that's out of line with the preferences that people have at the time, I guess that makes sense, but I don't know, it doesn't seem bad in and of itself.
Keep pumping in more money to keep it going.
Do we have more questions from the audience?
Can I address that quickly?
Sure.
Okay, so I certainly agree with the crux of that, but let's look at the other thing. And Austrians, of course, will tell you all about monopoly and how it restricts supply. So the way to look at it is the government is the money monopolist. And if it's not spending enough to cover the tax bill and the savings desire, okay, then it either needs to, I would say it either needs to cut taxes or increase spending, depending on your politics. Personally, my proposals now are for a tax cut, but that's not that there aren't appropriate spending things. But the thing is, if the government isn't spending enough, or if taxes are too high to allow for a given amount of government spending, if taxes are too high to not allow for the savings, which nominal savings, not real savings, nominal savings, which are required, all the unspent income that goes in pension funds and everything else, then the result is excess capacity, which we see as unemployment. Now, here's the analogy. You've got a runner who's a really good, strong runner. That's the economy. But the government's put this plastic bag over his head. Okay, and he's done it by not allowing, he's cut his air supply off. He's not giving him enough air to breathe and to, I guess you don't save air. Okay, he's cut him off. And so everybody says, and so when you remove the bag, okay, you're not adding stimulus, you're removing drag. The drag on the economy that's creating the high unemployment is the drag of fiscal policy that's too tight. So all these things that are named stimulus and give it a bad name, they're actually removing drag. And it's a question of whether you removed enough drag. So I fully agree that this runner, you can't get something for nothing. You can't pump money in and suddenly, the peaches grow on the trees or whatever happens. It just can't happen. That's not how you do it. And adequate, and the correct signals for the right capital expenditures are critical. Now, in a private sector, those signals come from sales prospects, and your ability to sell somebody on a business plan that someday is going to sell that product at a profit. Capital is driven by profits, which is driven by sales, and that's what's out there. Monopolists restricting supply puts a plastic bag over all that, and that's what's going on right now.
You can just bring the mic right over there. Yeah, that's great.
My name is Yakov. I used to teach here, but now I work in finance. So I have a question as far as this restricting the supply of money. Now, let's suppose we have a floating currency. Let's suppose the sum of this currency in the economy is a million units, right? The amount of money in the system is kind of irrelevant. We can add 10 zeros to it and have a trillion, or a billion, and then we can add 3 more zeros and have a trillion. So the only thing important in an economy is the distribution of the money within the players in the economy. And so if what you're saying is true, is that there's not enough money, well, then we can say, well, tomorrow the government can just announce that we're going to add zeros to all the bills. And now we have a ton more money. But if we nominate everything in the economy, nothing changes. So what you're really saying when you're saying that you want to expand the amount of money in the economy is that you want to change the distribution of the money in the economy, and you want to distort past contracts. So meaning, in the past, let's say, imagine if all our bills got an extra zero, but all of our contracts stayed fixed. That would be a huge distortion within the economy.
Warren?
Right. So how do you explain the fact that you're changing the distribution of the money versus changing the amount of money?
How to explain this? So look, when I tell you guys you need one of these or else you can't get out the door, right? And there's 25 people in this room. There's 5,000 people. No, there's 25 people in this room. And I say I'm only going to spend 24. Okay, I'm now restricting these things that you need to get out the room. This room is now in default. Somebody's not going to get one. Okay, when I first announced that there's a tax, you're all unemployed until I tell you how you can get the cards, the money, to be able to get out. And to the extent that some of you are going to want 2 or 3, it's going to be more than, the demand is going to be more than 25. The demand is going to be exactly enough to cover your need to pay the tax, plus however many you want to save and take home and give to the kids or keep them in case somebody else pulls this in some other classroom, whatever reason you want to save. There's a law that says their pre-tax money can go into your pension fund, whatever. Okay, so there's going to be a demand to pay taxes and to save and accumulate these cards. If I don't allow this room to somehow get enough to cover the tax bill and the amount you want to save, the result is a restriction of supply by me, the monopolist, and somebody standing here saying, please let me earn another card doing something, which is we call unemployment. There is no unemployment as we define it in a non-monetary society. It's always the demand, somebody looking for paid work in that currency. If there's 10 million people unemployed, I've got 10 million jobs in St. Croix where I live, in the Virgin Islands, as long as they're able to work for no pay, right? It's about paid work. That's what unemployment's all about. And it's monopolist restricting supply. And the Austrians will agree that excess capacity is always the result of a monopolist restricting supply. Without it, markets clear, you don't get that. So why, once you recognize the currency as a monopoly, even if you don't like the idea that the currency is a monopoly, it is right now, the next logical step is that, okay, now that I understand the currency is a monopoly, that the monopolist is restricting supply, the monopolist is setting the own rate, monopoly is easy. When you learn economics, monopoly takes about 15 minutes, and then you move on to oligopoly. And when you get that full competition, you got asymptotes and all that complicated stuff, it takes the rest of your life. The good news is, it's the easy one. It's the monopoly. Monopolist is price setter, not price taker. Okay?
Let's we've got let's take one up front here. Just where you're going. That's fine.
So this question is for Mr. Mosler. If you believe that we have a monopolist restricting the money supply,
Yeah.
wouldn't, and you're saying that we're restricting it by putting plastic bag on the head of a runner, wouldn't falling prices also provide that, to use a different example, the lubricant you require, which a non-monopoly on money would provide?
Okay, no. The answer is when there's a monopolist restricting supply, the markets won't clear. So if I say there's 25 of you and I'm only going to let you earn 20 cards, the price of the card starts going up. The value, and you get your deflation, whatever you want to call it, the value of the money going up, right? And so people are willing to work more and more hours for the cards, and the market will never clear. There will never be enough to cover the tax. It's just that the system's in default.
Right there.
And that's true with any monopoly.
Hi, I'm Stephen Weiss, and my question is for Professor Murphy, and it's, who is your bad guy and why is he the bad guy? Because if I were to review your various points, you say inflation is the bad guy, or that the business cycle as it's been under fiat currency is the bad guy, or that delaying pain under Greenspan is the bad guy. And in all of those cases, moderate inflation, a business cycle that's normalized relative to what was under the gold standard, or delaying the severe cuts that could come with any recession. Those are overall outcomes that favor people who have fewer assets rather than those that have more. And to the degree that you're saying that your economic outlook or your monetary outlook doesn't specifically support a given political ideology, I'm wondering in what way an Austrian economics policy can support the kind of liberal democracy that we have in the United States while being internally consistent.
Okay, let me just push back a little bit on what you just said. If my diagnosis of what causes the business cycle is correct, then that means there are millions of young people right now, especially out of work, who basically their whole livelihood, their career prospects have been destroyed because of favors given to politically connected rich people. So, it sounds like you're saying I'm the guy, the heartless guy who's not in favor of the poor, but assuming my economic analysis is correct and they followed my policy prescriptions.
Well, if I'm right, I'm not. I understand his point, but come on, man. Oh, fucking hell.
We would avoid these massive boom bust cycles, and you wouldn't have millions of people out of work.
Well, we know that deflation cycles were far more common and severe under a gold standard than they have been since the fiat currency.
I don't think, it depends what you mean by severe, but certainly the Great Depression, the U.S. went off the gold standard. What we have right now, people are saying is the second worst thing in modern economic history. This clearly is not the fault of the laissez-faire gold standard.
We've got to move on to a couple more questions because they're all the way over here. He's had his hand up for a long time. Then we'll come up to you. And then I have a couple that I got from the internet and Twitter while this is going on, and then we should wrap up.
I would normally speak with a loud voice, but I'm totally hoarse. Part of what strikes me is that you guys are actually arguing from two totally different standpoints, right? So I actually am an FX and rates trader, and I would agree with Mr. Mosler that what he is actually describing is the current rules, and they govern the behavior of interest rates, they govern the interaction of FX, and they largely explain most of the commodity price movements that we see. And so it's more a statement of fact of this is where we are today. And Professor Murphy, on the other hand, is describing the likely outcome of an unrestrained fiat currency.
Yeah.
Hayek would have...
I'm not that surprised. He probably hasn't thought about that before.
referred to as the unintended consequences. And so, Mr. Mosler, when you talk about your proposals, you're ultimately saying, look, we should not feel that the government is bound by the possibility of default that would prohibit us from pursuing these, what strike me as reasonable policies. But ultimately, that's your individual perception. And so part of the question I ask is, one, understand that you guys are coming from two totally different perspectives, one stating where it is and the other is stating the likely outcome. But the second is, Mr. Mosler, if you were to think about the likely outcome of behaviors under your system or the system as it exists today, would you come to a similar conclusion ultimately as Mr. Murphy?
Okay, so let me say two things. Number one, either you believe in representative government or you don't, right? and either you believe that that runs best with an informed electorate. So if there is no default risk, if we can't be the next Greece, do you think that the electorate does a better job knowing that or not knowing that? That's kind of what you're saying.
Well just to be...
And then what do I think is going to happen?
Yeah, so just to be clear, I mean, we can end up as Greece, right? Ultimately, Greece made an uninformed decision in terms of its fiat prospects, but its population recognized that its government had proven incapable of managing their currency to enhance their standard of living, and as a result chose to join an economic union in which they gave up their sovereign rights.
Yeah, or you could say it was never popular to begin with, or you could say it was done under the misconception of what it would mean, because it's kind of like intuitive. It would be nice to have just one currency so we don't have to change.
You look like the main character from Diary of a Wimpy Kid. I'm so glad you came in here just to say that, man. Thanks, I guess. You mean Greg, right? The main character. That guy's hot now. The actor who played Greg. Are you drinking energy drinks this late? Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! No. The guy who played Greg is like hot now. Look, this guy. Look at him. I think he's ripped too. Yeah, see, look how awesome he looks. Maybe, I mean, he's not like super ripped or anything, but listen. I'd be a little bit of a caffeine addict, but it's fine.
Change our money every time we travel around, not knowing exactly what that means. So, okay, I'll take that. But so if you look at the inflation risk, which is what people are looking at, right? If people understood there was no default risk for a currency issuer, would they then have support representatives who just supported more and more nominal spending and drove up prices? I think right now the answer is no, because I think people dislike.
People are horrified of inflation,
unemployment, and right now the Fed is talking about tapering and fighting, worrying about future inflation when we have unemployment that's way above where it's ever been, even during previous recessions, and nobody's up there marching in the streets against the Fed for taking this position. So I think the evidence in the United States, at least, is that people might err on the side of higher unemployment and lower inflation, even knowing that there was no solvency issue.
Can you pass the mic forward?
But that's just my observation of where the political debate is now. It all is, right? And so it's pretty hard to get any data points when the whole thing is just diabolically uninformed.
My question has to do with the predictive power of the schools of thought. I'm not familiar with your school of thought, to be perfectly honest. I'm not a trained economist. Back in like 05, 06, the Austrians were sort of raising red flags. Something's wrong here. Resources are being misallocated. This is going to end badly. And they, their book's been written, and I'm sure everyone's read those books. What were you saying with respect to your school of thought back in, the mid-2000s, how we were going? Did you see this coming? Were you raising red flags?
Okay, so the answer there is yes and no. In 2006, I
think Timothy Chalamet's hot. I'm straight, but yeah.
That the budget deficit had gotten too small. It was down to 1% of GDP. It was no longer sufficiently large to support the credit structure. And we were going to see GDP flattening, going the other way, until probably through the automatic stabilizers, the budget deficit would get high enough, would go back up to 5 or 6%. I did not see the subprime collapse per se, and let me tell you why. In the second quarter of '08, in '08 we had a flattening economy, we had zero growth, and Congress did a $170 billion stimulus program, taking the bag off the runner. They were just removing drag, right? And it worked. GDP was up to 2.5% that quarter, and I was there with my partner, Kareem Boston. He's a really good economist. And Kareem says, yeah, I'm worried about the next quarter. And I said, well, yeah, except they just did it, and it worked. They'll just do another one. I said, that's all they ever do is move from one stimulus program to another.
True.
And sure enough, things went bad the next quarter. And
Can't really straight.
Was there. I'm not so sure. And he was right.
I can be straight and say another, like, I don't find him attractive, but like whether or not he is hot, it's like more of a question of like, do people like find him, like, obviously I can make judgments on whether or not like someone is attractive without like actually being attracted to them. Like, I can make a judgment and say, obviously this guy is like attractive more than if I search ugliest person in the world. Than this guy.
They did nothing. They just watched the whole thing collapse like we've never seen before, and nothing happened until the Obama fiscal adjustment came in. It was like almost a year later. It was March, wasn't it, of '09 before that finally hit. And they let the automatic stabilizers do the whole ugly thing all the way down. And I've just never seen anything like that. It didn't have to happen. In August '08, I was proposing a payroll tax holiday then, and named it the payroll tax holiday and started promoting it. If they'd done that, it wouldn't have happened. And then all the people who'd forecast it was going to happen would have been wrong. So the problem with the forecasting is you're forecasting policy responses.
Let's go over here
rather than inevitable events.
We've got a couple questions there. Then that'll be it. We'll just go down the line, down to you guys. If you could keep them short, that would be great.
Yeah, hi. My name is Thompson Clark. I'm an equity analyst in New York. I guess my question to Bob really is if you could kind of clarify the Austrian position. Do we support, or does the Austrian school support a gold standard as the other side seems to advocate? And secondly,
well, he doesn't support a monopoly of money at all. So.
Actually, we can just. Oh yeah, my second point was going back to the claim that without a Federal Reserve setting interest rate policies, there would be no interest rate, as in there would be no, decision of people to save versus spend, like Mr. Mosler advocated. I think that you said there wouldn't be an interest rate.
The risk-free rate would be zero.
Okay, it would be zero if there was no central bank.
Remember right after 9/11, it went to zero for a while?
Yeah, well, yeah.
That was just the government backing off.
I mean, never mind that history shows that the interest rate for thousands of years is right around 3%. I mean, I'm just, speculating, but anyway. So back to gold standard.
Okay, sure. Good question. So you're right. There is a distinction to be made between saying most Austrians, I think, what they would actually say with regard to money is the government shouldn't be involved in it. Just like with cars, it's not that the Austrians we favor a four-wheel policy. That for most automobiles, we think the government should. Really, what they mean is get the government out of the business. Now, if the government were running around enforcing a cartel of car makers that made vehicles with three wheels, then, as a loose figure of speech, the Austrians are like, that's stupid, they should have four. But really what they mean is we think that with consumer preferences, blah, 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 if you let the market decide, they would be four wheels. So by the same token, Austrians don't want the government picking what the money is and supporting, no taxes. Right.
Can we pass the...
So I think... There would be, the market would go naturally towards gold as being the market's choice of money if the government didn't get involved in that market and pick and choose. Historically, where the gold standard came from, though, was because people were using precious metals, and so the government, to get people to use their currencies.
Do you know how wild your position has to be in order to sound more crazy than a MMT? Like, MMT sounds pretty crazy to most people, and but then you talk about this, and man...
pledged to redeem them in that, and many, it's true, Ludwig von Mises and other classical liberals liked that system because it was a constraint on inflation from the government's perspective. Just, it was a check on government abuse, the fact that, no, they have to redeem their money for a fixed weight of gold, just like they can't just lock somebody up without charging with a crime. That was the way Mises thought of it. He looked at the gold standard as like part of the Bill of Rights, the same class of thing that it was a limit on what the government could do to you. You knew they couldn't wreck your currency if they had to maintain that convertibility into gold.
Let's go to the MMT hat.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if there's government spending. If there's no taxing, are they spending? I mean, how's this working?
Real quick. So again, we're getting into Austrian economics versus what political views do most Austrians have, and so many modern Austrian economists or people who like that school of thought do think that everything should be done in the voluntary private sector, and they think that a lot of the alleged horrors of what would happen if we
let Jesus inside of you.
Police and militaries actually would be, well, there'd be fewer.
Not in a gay way.
beatings of people and so forth, and that free people can voluntarily solve a lot of those problems. And yeah, there'd be crazy things happening, but it might not be as crazy as World War, which is what happens when governments provide those services. But that's not all. Some Austrians are classical liberal night watchman state, that sort of thing.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions to Dr. Murphy. First of all, my name is Raju Markov. I maintain MMT blog in Bulgarian language for Bulgarian readers. And first of all, I would like to say that I agree with you, sir, that
I shall return. Okay, thanks.
Government which doesn't
shit.
understand modern monetary system is very dangerous for everybody, for us. That's why I'm very scared now that at the moment there is even no one person in Congress or in our government, including our president, who understands it. Or if somebody understands, they at least don't show
Neither
it.
is he
which
likes
is
me at the bottom.
hypocrisy,
True.
which
Is
is
that
even
in the
worse.
Bible? I haven't read the Bible in a while. Is that canonical? Oh shit! Oh my god, the fucking wither skeletons, dude. Are you kidding me?
I think. So my question is, I'm sorry.
Also, this guy's funny because we could very clearly tell he was Bulgarian before he ever said it. 100, true. I've actually not let Jesus inside of me in any way. Yeah.
To Dr. Murphy, do you think that economy should work for the people or people should work for the economy? That's my first question.
Can we, just because we're running short on time?
I know. Just one more and that's it.
Very quick.
And Dr. Murphy, do you admit that in floating exchange rate regime, the Fed sets the interest rates and not the market?
Okay, as far as the first question, I mean, I don't really know what it means to say would people work for an abstraction like the economy. Certainly, I think that the point of working is to make voluntary mutual beneficial exchanges and people earn an income that way. And you want an institutional system where you don't have mass unemployment. So I think that's what everybody in this discussion wants, and we're just disagreeing on how you'd get that. As far as does the Fed set interest rates? Within reason they do, but ultimately the ultimate check is if people don't want to hold that currency. So yeah, the Fed could promise to keep interest rates low, but if people after a while, if they had to keep pumping in money and everyone just abandoned the dollar, that would be the ultimate constraint.
Next question. There. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Danny Panzer, just a casual follower of heterodox economists. Dr. Murphy, sorry to keep piling on, but I've got questions for you as well. I think Warren, and you can correct me if I'm mischaracterizing your views, I think Warren came out pretty strongly that he feels QE wasn't effective primarily because of the interest income channel, and that because the federal government is a net payer of interest, that when you lower rates, you remove money from the private sector. Do you agree with this view? And if not, what channel specifically do you think boosts aggregate demand when actions like QE are undertaken?
Well, again, and this is what I started to say in response when he brought that up.
He doesn't want to boost
I certainly am not
demand.
sitting here defending quantitative easing and saying the standard, neo-Keynesian or neoclassical textbooks about the proper Fed policy are the right way to look at things. So I agree that what Bernanke has been doing, what the ECB has been doing is silly and counterproductive. It's just I think we're disagreeing about why. As an Austrian, we don't think in terms of what do you do to juice aggregate demand. For us, it's more about relative prices. So to me, the problem is not right now, oh man, we need more spending. The problem is, for some reason, employers do not find it worthwhile
People will say QE is going to cause hyperinflation. Yeah. Yeah, they're interested.
So one way to say it is why are nominal wage rates higher than what the employers think the marginal productivity would be? And so it's an issue of relative prices, and that issue, it's not, what do we do to get people to spend more?
This came up. I'm going to ask a couple quick questions that came up on Twitter while we were talking. One is, what policymakers are closest to each of your points of view, if any? Warren, are there any elected officials, or who do you think understands your point of view and is an advocate for it in the government?
I can't think of anybody. I'd be open. If somebody else knows of any, please let me know.
The only obvious one I would say, and he just retired, is Ron Paul. Obviously, was very well versed in Austrian economics.
I knew he was going to say that. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm laughing.
And,
There was only one
my
answer to
joke
that
is
question.
He was an OBGYN, and he really, he's not bluffing. He knows a lot more about economics than I know about delivering babies.
Another question that came in is, Warren, you said that we shouldn't depend on the liability side of banks as to regulate what kind of risk they take, but instead we should regulate the capital side through supervision.
And the asset side.
Right, and the
We
asset
do,
side.
we do.
Right, and we've undertaken to do that. So the question is, from whence comes your confidence that we can do a good job of supervising the asset side of banks, especially given the near collapse of the financial system we just experienced?
Well, for one thing,
Well, we're the only one to do it,
you can't
right?
allow anything. You can't allow a bank to do anything that you can't regulate. So my proposal is severely narrow banking, even way beyond Glass-Steagall, to things that we actually can regulate, and then the rest can be out in the private sector. But we're talking about the public purpose of a payment system where people have a depositories where they can pay their bills and write checks and not have to worry about it. It's an extension of the government's provisioning itself with taxation and being able to have a payment system in U.S. dollars, for example, and for that, you need insured deposits and you guarantee the liability side. On the asset side, you don't necessarily have to let banks lend anything. And so you've got to be very careful with it. You've got to make sure that this lending is serving public purpose, that somehow home lending by banks is serving public purpose, or you just don't do it. You certainly don't let them take financial assets as collateral and have interbank markets and all these other things.
So you would advocate for a much narrower set of transactions that the banks are engaged in?
I got my first banking job in 1973. In 1972, with 200 million people, we had 2.6 million housing starts, okay? And it was all done by a bunch of dumb S&Ls, of which I worked for one of them. And I got paid $140 a week, and we played golf at 4 o'clock every day. And all we did was have savings deposits and made mortgages. Okay, we took in savings at 5, and we made mortgages at 8. 2.6 million housing starts for 200 million people. A few years ago, with the financial sector taking 30% of the S&P earnings, right? Is that what it was? Okay, 2 million housing starts with 300 million people was an unsustainable bubble. Right? Clearly, the financial sector is entirely parasitic, and we just let it get way out of hand.
True.
It did more with less back then for obvious reasons.
Bob, what's your position on bank regulation? And should banks be set free from regulation, or should they be restrained?
I wonder.
I'm going to take I think probably the opposite approach of what he just said, or even earlier remarks as well. So again, going back to what I said, what we have now is a terrible combination where through FDIC
Yeah, hold on.
and
I
other
need to write.
more
should
implicit
probably I should write that down. Fuck. But I'm busy playing Minecraft. Look at all these diamonds, bro. Hold on, I gotta remember. I've gotta be a good streamer. I gotta justify being in a politics category.
Right? Clearly, the financial sector is entirely parasitic, and we just let it get way out of hand. And it did more with less back.
Okay.
In 1972, with 200 million people, you certainly don't let them take financial assets as collateral and have interbank markets and all these other things.
So you would advocate for a much narrower set of transactions that the banks are engaged in?
I got my first banking job in 1973. In 1972, with 200 million people, we had 2.6 million.
Oh, okay. 1972 with 200 million people.
Housing starts. Okay, and it was all 22. With 200 million people, we had 2.6 million housing starts.
Housing stops, did he say? .6, right?
Okay, in 1972, with 200 million people, we had 2.6 million housing starts. Okay, and it was all done by a bunch of dumb S&Ls.
Housing starts.
Of which I worked
Thanks.
for one of them. And we got housing starts. Okay, and it was all done by a bunch of dumb S&Ls, of which I worked for one of them. And I got paid $140 a week, and we played golf at 4 o'clock every day. And all we did was have savings deposits and made mortgages. Okay, we took in savings at 5, and we made mortgages at 8. 2.6 million housing starts for 200 million people. A few years ago, with the financial sector taking 30% of the S&P earnings, right? Is that what it was?
So a few years, so I'll just say, I don't know, in the 2010s. The financial sector taking,
okay,
what do you say, 30% of the earnings?
Financial sector taking 30% of the S&P earnings, right? Is that what it was? Okay, 2 million housing starts with 300 million people was an unsustainable bubble. Right?
There were 2 million housing starts for 300 million people.
Clearly, the financial sector is entirely parasitic, and we just let it get way out of hand. And it did more with
Entirely
the lights back then
parasitic.
for obvious reasons.
Bob, what's your position on bank regulation? And should banks be set free from regulation, or should they be restrained?
I'm going to take I think probably the opposite approach of what he just said, or even earlier remarks as well. So again, going back to what I said, what we have now is a terrible combination where through FDIC and other more implicit mechanisms, bankers on commercial investment side are led to believe that they can invest in all sorts of things, and customers, certainly when you put your money in a checking account, you look at things like, where are their branch hours, how many ATMs do they have. You don't go and look at their balance sheet, or you don't look at their policies, and that's bad. You don't want people to be indifferent about what the banks do with the funds you entrust to them. And and Warren's comment that he wants to have a narrow banking sector and then have the rest of the activities out in the private sector. To me, no, banking, you don't want the government to be the financial intermediary. I mean, there's a legitimate function that banking serves about channeling savings into the proper investments, and that's not a proper role of the government.
Well, wait, and this is actually a great point to.
But I would leave that for private banking.
Well, I think this is a great point to move on to our conclusory remarks. Warren, you can go first. What have you learned tonight?
So, when Bob was talking about there's a problem with relative prices, he's talking about market clearing. There's some wage where you will get full employment, which is true in the absence of monopoly. I think I'll be the first to agree that with labor unions, that's not going to happen. You're going to get excess capacity, and the same thing is true when the currency is a public monopoly, or a monopoly, happens to be a public monopoly, where when the monopolist restricts supply, you get excess capacity. You don't have market clearing, and that's what we're seeing today. And it doesn't matter if wages drop. You're still not going to get market clearing. You're just going to get lower wages, less spending. You've got the problem of, I'm taxing you guys 25 cards, and I'm only letting you earn 20. And you're going to have this downward spiral, and it's in default, and it can't work because it's a monopoly. Okay, and I can't emphasize that enough. And the Austrians agree that monopoly is the problem with markets, and they all the models assume competitive markets. And so all I'm asking is if they pick up the idea that the currency itself is a monopoly, apply that to their models, I think they'll get the same answers I do on all these things. Now, in terms of banking, what he just said, I actually agree. I'm narrowing banking so that people who just want to use the payment systems have public banks, government banks, public banks for public infrastructure where you can just write checks and do things. Private depositories can attract your deposits. You can read their balance statements. They can go out and make loans and do whatever they want. That's fine. Okay, and what I'm going to talk about here is the idea that a
private
payment
depositories.
system have public banks, government banks, public banks for public infrastructure where you can just write checks and do things. Private depositories can attract your deposits. You can read their balance statements. They can go out and make loans and do whatever they want. That's fine. Okay, and what I'm going to talk about here is the idea that a financial crisis like we had in 2008 would not have even been noticed, like the crash of '87, if it hadn't spilled over into the real economy and caused unemployment and all the rest. And it doesn't have to be that way. Okay, and the reason you get these booms and busts, I think, is something I started to talk about, which is that the private sector is pro-cyclical. They tend to move. They tend to make the upswings. They accelerate things in the upswings, and the private sector pulls back and makes the downswings worse. Okay, and so that's just the nature of the private sector. And only the government sector can be there counter-cyclically. And it doesn't have to be there with more interference. It doesn't have to be there with any of these other things that people don't like about government. In terms of, I want to get in a word about inflation. And just to give the principle first, when you've got a monopolist is price setter, not price taker. This means the price level is necessarily a function of prices paid by government when it spends and or collateral demanded when it lends. And closing remarks, I can't go into detail on that, but it's like these cards. If I tell you you got to work an hour for one of them, they might exchange between you for $30 each. If I tell you you got to work 2 hours to get them, they might be $60 each. Okay? I'm the price setter. They're my cards. You need my cards to get out of your room. We need the government's money to pay the tax. The government decides the terms of exchange, whether it knows it or not. It doesn't know it, and so it tries to do all this market nonsense, but it doesn't know it. Okay, so let's see. Wrapping it all up, let's look at central banks and inflation. Okay, for 20 years, the Bank of Japan has been trying as hard as it can to create inflation and failed. Okay, that's a central bank with every tool available. Now you can say it's an exception and everything else, fine. The Fed has been trying as hard as it can for 5 years to create inflation. $85 billion a month in QE, and the numbers just came out Friday and today. It's failed, even in this last thing. Okay, maybe it's not that easy for a central bank to create inflation. Okay, everybody's acting like we're on this edge, and if one false move out of Bernanke or Bank of Japan or the European, and it's going to be hyperinflation. These guys are throwing everything they can possibly think of, trying to create it and failing. Okay, there's more to it here. It's not that simple. And if you look at all the inflation cases, the actual ones, it's there are always extenuating circumstances that involved. Let me just say I want to thank everybody for this forum and for attending, and everybody out there listening.
Oh, wait, it's not quite done yet because the other guy's got to go.
I'll turn it over to Dr. Murphy.
4 minutes.
Yes, you get the penultimate word here.
Sure. Well, again, thanks to everyone for showing up and listening to this. Let me, if you take nothing else away from this, from my remarks, let me push back a little bit because it's certainly a trump card that the fans of MMT play a lot, and they say, look, this is not the system we want there to be. We're just saying this is the way the world is, deal with it. But that's not correct, and that's why my first question when I asked Warren, I read to him from his book, on page 21, when he said, okay, yeah, right now there are self-imposed constraints, right? There are debt ceiling rules, Treasury overdraft rules, right? So since 1981, it's technically not true, right? The government has budgets. Since 1981, it is not true that the Treasury can just run it whatever check it wants and the Fed has to clear it. That's not been the case since 81. And the Fed right now is not legally allowed to just directly buy Treasury debt issued at auction. They have to go to the secondary market, okay? So strictly speaking, right now, the government cannot do the sorts of things he's recommending, all right? He's saying there needs to be policy changes to do what I want. I mean, clearly, just think of it this way, clearly the world right now is not in accordance with what he wants, because otherwise, we'd have like millions of people. That's not what he wants. So he's recommending policy changes to do these things. So it's not actually the case that he's just describing the way the world is, and then I'm over here saying, oh, but I wish the government would do such and such. No, we're both saying we wish the government...
Well, I understand the point he's making here, but like the point is those constraints are like artificial, right? They don't actually have to be there. Like, yeah.
Government should change what it's doing, and we have a difference of opinion about what that should be. So I think it's a false way of framing our respective positions to make it sound like he's objectively describing what is, and that I'm just pining for what I wish according to my strange value system. We're both describing things. So now, having said that, again, let me remind you, I brought up some analogies. Some of you liked them. Some people on the side of the room did not like them, okay? That we're saying, look, if any other entity did the sorts of things and then tried to justify them or just explain what they were doing the way in his writings he talks about what the government's doing, whether it's the household worrying about their financing, whether it's a CEO who's not contributing to the pension plan, if they defended what they were doing with the way that Professor Moser is talking about the government with respect to its budget, with respect to Social Security and so forth, clearly that would be fraudulent. He said that guy should get the electric chair. I mean, he was possibly exaggerating to make the point, but in the fundamental way that he came back and said there's a distinction here that you're not getting, Murphy, is that it's like there's a scorekeeper, and obviously there's a distinction between the people playing the game versus the referee setting up the game. But then that just begs the question, why are we playing this game in the first place? Why is that guy the scorekeeper? According to his own analogy, it's because they have guns and are pointing at us and saying, you're going to play this game. The reason my business card is going to work is because you're going to get shot otherwise, all right? So since neither of us is describing the way the world literally is right this second, we're both explaining tweaks we want to make in this system, it seems to me that's kind of a big deal. That by his own admission, this system that we're currently in and he wants to tweak a little bit is one where it all rests on the fact that there's these guys with guns who set it up a certain way. Last point is he's saying, look at, one way to think about it is the government has a monopoly on a certain thing, and he's saying, and I agree with that to some respects or not, and so then why don't we get rid of that, right? If the government right now, Soviet Union, if they had a monopoly on agricultural output, yeah, there'd be an economist in there who could, his career would be writing books about proper Soviet planning of government, agricultural targets and so forth, but surely you would think that the right thing to do for the economist would be to focus on let's change this system. So it's an awkward position where it's not even that I disagree so much with any particular thing that's in his writings, and and I think also in terms of what he might think in terms of if we were from scratch to design a system, what's the proper functions for government? We obviously disagree on some areas. We're actually not that far apart. I don't understand why he's focusing on certain things and just conceding, yes, the government's going to have a monopoly on money and so forth, and that's the way it is. And in that respect, go ahead and, why are we worrying about them printing money and shifting the burden from raising taxes, budget constraints to just, running the printing press?
Well, fortunately,
he did better in his conclusion than he did the entire rest of the time. I don't know. I don't think society works unless the government is the monopoly issuer of currency. There's a reason. There's a reason. I don't think any countries. I think most are talking. Yeah, we'll still keep going and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. Is there any government in the world right now where they aren't the Aren't the monopoly issuer a currency? Unless it's like a government that uses another government's currency. Like, I don't.
Just operations.
Sure, go very quickly.
Just quickly, under current institutional arrangements, the government, the U.S. government can run unlimited nominal deficits. It's got the primary dealer set up. The Treasury can sell unlimited amounts of Treasury securities exactly at the interest rate set by the Fed, and we don't need to make those kinds of institutional changes to run any size deficit we want to sustain full employment.
So fortunately, I'll say we don't have a monopoly scorekeeper. Instead, the scorekeeper is everybody who's here. But you guys have done a very good job of keeping the interest rate above zero, so I thank you for that. And I think we are, just wanted to thank everybody who's watching, everybody who came out here. Terrible weather. And for the millions of students who will watch this in history in the future, this historic moment, we thank you as well. So thank you, guys.
You suck at this game. Shut up. Listen, the first time I died was understandable. Won the debate. I mean, Mulser definitely did better for like the majority of it. Yeah, but again, that's just because I'm coming to it with my own preconceived bias. So I think Destiny won. That's true. Okay. Fuck. Oh, I have no clue where I died, man. Destiny debated Mulser. Did he actually? You're trolling, right? It's fun, man. Oh, no,
Today,
what the hell?
we're going to be
2 hours, man. Okay.
moderating a debate between two lovely young gentlemen. They are going to be discussing the viability of modern monetary theory policy. So we are going to, get into that.
You gotta show me this now, because now I have to watch this. Okay. I need to mess with my notion a little bit here. I'll go ahead. You gotta put the energy drinks to use. I mean, valid. Um. There's two. Random articles. Hello, no Jen. Flash, toggle heading 2. Ulcer versus um
As a reminder,
hedge fund manager. I don't like Maybe between the hedge fund ministers, Lefty Love. I don't. Doesn't say his name.
All I do here is basically try to make sure that they're on track in terms of responding to each other's points. I can't imagine there's going to be a lot of like shouting and screaming here. But yeah, Rage Pope will be taking the attacking position. That I believe he thinks that modern monetary theory is not a viable form of either analysis or policy recommendation, and then Mosler will be defending the opposite of that. Okay, both you guys are on screen. I'll give you guys a brief introduction. If you want, you guys can each do like...
Okay, hold on. That's fine. That's fine. I think I already have everything down. So okay.
Minor introduction. You can explain the position you're going to take in the conversation, and we can start with Maso, I guess, since he'll be in the affirmative.
Yeah, I've been invited on to answer questions and discuss modern monetary theory. And
oh, it's Rage Pope.
And then Rage Pope, go.
Hi, I am Rage Pope. I guess I am an economist by education and a financier by profession like Warren, but not nearly as successful yet. So I'm happy to be here.
The older I get, the better I was. Right?
That's how it tends to be, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess, Mosa, do you want to start off by, I guess, just kind of explaining broadly what modern monetary theory is for people listening who might not be familiar?
Okay, so for an entirely non-technical level, modern monetary theory at this point is important for two things. Number one, to understand what I call sequence. Every congressman, every member of parliament up until now, at least, has thought that he has to get money through taxing to be able to spend. And when he can't get through taxing, he has to borrow again to be able to spend. So if he fails to tax, then somehow fails to borrow, he won't be able to spend. And what MMT did, and I picked this up back in the early 1990s, was recognize that, in fact, it's the other way around, that the dollars to pay U.S. taxes come only from the government and its agents. And so they're just not out there until after the government spends them.
Open made your day, it's all about boss, yeah.
First, which before the dollars are there to actually pay the taxes or to buy the bonds. And so the sequence is reversed from general thinking, the way most congressmen. Once you understand the sequence is reversed, that the sequence is spending comes first, providing the dollars that can then be used to pay taxes or buy bonds, suddenly the idea of solvency, crowding out, those types of things become inapplicable, or at least take on very different meanings. But
crowding out could still occur.
Conversation. And so conversations about fiscal policy have to be based on other things, not that the government's going broke or might not be able to make payments or that it's leaving debt to the next generation or like that. It has to be based on different criteria. And that's exactly what's happened in the last year. We've seen the debate shift to whether all this spending will cause inflation or not, and not whether the government checks will bounce. And the other thing that is now...
Hold on, the awesome guy streaming. Hold on. Hold on, chat. Check this guy out just real quick.
How's it going?
This guy's streams are unhinged.
Hello there, sir.
They used to be even more unhinged.
You're not making fun of my name again. It's Vagina Boy. Yes. Yes. What do you need? I'm just here to install the metal detector. Yes, thank you.
I'd find he used to have so many Palestinian flag overlays, dude. And he would play Gmod. And the lore of his Gmod games were awesome. They were like My Little Ponies allying with Minecraft to fight Roblox. It was insane, dude. It was unhinged. He was awesome.
Alright, there we go. No, that would not work.
Critically important is the understanding that raising rates, higher rates, positive rates, actually support, cause, contribute to inflation.
Why does he have the Egyptian flag? They support the blockade. That's true.
Lowering rates tends to be a deflation.
They won't even let refugees in. Although the argument for not letting refugees in is that it'd be ethnic cleansing.
Increase inflation. They've got it backwards, and that's critical because
I might be able to. I could talk to him if I
begin to do better to the point where the Fed gets concerned that maybe
if it would be good content if you guys
get ahead on inflation, so they should start raising rates. It'd be nice to know, once they realize that they have it backwards, then that option will be again inapplicable, and they'll look at other things to do to
that might be anti-inflationary, but not raising rates. So those are the two takeaways that I like to see people get from what MMT has contributed to the public debate.
When I generally think about like the big macroeconomic schools of thoughts, kind of always go back to what I was kind of taught, that economists are basically storytellers, and that's the easiest way for people to kind of understand. So when we go to the modern monetary theory, it offers kind of a fairy tale, which skips over the rougher parts in the middle and then kind of invites the audience to fill in the blanks. The biggest story that MMT tells is this: spend first, and then the money comes back to the government, remitted in the form of taxes. But if we go back to our history of money and where it comes from, well, the first money that we used really came as, gold, rocks out of the ground, right? And that's the one that's kind of stuck around as kind of commodity money. And even here in the United States, we didn't really switch over to full chattel money until 1971, I think, which was the end of the Bretton Woods system. So when your economic system revolves around a government being able to create money at will and use that to fund liabilities, I don't think it really represents reality in terms of how these governments, how our economies have actually formed and functioned, even outside of the money creation process. Kind of additionally, my big issue.
Can I address that first?
Yep, go for it.
Sure. Okay, so I grew up in monetary operations. I was on the desk at Bankers Trust and visited the Fed regularly, and no one in the Fed disagrees. They say it differently. They say you can't do reserve trading without prior Reserve Act. The way today's system works, regardless of how it may have worked at one point in time, I just assume not get into that because it doesn't matter. What we have now is the Fed as a scorekeeper. That they spend by crediting accounts, and taxing is a matter of debiting accounts. And you can't you have to credit an account first before there's a balance there for you to debit. And if you debit the account first, when there isn't a balance, they could do that. Then it goes into overdraft, and an overdraft is a loan from the Fed, booked as a loan, which is a reserve ad by the Fed. It's the government spending first. Lending is a sub class of spending, in that lending is where the lender buys the promissory note of the borrower. So it's spending on financial assets is a subset of spending. So when I say spending, it's a shortcut for spending or lending. But anyway, so yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, but I guess in 1970, when we switched over to the current system that we have, everybody was immediately credited with a large number of balances, right? There are trillions of US dollars in terms of bills circulating around the world and in terms of deposits in other nations' accounts, right? And then the second thing on top of that is we can still continue to spend and transact in mediums that aren't United States dollars and have our economy function in more or less the same way as any other thing like the US dollar, right? The only thing we would need is our tax burden back, which there's plenty of sources for.
Can you summarize MMT for us for those that are curious?
Yeah,
someone in chat asked. I'm just going to explain this real quick. You tell me if I get it wrong. So basically, a lot of people think that in order to pay for like government spending, we need to raise taxes. So like Republicans will complain all the time that like, we need to raise more money if we're going to spend money. We need to raise more money if we spend money. And MMTers essentially say that, well, that process is actually backwards. In order for people to ever pay the government, first the government needs to lend that money out. So as the government spends more and more, taxes will come back more and more. So the process is actually reversed. I think is kind of the distilled form of what MMTers argue.
As I said, my phone was getting hot, so I just put it on some ice.
Oh shoot! Gotcha. Okay. We could just do audio for now. The video might.
Okay.
Camera might.
Good.
Yeah, it's fine. Okay, that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine. Not a big deal.
Okay. Good. Okay, so I missed that answer. That response.
Yeah, so I can go back. So I guess the first thing that I would say is if we're starting over, not from scratch, right? So we're assuming that we have the governmental money, so to speak, in circulation that it is right now, then the Federal Reserve is no longer the sole supplier of US dollars in the world economy, right? So there's trillions of dollars held overseas in fiat and other demand bank accounts. There's contracts negotiated in dollars, if you want to count those in the monetary supply. The person that you can get it from isn't necessarily only the Federal Reserve. And then on top of that, our world economies can function without using their own native currency as the form of exchange, right? You really only need...
So let me just back up a little bit. You have to have dollars in a member bank reserve account to pay taxes. You can't, or you can use actual cash. So there is cash in circulation floating around the world. And but apart from that, the dollars available have to be dollars in member bank reserve accounts. Okay, if you're a non-member bank, then you have to go through your correspondent, and then the correspondent has to have the funds in the reserve account. Now, the correspondent could lend them to you and give you credit for it, the dollars on your books, but they're doing that as agent of the Federal Reserve, as agent of Congress, because they're permitted to do that, Federal Reserve Act and under regulatory guidelines. So again, it's what you're saying is not is functionally correct, but it's because the government wants it that way.
So you're saying the government could no longer accept cash payments and require every transaction to go through dollars? Or...
No, cash is there. That's prior spending by the government.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It requires prior spending. Now, look, we're long, the prior spending has created a very long reserve position in the banking system now. So, I'm not saying the government can't spend in advance, which would be sufficient to pay taxes for the next couple of years or 3 years. That you're correct on that. But what I'm saying is the dollars to pay taxes come from the government and its agents.
Well, yes, but then say the government wanted to ensure that the only way to get money to pay taxes, right? So we would have to take in taxes year over year until we cut down the amount of money outstanding, right? And only then could the government go and spend dollars.
Well, what I'm saying is that the dollars outstanding, which is the public debt, those are the dollars spent by the government that haven't yet used, been used to pay taxes. And that's the net money supply in the economy. And yes, it could take action to reduce that if it wanted to. But I'm not sure. So I think I agree with you that there's a lot of prior spending. There's $28 trillion of prior spending out there that can be used to pay taxes. So I agree with that. I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so then I guess what then creates the overseas demand for U.S. dollars, right?
Okay, so the tax liabilities create a demand for two things, for dollars for two things: one, to pay taxes, and two, to net save. So it's a tax liability that is critical. Tax liabilities come first, not tax payments. So the thing about sequence is the full sequence would be: number one, you have to impose a tax liability. That creates sellers of goods and services who then want those dollars either to pay taxes or to save them. There's only one of two things they can do with them. And, so that creates the sellers and who want dollars in exchange. So that creates goods and services for sale that have price tags on them denominated in dollars. The government can then go buy those. It pays for them. Those dollars get credited to reserve accounts. And then the tax liabilities are satisfied. The taxes are paid. So the sequence is tax liabilities, sellers, spending, and then tax payment.
Okay, so at this point in the cycle, when there's government spending, I assume the government is paying market rate or above market rate to get the goods that it wants. So it can't say, if a car is $10, I'm going to pay $5 for it.
Well, okay, so when there are things for sale denominated in dollars, the government can buy them. It doesn't, at that point in time, it doesn't need to do anything except buy them, because the seller would, at that point in time, would rather have the dollars than the car, right?
Correct, yes, but we're in a fully functional economy at this point, right? We know that a Civic is $30,000 or whatever, so the government says $30,000, I'll buy that Civic.
Right, so now, it can do that. So now, as a point of logic, not as a policy proposal, I don't think I'd propose this necessarily for policy. Let's say the government this year will spend $7 trillion. And then next year it says, look, I'm not going to pay a penny more for anything than I paid this year. And all of a sudden it's faced with higher prices, right? Well, in that case, government spending goes to zero. And now there's all the tax liabilities out there. There's no new government spending. And what I'll say is you're most likely in a massively deflationary situation where market forces will work prices down to where the government, to where they were the same prices as the government paid last year.
Could I ask a clarifying question real quick? Just when you say government spending, are you only, when you say that, you just mean the government crediting accounts, or do you mean the government actually purchasing like goods and services?
Purchasing goods and services and enabling agents to purchase goods and services. So it's going to be giving money out as transfer payments for unemployment compensation, for example.
Okay.
And then those people will be paying. So that you become an agent of the government when they do that. But in terms of all the government employees and all the regular spending, the defense spending, everything else, it just says it's not going to pay a penny more. Now, the fact that its agents, if it continues to make those payments, then instead of spending going from 7 trillion to zero, it might go from 7 trillion to 2 trillion, and the drop will be 5 trillion. It's still going to be a massive deflationary event, and which will force the private sector to sell on the government's terms, or else it can't meet its tax liabilities. And like you said, there's money out there already. It might be able to survive for 6 months or a year as it cashes in pension funds and whatnot, but more likely you've got a total economic collapse, and the transfer payments will go up. It'll just be a total mess. So I'm not saying this as a proposal.
Not that this policy should be done, but that's
just to make the point that the private sector needs the government's money to pay its taxes. And yes, it's already got some prior spending out there. It's already tied up. That's why it wants more. That's why it's still selling things to get funds way beyond the tax liability.
So it seems like the coercive force of the government then is the most important driving factor, right? Because the government has the ability to levy taxes in dollars, it necessarily must force corporations to hand over goods and services in order to pay its taxes, right?
Yeah, well, the economy as a whole. And yes, and that's what taxation is coercive. And once you have coercive taxation, you've got the iron fist in there, and you do not have a market economy. You've got a monopoly that's a dominant monopoly. The currency itself is a monopoly, and it's a coercive, disruptive force, whatever you want to call it.
Can I ask you just a clarifying question on that?
Yeah.
When people say monopoly or coercive, these are usually like pretty kind of like normatively like loaded terms. Like people mean that these are bad things. Is that, do you necessarily mean that here, or are you just kind of like making?
No. What I'm saying, what I'm saying is the government's, why is it there? Why is it doing what it's doing? It's there to, what I call in general terms, provide public infrastructure for public purpose.
Okay,
which is entirely political, right?
Yeah, gotcha.
And so how does the provision itself, with the military, with the legal system, with public health, how does it get real resources out of the private sector into the public sector? How does it extract them? Well, it does it through coercion, through coercive taxation, which forces the private sector to sell things to the government to get its money to pay the tax. And that provisions the government, presumably on some kind of representative basis in the case of the United States. I'm not going to argue that too much right now. But
I don't understand.
And so that's presumably we elect representatives.
Like most of this seems like basically descriptively true, but like I just don't think it matters. I don't know why it matters. How long did they talk about this?
To make sure this is done for public purpose, right?
Sure. Here in the United States, for sure, you can depending on who you talk to, you can get greater or lesser views on it. But we can say that here in the United States, but we can't necessarily say that for other regimes around the world, right?
Absolutely, I agree. Yeah, there are plenty of despotic regimes that do the same thing.
So if we go take a look then at the provision of goods and services that the government, presumably here in the United States, we want to do in the despotic regimes, whatever they think they should do, how do we start making those decisions then about what needs to necessarily be a public good versus a private good? And how do we measure that the taxes that we create are good for this, right?
Yeah, so, it's got nothing to do with the money or the funding. So Congress has to decide how many people they want in the military, for example. But if they take everybody, then there's nobody left to grow the food or build the cars, and we all die. So they can't take everybody. If they don't take enough, we're going to lose the war, or whatever that means. And so they have to make that decision of, how many resources they want to shift from private to public domain. Now, if the resources they're shifting happen to be designed to increase the productivity of the private sector, so that it's actually ahead, even though it's given up some resources, we call that investment. That can be done also. So the example I use is the Panama Canal. The government building the Panama Canal added dramatically to productivity to everybody's benefit. So even though there were fewer people in the public sector the private sector, those that went into the public sector to build the Panama Canal did a service to the rest of the private sector that was far in excess of the cost of them not being there anymore. Now, if the same government decides to blow up the Panama Canal, then you get the opposite effect, where government has done the opposite. It's a negative productivity story rather than a positive productivity story, right? So yeah, that's where the critical decisions. Now, do you have time for a quick anecdote?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Okay, so it was like 1999, and I was talking to somebody from the Pentagon. He said, we really need to build up the military. I said, okay, well, that's good, but I say you should have done that, 8 or 10 years ago during a recession, back when we had extra labor that was unemployed, we had excess capacity in steel and all this stuff. I said, you do it today, we've got 3.5% unemployment, we've got very high capacity utilization, you're going to be extracting resources from, I said, you can do it, but you're going to be taking resources from a productive private sector. He goes, well, yeah, but back then we couldn't do it because we had a deficit. Today we have a surplus, so we can afford to do it. Okay, so that little anecdote tells you everything that's wrong with public policy, right?
So it seems in order for MMT to be viable that you necessarily must have a benevolent public sector, right? This is something that we can really only see in developed nations.
No, I don't. Not for MMT to be viable. But MMT is just a description. It's a lens. It's a looking at the sequence properly is not prescriptive, right? So once you see the sequence properly, then you'll build up the military during times of unemployment, rather than times of prosperity, right? If you have the option. So, but you realize that it's not about the budget; it's about what's going on in the real resources. If we want to do a Green New Deal and we want to build, solar energy, we have to say, all right, how many people are going to need? We're going to displace them from what they're doing now. We have a lot of unemployment right now, so that's okay.
So it seems like it's just more of a timing thing, where it's always more convenient to not take away from private sector resources, except in times of economic downturn.
I'm saying the cost is different.
I don't they're just talking about crowding out right now. It's it's cool, it's interesting, whatever. But I don't even. But I'm never gonna fight on any of this stuff. And I don't. Rage Pope isn't really either. Yeah, like I don't like obviously crowding out's going to occur when we're near full employment, not when we're near a recession or in a recession.
The real cost is different. The real cost of hiring the unemployed is pretty much nothing, because they're not going to eat more or anything like that. They weren't producing anything anyway. The real cost of taking people out of Google to work in the military is we lose whatever they would have done at Google.
So then the time to do that is necessarily during a recession, right? And you're only able to finance these projects then?
Well, what I'm saying is the criteria, look, if we need the military and we're running a deficit, it's okay. If we need the military and we're running a surplus, it's okay. Whether we're running a surplus or a deficit shouldn't be a criteria as to whether or not we need to build up the military, is what I'm saying.
Sure. I guess specifically in terms of deficit spending, we're talking about financial money printing deficits, right? Not borrowing and spending.
Well, that's the other thing that analysis shows, which is MMT. It's an analysis shows, is that functionally there's no difference. Deficit spending is deficit spending, whether you issue bonds or not, whether you do short-term securities or long-term, whether you use paper dollars. Functionally for the economy, it's all the same thing. So I mean, I was saying back in the late '90s that QE was just a placebo. When Japan started doing it, it's just a waste of time. And I had that discussion at the Bank of England. They all completely agreed at the time.
I would disagree about QE being a placebo. I think the biggest thing with QE is it sets expectations, right? And if you
if you're gonna pull out expectations,
look at all the inflation modeling and everything else, what QE is expectations of growth in money supply, which people correlate with increase in interest rate. So it's not really a placebo. It's explicitly everyone's expectation changing, which then causes an increase in the expected inflation rate necessarily.
Okay, well, first of all, that is what a placebo does, right? Just changes expectations.
Sure, but as soon as you stop the placebo, everything else stops, right? So if it's a channel that has material impact, then how does getting rid of it?
Yeah, okay, well, first, QE doesn't, there's no channel between QE and any of those things you talked about, except for expectation. Second of all, the other thing I'll tell you is that the price level, since the currency is a monopoly, is a function of prices paid by government and not of inflation expectations. They've got that wrong. And in fact, the inflation expectation theory is there kind of as a residual, because it used to be money supply and a couple other things. And then when that went by the wayside, they were left with expectations. But it doesn't work. I mean, you got a monopoly operating here.
So I guess what I'm hearing right now is there's like two big contradictory things, right? So the first one is that I'm hearing is the government needs to or doesn't spend to compete with private sector except when it's necessary. And
no,
then I'm hearing that we're trying to.
I didn't say that. Wait a minute, I didn't say that.
Oh, sorry. That's what
I said. The government has to understand that, the criteria for whether or not you should build up the military or whether or not to the Green New Deal is not about whether there's a deficit or a surplus. If you want to do more unemployment compensation, it's not about whether there's a deficit or a surplus. There's no solvency issue. Okay, he was talking about a solvency issue, and there is no solvency issue. So you have to move on to other reasons for doing things.
Okay, so sorry, let me rephrase what I said. Yeah. So originally, when we were talking, you were saying that the government, when it creates money to spend, is doing so in a way where it doesn't displace private sector resources, except when it deems necessary to displace those resources, right? And it does so either.
Yeah, that's a question. That's a question. If you're going to hire people who are unemployed, is what the example I used. If you're going to buy steel,
how are they still talking about this? I'm putting in at 2 times speed.
Just capacity in steel. It's different if you're going to buy steel when we're at full capacity.
So how do you measure?
Okay, they're talking too fast. 1.5.
That as a government, and how do you determine that you can buy that?
They already do that. We have to capacity utilization indicators. We have unemployment indicators. We know. We have to continue to do that type of thing to monitor what the capacities are in the economy.
Speaking to most economists, or at least ones that I've talked to, the measures that we have are extremely broad and very hard to target, right? And then that also leaves us in the same channel of, well, then what happens when we need to start displacing, right? What is that effect going to be?
Right. Well, what I'm saying is that's all we've got, because the money isn't telling us anything. The money is a tool to do the real things in the real economy. So, we got to do it. Yeah, it's like Don Rumsfeld used to say, we got to fight with the army we got, right? And
So it seems like as soon as we start needing to create money, we're necessarily going to be displacing private resources and increasing the amount of money in the economy to do things. As long as
wait a minute, no. As soon as we need to, increase the government provision, we need to spend more. All spending is just the Fed crediting account. It's not like how you do that.
I think just because we're circling on this a couple times, it sounds like what Mosler is saying is that like so like if we were to decide to build up a government, what we should be looking at is like how is the private sector doing right now? If we wanted to build a military, if we had 10% unemployment, the cost for that is going to be far lower than if we were to try to build a military like before COVID when it's 3.5% unemployment. And that oftentimes officials seem to appeal to like do we have a surplus or a deficit? But that's the wrong question to ask. The question should be is like how is the private sector doing right now? That'll determine the amount of public investment we have to make. It sounds like it's
yes, exactly. So you're necessarily relying on the business cycle in order to make the investments that you need.
No. I'm not saying you can't do it at full employment. I'm just saying it's going to be more costly. It's a different, it's part of the equation. What's the cost? The real cost is what you give up by taking people out of the private sector and putting them in the public sector. If everybody's growing food, and you need it, and you take them out.
It's crowding out. It's not that hard, bro.
There's a real cost. If there's a huge food surplus and we only
Bro, it does not take 30 minutes to talk about crowding
out. We're not going to
out.
start by having a large army.
This is basically the core problem of like the planning problem, right? Where you have the government trying to decide what it needs to produce for all the citizens.
No. What it needs to provision itself.
Or division itself, right? But it's still necessarily planning everything that it needs in some way where it's not sure what the distortions on the economy are going to be by creating.
It's already doing that. It's already doing that. But up until now, at least, it's been basing it on its finances, which have no relation to. Which what I would say is like gives you no information. The thing that gives you no information, the finances, is what they've been using for all their information.
Sure. So I guess we can go back to the founding of our nation, right, with the United States dollar. So that's basically how our nation was founded. We created these continental dollars to fund our army because we needed to fight off the British, right? That's what we funded our government for, and that's what was necessary. And we ended up making $200 million about. And that money basically deflated into worthlessness, even though it was demanded by Congress from the states to pay their taxes in, right? So what happened there?
I don't know exactly, but I have a vague recollection that we had each individual state issuing its own currencies. And we didn't have, it wasn't, when we got together with the Constitution, the federal government took over, then the currency, all that stuff went back to par, is my recollection. But I'm not a student of what happened, 215.
Okay. I guess, yeah. So the big thing was it traded at a 40 to 1 discount because no one wanted it. Even with the threat of taxation, we weren't able to pull enough money out of supply to keep it at par value until we actually physically exchanged gold.
Okay. But let's talk about today.
Sure.
What is this?
Yeah, so if we go closer to today, if we go to the barber boom, right? So in the 1970s, we had a big oil shock here in the United States and around the globe, right? So if you look at, I guess, the policy prescriptions that we followed here in the United States, wherein we raised interest rates to fight inflation and bring down the deficit versus what they did in Britain, right? Which was a massive increase of the money supply. Well, here in the United States, we got things under control pretty quickly. Inflation went down in a couple of years versus, the counterpart of the United Kingdom. They ended up with 18% inflation for a decade.
I have a little bit different narrative of what happened.
Okay.
And so what happened is we had a foreign monopolist, the Saudis, who took over from the Texas Railroad Commission to set the price of oil when demand exceeded supply. We'd always had supply exceeding demand, and the Texas Oil Commission was setting quotas on the producers in the U.S. to keep the supply down, keep the price at like $3, $2.50, $3. And once there was suddenly excess demand, that was no longer a viable policy. Now the excess capacity was in Saudi Arabia, and so they became price setters, swing producer, price setter, and they had different motivation from the Texas Railroad Commission, and the price went from $3 to $40 over the next 7 or 8 years. And that, at the time, we had all the public, not all, but public utilities, a lot of public utilities using oil, and it was a much higher percentage of our GDP than it was today, and that drove up the cost of everything, which started driving up prices, and then our government, paid the higher prices too.
Wasn't
we had it.
How's that oil shock was in large part because I don't need that anymore. 73 OPEC? Didn't OPEC stop doing shit with us because we were funding Israel there in the time? During the 1973 Arab-Israeli War, Arab members of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries imposed an embargo against the United States in retaliation for the U.S. decision to resupply Israel and to gain leverage in post-war peace negotiations.
Inflation bill. So let me get to so anyway, what happened as the inflation took off, we had what they used to call bracket creep back then, where people went into higher and higher tax brackets because they were getting 10 and 12% increases every year. And the budget deficit came down sharply into 1979. If you look at the public debt in 1979, it was higher, it went up, but in real terms, after inflation, it actually went down. So in real terms, the real money supply shrunk, or net money supply. The public debt is the net money supply, not the gross money supply. That shrunk. The net financial assets that support a credit structure shrunk. And so that fiscal tightening brought on by inflation, driving people into higher tax brackets, and just tax revenue, tax liabilities going up dramatically, caused the collapse. And it was the high interest rates from Volcker that prolonged the inflation. Normally, when you have a economic collapse like we had, oil prices came down because demand dropped. Saudis cut, and they got OPEC together. They cut like 15 million barrels a day of production. It wasn't enough. Over a couple of years, the price went from a high of 40 to maybe 10. It stayed there for decades. And normally, like today, if oil drops anywhere near that percentage, even 30 or 40%, never mind dropping 90%.
So,
80%. You get a big, CPI goes negative, right? Well, with the high
CPI
rates,
isn't inflation, to be clear.
I
It's just
understand. It's just an example. So, but with the high rates, the inflation was prolonged, and the rate stayed high, and it didn't come down for 10 years, and the inflation did come down for 10 years. And so Volcker was prolonging the inflation, the high rates, through two channels. One channel is the interest income channels with a high nominal deficit like we had then. The government is a large net payer of interest to the economy, which more than overwhelms differences in propensities to spend interest income. And so that's like a net, gasoline on the fire. And it's all on the supply side. There's no on the demand side. There's no supply side to it. So the high rates are doing that, and they also keep forward prices up. So if you're building a house and rates are 12%, the house is going to cost more because the builder takes a year and he's got all that interest, cost of capital, and everything else to slide through.
Sure. Or there's two things that happen.
They've
So one, we can
talked
go with the
about
Austrian
nothing
cycle
so far.
well, then people will choose not to invest in these big capital projects if we think that's a signal. But the other one is if we look at the overall inflation in the United States versus Britain, right? Again, just based on their policy choices, they were impacted the same way that we were with the same kind of channels, but there was drastically different. We're looking at 5.5% for the decade versus like 18, right?
18 for
the United Kingdom.
And 5.5 for the U.S.
About over the decade, maybe closer to 6. But for the most part, interest went from like 12 to 15% in 1980. It was down to about 10 to 12 in 81, 8 in 82, and then 4 to 5 for the rest of the decade. And Britain was significantly further above that.
Oh, you're talking about the 80s, Dick?
Yes, the 80s. So
I'm talking about the 70s. Yeah, so in the 80s, they kept their rates up higher longer, so they had more inflation. The high rates were promoting inflation.
But the United Kingdom had the higher inflation rate than here in the United States.
And the higher interest rates. And what I'm saying is the higher interest rates were promoting the higher inflation.
So this is basically okay. So I guess like the big thing then would be if higher interest rates change inflation, then why doesn't the Fed just set policy at 2% and just perpetually have 2% inflation, right? It doesn't
exactly because they have it backwards. If you look at Japan for 30 years with zero rates, they've had no inflation to speak of. And
so that's because of old age and because of trade policy, right? They're a
majority. I know everybody calls Japan an exception, and then all of a sudden, now Europe's been in zero rates for 10 years and negative rates.
Europe's also been in economic stagnation because of.
Japan. Have you ever tried alligator before? No.
Old age and because of trade policy, right? They're a majority.
I know everybody calls Japan an exception, and then all of a sudden, now Europe's been in zero rates for 10 years and negative rates.
Europe's also been in economic stagnation because of piles of debt, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying the zero rates have contributed to that, which I talked about in 2012. I wrote about back then that when they dropped rates, Draghi do what it takes to prevent default. Rates came down and the economies got worse. If you look at the U.S., when we went to zero rates didn't get us out of anything. And when the Fed started raising rates, inflation started going up. And when they cut them back, it went down again.
Well, to be clear, inflation preceded the rate increases here in the United States.
No, there's a paper by Richard Warren came out a couple of years ago, shows globally that the rates, move in advance of inflation.
Thanks for returning.
So
he's a central bank.
But right here in the United States, we're seeing inflation right now through our lumber, through our other commodities, right? But rates haven't changed, and the Fed signaled that they're keeping the rate same through 2023, right? We're looking at 3 to 4%.
I don't really know if I want alligator.
Year-over-year inflation, mostly because of the coronavirus drop-off. But at the end of the day, we're seeing inflation.
It depends on how you measure it. CPI is not there. CPI is still under
PCE or anything else. You're seeing inflation in real goods.
What I'm saying is the zero rates, if we keep them for 4 years, will help keep inflation down. They will not get us behind the curve. That's what happened with Greenspan. He started raising rates because of his forecast, and there wasn't any inflation. Then after not too long, we started getting some inflation, so we kept raising them, and then we got some inflation back. It was not much, but and they said, "Oh, what great forecasting he had." The Meister. Well, he was causing it with his rate increases.
So I don't think the rate increases were necessarily causing inflation there, right? I think that would be a majority of that was caused by drive in U.S. purchases, right, in terms of our foreign currency fluctuation, and then demand for safe treasury bills during the 1990s. I think are the biggest two drivers of that.
So the other thing is, you look at 30 years of zero rates in Japan, you can't say they weakened currency because it was strengthened the whole time up until the earthquake, and then it got strong again after the adjustment. But if you look at Europe, it didn't cause, the zero rates haven't caused a collapse of the euro, and they certainly haven't caused a collapse of the dollar. Everybody's been forecasting it, but it hasn't happened.
They haven't caused a collapse in the euro or the dollar because interest rates haven't risen yet. And here in the United States, we have plenty of fiscal space in terms of raising debt.
Yeah, I can't prove this, but I can point to the two channels that I think make the contribution. Those two channels can't be disputed; they're real. And so you can say there are other factors that are more powerful than that. Fine, but I think these, if you do the econometrics, I think these channels are the more powerful channels.
Yeah. So
I haven't done the econometrics, but I've talked to people who at the Fed, and when I talk to the staff, senior staff, they don't disagree with me.
Yeah, so if we talk about, I guess, the econometrics behind everything, the one thing that we see, one of the most prominent ones, is just structural federal deficits, right? And those lead the most in terms of raising inflation rates, right? So whenever the federal government spends more money than it gets, it seems to directly imply inflation is going to happen, right? So then why does spending by creating money
Trump
necessarily
versus
not cause
Canadian
inflation, but
lumber
borrowing and
price.
spending at a structural deficit does?
I don't think there's any difference. So,
right, that's what I'm asking. So we can see when we're running large structural
deficit spend, if the government spends more than it taxes, it's going to have an effect. Whether the spending, which in the first instance is a credit to reserve accounts, whether it stays in reserve accounts or whether it gets shifted to securities accounts is of no consequence to the macroeconomy, is what I'm saying.
So then whenever the government creates the money in order to pay for the goods instead of borrowing, then it's contributing to inflation.
Wait. There's no instead of borrowing.
The fact that this is 2 hours is crazy. Yeah.
Okay, it borrows after it spends. It spends by crediting reserve accounts. Borrowing is just offering securities a separate account at the Fed called a securities account. They could have called them checking and savings to make it simpler for people. Okay, so spending puts money in checking accounts at member banks, and then borrowing allows those banks to shift those dollars from
I
checking
need
to savings.
another energy drink.
So if there's a big shift from checking to
I'm going to
savings,
do
Bank of
the
America,
Hassan
everybody
empty
thinking
chair
about
meme
any
real quick.
unusual consequences for the economy. In fact, they stopped just looking at those aggregates a long time ago because they couldn't find any reason to look at them.
So then why is the path to purchase those treasury bonds, the Fed purchasing the treasury bonds, that the treasury issues the debt, which is bought in the auction market, and then they take it and repo it at the Federal Reserve to get the same dollars, right, for that money creation channel? It seems like they're borrowing for the money, and then you can say, arguably, monetizing the debt by selling it to the Fed.
Yeah, it has that appearance. But if you look at the outcomes, the sequence again that is most illustrative is that the government either spends or lends, which is spending, crediting reserve accounts, and then the selling treasury securities is a reserve trade. Now look, if the Fed comes in to sell securities, it's a reserve trade. If the Treasury comes in to sell securities, it's funding. Okay, they're both the same. The private sector doesn't know the difference. It can't have any different. Why would there be a different effect on the macroeconomy if it doesn't even know the difference? And if Bank of America came in and bought securities, the macroeconomy doesn't know the difference between Bank of America buying it or the Fed buying it. It's all the same thing.
So if the macroeconomy doesn't know the difference between the Treasury spending first or going to the Fed or going out to the market and borrowing and spending it first.
No, I didn't say that.
Or sorry, I misspoke.
Yeah, okay, I get. Yeah, okay,
so if it
I'll let you finish.
Yeah, so if it doesn't understand the difference between going to the economy, issuing bonds to get dollars and then spending, or creating the money, spending it, and then going out and getting bonds, then there shouldn't be any difference between the federal government creating a dollar to spend versus deficit spending impact on inflation, right? Because the macroeconomy doesn't understand that there's a difference.
That's correct. And so I'll repeat one more time. The government always spends the same way. It credits accounts, no matter which one of those you choose. It's still crediting an account at JP Morgan for Boeing or whatever.
So then when we can measure structural deficits having a positive impact on inflation, it doesn't matter if that deficit is financed by borrowing or by money creation, if the macroeconomy has a difference.
Yeah, I wouldn't use the word finance, but to your point, yes, I agree.
Sure.
That's
Okay.
correct. So, yes, and deficit spending is an inflationary bias, whether it's structural or not. It's an inflationary bias.
So even if we're structurally spending, so now we're running a deficit. Even if we're running it in a time of economic downturn like 2008, well, you're still having an inflationary effect, even though we're deploying resources that are idle.
Yeah, in the sense that if we didn't do it, it's counterfactual. We'd have a whole lot less of inflation. We'd have a deflationary effect. So it'd be less. It could be inflation or less deflation, right? It's all the same thing.
Okay, so then the money creation does have an inflationary effect on the economy, and we're using it.
Yeah, what you need in this case just to keep you at zero, let's say. Otherwise, you're going to go negative. No, I know it's not zero. It's 1.7 or something.
Well,
whatever the unemployment rate is now, if we had less deficit spending, it would be higher. Aggregate demand would be lower. Aggregate demand would be lower.
Yeah, and so
deficit spending increases aggregate demand.
Yes, and that's very much.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's like very much a classical Keynesian model, I guess, and not really anything new.
It's like it goes back to 1598.
Right.
GDP is spending. That's all it is. If everybody decided not to spend anything, the GDP goes to zero. That's paradox of thrift. That's hundreds and hundreds of years old.
Exactly. So then,
if somebody doesn't spend their income, someone else has to deficit spend more than their income, or else the outcome wouldn't have been where it was.
Well, is that necessarily a bad thing then? Hello?
Oh.
We lost. Oh, fuck's sake. We're starting to get somewhere. Oh. Welcome back.
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, go ahead. Something happens. So you said, is that necessarily?
Okay. So where were we? So now, if we're having to deficit spend when things are coming down, that means that when our economy is growing and inflation is going up, we need to start cutting back necessarily on the government spending.
Yeah, I'd say that. We use the word if we need to. I'd say if we don't, then we could. If the government is paying higher and higher prices, then we're going to get higher and higher price level. The price level is going. So that might be. It's a political decision. Are you okay with 5% inflation, 2%, 10%? That's not an MMT decision. That's a political
Yeah, sure.
decision.
So then how do we decide then? Do we just continue to allow inflation so we have the level of government support that we need or that we want? Is that how you run the economy then? Just let inflation go way up as long as everything else is held constant?
Number one, it's a policy choice, but number two, there are policy options where that doesn't have to happen. Okay, right, go ahead.
So then the policy choice is essentially to raise taxes in order to balance out the budget, so to speak.
Oh, well, if you have excess demand driving up prices, which is something I've never seen, in my 50 years of experience, but it's theoretically possible.
Well, what do you call 1980s Greece excess demand? Basically, the explosion in GDP was deficit finance growth, which caused inflation.
In Greece?
Yeah. So if you, look at
I don't know the specifics of Greece.
I guess this was before COVID, right? So I know it was 2021. So
I know in the U.S., I haven't seen it in the U.S. What was the unemployment rate in Greece when that was happening?
I want to say it was close to 3%. I could double check.
Yeah.
4%. 19, what? That's not right. 1980, their unemployment rate was, where is this? I don't know, I can't pull it up. I can find it later. But yeah, so.
The unemployment rate will give you a sense.
Yeah, it was 3% in 1980, right? It peaked out at about 7% in 84 and stayed flat around 7 for the rest of the decade, right?
Yeah, so it doesn't sound like it was excess demand. But, I'm just looking at just what you just told me.
Yeah, so, I mean, the big thing that we saw in the Greek economy during that time period was basically we had a big increase in the debt to GDP ratio, right? And so that deficit spending then necessarily ends up as excess demand in the economy, increases aggregate demand.
Not necessarily. If you've got a high cash economy where there's a high need for a large net money supply, you can have much higher levels of GDP. If the economy is what I call a good saver, like Japan or Italy or Greece has always been good savers. I mean, where low credit growth and high domestic savings, then you can run a larger deficit without getting excess aggregate demand.
Well,
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I think the big theory that I would posit there.
But I remember all kinds of issues with military takeovers and whatnot in Greece. No?
Mm-hmm. Sure. I mean, those can definitely contribute.
And then you get like this. You get a lot of state-owned enterprises, right? Mm-hmm. And then you get massive corruption where the banks were nationalized. You get public banks where it was all politicized.
So the state-owned enterprises were them determining output for their population, though.
No, what was happening is what certainly happens. This happened over the years. And I'm not saying I don't have the Greece in those years, but is that you get through this. You get public banks and you get state-owned enterprises, including banks, and you get massive loans to insiders with no thought of ever paying it back. It's all phony collateral or whatnot. And they sell it for foreign exchange, and the currency goes down. And it's what I call off-balance sheet deficit spending. When you're buying FX, when you're lending so somebody can buy FX, that's deficit spending, right? But instead of buying goods and services, you're buying FX. You're driving the currency down continuously, and so the inflation comes in through the FX window, and not domestically. But I don't know.
We're doing that with our net purchases here in the United States, right? Whenever we get more dollars, we do tend to spend some of those on imports, right? So
that's fine. But I'm talking about you Google Venezuela corruption, and some guy in Miami was convicted of $2 billion that he somehow got through the banking system and bolivars and sold it for dollars and bought real estate in Miami, and that kind of thing, that kind of corruption, and that's just one guy, right?
You didn't even call him pedophile.
So you just have that happening systemically, where the banking system.
I don't even. People are saying they need to go to Google to understand these terms and stuff, but even if you understand it, it's like they're just running in circles. It's just like for 30 minutes they just kept talking about crowding out, and then now they're talking about Greece, unemployment in Greece. I don't care.
It's an open spigot to insiders getting funding in local currency. They continuously sell it for FX. And that drives
what's the difference between insiders spending it on FX, right, versus just everybody in the economy in aggregate spending on FX?
Yeah, you could get that. I'm not saying what, but I'm saying what we're looking at what's happened in different countries that drives.
Well, if we look at what's happened in the United States, right, we've been running a deficit for how many years, where we've continually done this, and we've continued to import at a high rate, but we don't seem to have the same inflationary problems that seems to stem from that, even though we have a relatively high propensity to buy from overseas.
Right. That's because these other countries like China, Japan, Korea, and used to be Europe were targeting us for exports, and the way they do that is to directly or indirectly, the central bank accumulates dollars and saves. And so that they call it very high net savings desire for the further purpose of supporting their exporters at the real expense of their macroeconomies, of course.
So why would they intentionally choose to harm their macroeconomies to make us better?
Well, because it benefits the exporters who are in control. They're very large, very powerful, even though they're a minority in terms of population.
Wait, oh fuck. Well, too late.
And they used to be Europe were targeting us for exports, and the way they do that is to directly or indirectly, the central bank accumulates dollars and saves, and so that they call it very high net savings desire for the further purpose of supporting their exporters at the real expense of their macroeconomies, of course.
So why would they intentionally choose to harm their macroeconomies to make us better?
Well, because it benefits the exporters who are in control. They're very large, very powerful, even though they're a minority in terms of population. And
that seems a little
they're getting
unhinged.
control. Look what happened with Obama. President Obama made a statement. He said we need to, import less and consume less and export more. And and who does he hire as his economics czar? Jeff Immelt, our number one exporter, right? The exporters get in control. They're very powerful. They have a lot of influence.
Is it because they're the ones who best understand foreign trade that they get in control, or are they intentionally trying to manipulate the system in order to?
They control the narrative that the trade deficit is costing us jobs. And China's robbing us of jobs. Trump was up there. China's taking $600 billion of our money every year, and they have this narrative that the country running the surplus is winning and the one with the deficit is losing, when it's actually the other way around.
For the short run anyways, right? But at the end of the day, we're going to have to, essentially, they're going to buy some of our goods or services, right, in the future.
Japan's been doing it. Japan's been doing it since 1945 or 6. So what kind of short run is that? 70 years? They've had 3 or 4 generations, live and die at their machines, building us stuff to export.
So then why would Japan, another democracy, stable democracy, just choose to enslave their citizens to the machines to make the United States a better place, right? That just doesn't make sense.
Exactly. I know, but they do, because their exporters are in control. The guys who run Mitsubishi and everybody else are the ones that have the political power and the influence. They have the narrative that they're the job creators and they're bringing in the real wealth. They got $2 trillion at the Fed. Look at that. We're winning.
Can I ask a clarifying question for both of you just on this particular thing? Just total layman. My understanding was that generally USD isn't necessarily hoarded by exporter countries, but that a lot of that USD will come back in the form of reinvestment in American businesses or American real estate or something.
It's a dollar for dollar between current account and capital account, right? So yeah, it's not. I'm honest when you say it literally any current account deficit is a capital account surplus.
Something that if we run a huge deficit with China or Japan, that they're not just hoarding USD, but a lot of that money is coming back for domestic investment for foreign investors. Is that true or not?
Yes, it's about the word a lot. They accumulate FX reserves. China's got $3 trillion. I don't know what Japan has, maybe $2 trillion. I don't know what Korea has. And that's what Germany used to do before the euro. They bought lira, which everybody agreed was they were buying them for. I guess the only thing backing them was their BTU values, and because their exporters in Germany wanted to export to Italy, and so they needed that channel to do it. So you had the Bundesbank buying Italian lira to support their exporters. These people they have control of the narrative that they're the ones that are good for the country, and it's an easy sell. Look at how Trump sold the tariffs, and the Democrats agreed. There's 95% support for these tariffs, right? But we've got this thing backwards, and that started taking the U.S. economy down, many months, maybe a year before COVID, whenever he started that. And they're still there, and Biden's still on them, even with no intention of doing anything. Yeah, go ahead.
So I would agree with you that trade is necessarily a good thing for the United States, but I don't think that we're intentionally getting better off by everyone else, right? Or by everyone else just choosing to give us resources. One, because they can choose to reclaim those resources at times which are most disadvantageous to us. Those dollar reserves that you're saying that they can have, well, they can call those back in the midst of a recession.
What do you mean? Wait a minute. What's called the back?
So if they have the dollars, they can necessarily go and purchase our goods and services, right? Whenever the dollars that they hoarded. So in terms of real terms of trade, in terms of real terms of
but
trade.
listen, I agree with you. But look, that's what President Trump and Obama and Biden are trying to get them to do. All things backward. If you got a goose that's laying the golden egg, you don't kill it.
Well, but we're necessarily being worse. So in this example, we're necessarily being worse off, right? Because if we're trading at 10 to 1 when we're buying goods and services, and then in the future, they're able to call it back at 5 to 1 for whatever their currency is. The exchange rate, right? So if we have...
Look, they have to go. They sell us... Japan sold us cars at $2,000.
Sure.
Now if they buy them back, they got to pay whatever the market bears, $50,000. It's not about the exchange rate. It's about what your money buys.
Right, but as our productivity
they're
goes
at risk.
down,
But they're at risk for their purchasing power. If we don't have any productivity, what
sure,
can they
if they
buy?
were to hold it in dollars, but they don't. They reinvest it in American goods and services, right? You were saying that there was
if they did that, there wouldn't be a trade deficit.
Well, there would be, because it would be in the financial account, right? If we look at the deficit,
but they hold $3 trillion of U.S. Treasury securities. Okay?
Sure.
China, and Japan's.
Yeah,
what's the total Treasury securities held from foreign?
What was that?
Hold it in dollars, but they don't. They reinvest it in American goods and services, right? You were saying that there was
if they did that, there wouldn't be a trade deficit.
Well, there would be, because it would be in the financial account, right?
Financial account and capital account are the same thing, right? They're the same thing. Capital account. Wait, they're not. What? Shit. Okay, capital account records all international capital transfers. I know that. The financial account. A country's financial account can be broken into two sub-accounts. One is domestic ownership of foreign assets. The other is foreign ownership of domestic. So they are the same. What's the difference? The balance of payments is the record of all international transactions between individual entities. The current account, capital account, and financial account make up a country's BOP. Together, these three accounts tell a story about a country's economy. Yeah. Country's capital account records all international capital transfers. The income and expenditures are measured by the inflow and outflow of funds in the form of investment and loans. The deficit shows more money is flowing out, where surplus shows more money is flowing in.
If we look at the deficit,
okay, but they hold $3 trillion of U.S. Treasury securities. Okay?
Sure.
China, and Japan's.
Yeah, but
what's the total Treasury securities held from foreign accounts? 15 or 20 trillion. It's huge.
No, majority is held by people here in the United States. So you can argue that they own.
So it's 12 trillion, 12 trillion or something. Big number.
Sure, 12 trillion out of 30, right? So one, it's not the majority of it, and two, if you look at the trade deficit, well, there's trillions of dollars not accounted for being held in treasury bills. So you have trillions of dollars that have gone somewhere, and it's not into their holdings of the corporations, right? It's been repurchased into American assets. So it's not just sitting there idle.
Yeah, they own American assets. That's okay.
Yeah,
but like I remember when the Japanese bought Rockefeller Center.
It's not Japan, the exports that are hurting them.
But think about it. Look, I remember when Japan bought Rockefeller Center, and it was a big thing in the paper. They bought Pebble Beach and Rockefeller Center or something like this. Japanese. I said, look, what are they going to do? Dig it up and take it home? I think we still skate on. Still skate on the pond.
For what I'm sorry,
what difference does it make? What difference does it make if they own those assets?
I think what Rage Pope is getting at here. So remember earlier in this conversation, you made the reference for when the government should consider buying goods or services from the private sector, they should do it in times of economic downturn because that's when it's going to be when you're going to get the most for your dollar, basically, right? If I'm trying to employ somebody as the government, I want to do that in a 10%.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said it's a different cost.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm sorry. Not necessarily they should, but that maybe
that's how you analyze the cost. You analyze the cost that way.
Yeah, I
don't analyze the cost by dollars.
Sure, I'm sorry.
I didn't say you should or shouldn't do it.
Yeah, I understand. Normally people would say lower cost is better, but I understand what you're saying. But I'm just saying that in terms of like that analysis, that like it would cost less to do it in times of great when the unemployment is higher versus lower. That might be one factor. I think what Rage Pope is bringing up here is his idea is if somebody is allowed to run a massive trade surplus, they would be running a trade surplus with the United States for extended periods of time, and then they're holding USD. That what happens is that they can time their investments with U.S. economic downturns. And I think what Rage Pope is saying is that in the end, that might end up being a loss for us. That if somebody's allowed to trade with us when our economy is doing really, really well, and then they hoard USD, and then they wait for a massive economic downturn, and we'll use real estate as an example, and then bring all of those dollars back and invest when the economy is in a slump, that somehow they're kind of getting one over on us, or they're advantageously positioning themselves around like the amount of USD that they're holding, is what he's saying.
Okay, so number one, anybody can do that, not just a foreigner. Just because somebody's a non-resident. So what? Bill Gates can do that. He makes all this money, and then he can buy real estate when it's down. So that's number one. That's sort of the way it is. But number two, what are they going to do with the real estate? Dig it up and take it home? They don't get anything from us until they.
Fuck. What are you doing? Why are you trolling? Oh, there you go. Okay, hello.
You there?
Yeah, you cut off.
Yes.
You said, what
they don't get anything from us until they net import.
Sure. Well, I mean, yeah, they don't until they net import, and when they do, it's one on their terms. It's like on their terms, right? And two, I don't think.
Well, no, it's not on their terms. We hold all the cards. We can have export tariffs. We have export taxes. We can do whatever we want. They're holding like U.S. tax credits. Good luck. I mean, what kind of risk are they taking? It's an insane risk.
So, well, I mean, the damage that we would do to our country to set up tariffs to prevent them from doing that, right? The damage, the mutually beneficial global trade that happens isn't necessarily only good because we get exports and imports, right? If we start just raising taxes because we don't like them purchasing our real estate or something, and we start putting these barriers to entry, that very much has real effects on American livelihood, right?
Suppose we just double our prices. What are they going to do? Call the manager? They can't do anything.
Well, I mean, no one's going to want to hold U.S. dollars anymore, right?
Well, at that point, they're trying to spend them. They're already spent. You're saying if they try to spend them.
Sure.
I remember when the Japanese tried to buy some gold coins to honor the emperor. Just a few coins, and they ran the price up like 25%. So suddenly the value of their holdings is down 25% when they go to spend it.
Yeah, but that's when they're trying to buy something in a highly illiquid market, right? We can
I
think about all the
understand.
goods and services that we produce in the United States, and that
Yeah.
purchasing, $1 trillion into a marketplace of, what is it, 20 trillion nominally this year, you can do so in ways without pushing prices significantly. Sure, if you wanted to buy all the silver or all the onions, you can definitely do that. But one, that it's necessarily true that they get to choose when they make those trades, and two, that being an export economy has necessarily brought some degree of prosperity to their citizens, right? If we look across, no, you disagree that exporting hurts their citizens?
Yeah.
Okay, so then why, for most developing nations, why do we see the most common path to middle income or upper income countries be subsidizing export industries and infant industries, allowing them to build up capital intensity for their civilians while exporting, quote unquote, the value all the time? That leads to better outcomes for these people.
It may lead to marginally better outcomes, but there's better ways to lead to much better outcomes. That's what I'm saying. They might as well be throwing that stuff in the ocean as giving it to us, because they're not doing anything with the
How
money.
else are they going to induce foreign investment into their industries and purchase like the goods and services they need around the world? Are they going to go like Zimbabwe, where they explicitly said, "Oh, well, I can just print my own currency to get the goods and services that we need in our economy"? Because that doesn't seem like a functional way to raise your capital base and raise your standard of living.
Yeah, I agree with that last part. I didn't suggest that. So look, the U.S. This export-led growth is what they're doing, is competing to, getting a pool of workers domestically that can live on 1,200 calories a year, just pay them that amount. Now they can take over the steel industry. It's like, we used to play a game as a kid, see who can touch the guy the softest. And I say, okay, you go first, and you touch me really soft. Then I hit you in the mouth, and I say, okay, you won. Okay, so if we, I don't know how long you want to go in this conversation, but if you go into details about what's happened to these export-led growth economies and what's happened to the real standard of living of people living there.
Yeah, can you tell me about the real standard of living in South Korea? How that's affected them?
Well, what about it?
Well, I mean, they've done phenomenally well, right? They went from a war-torn country to a highly developed state, and that was off the back of exporting.
Yeah, I mean,
Asian tigers, and that seems to be the path of growth, and it's the one that China's chosen for itself. But you're here saying that the massive development of capital and everything through this trade is like necessarily a bad thing for these countries.
I'm saying it could have been a lot better. They certainly didn't have anything they net exported. They could have thrown it in the ocean or kept it for themselves and had the same numbers.
So then how do they get the capital intensity, right? Because printing dollars for Zimbabwe didn't seem to have the same effect for the capital intensity in that country that we saw in these countries that went through deficit financing, trade deficit financing.
I didn't talk about printing dollars.
Well, we're printing currency, right? Sorry, they're
putting words in my mouth. I didn't say that either.
So in terms of creating currency,
so let's say South Korea, exports, has net exports of $1 trillion. They're probably not that. 100 billion. Okay. So that means they exported $1 trillion, a lot more than that, maybe 500, and imported only 400, right?
Sure.
Okay, and then they have 100 billion in reserves they built up, dollar reserves. They kept that difference.
Sure.
Sitting at the Fed. Okay. If they had spent that money on imports, for their population, the population would have been that much better off. And they have foreign exchange reserves they're never going to use. Japan's been accumulating their foreign exchange reserves for 70 years. China's been accumulating for a long time. These things are accumulating.
I don't understand why their population is necessarily better off if they spend that money on imports. Again, the foreign direct investment is probably a lot better for them and developing their own export. Their own export based shit. What the fuck?
With no intention of ever using them. And the reason they don't use them, because if they use them, then the currency appreciates and their wages are no longer depressed and they lose their export status. The only reason, that's how they're getting their export status to begin with.
So
by keeping their wages below.
Is allowing them to have a higher standard of living because they're able to continue to purchase goods and services, right? And as soon as they start purchasing those goods and services, then their standard of living is going to go down because their economy is no longer competitive in the world.
Okay, so you're using the word they 3 or 4 times.
Sorry, so we'll use the exporting country, right? So So when we have an exporting country, one thing that it needs to do in order to maintain its productivity is it helps with the
maintain not productivity, competitiveness.
Right.
Yeah. In other words, they have to keep their wages depressed.
So when their competitiveness goes down, then their factories close down, and now their workers aren't working because there's no longer demand because the competitiveness has gone away, right? So then what do you do in those situations? Do you just sit back and mire down into a lesser economy? Or what it seems people try to do is then try to switch it so then it's an internal demand economy. But necessarily that growth stage while you're accumulating those foreign reserves is necessary from going to a low income country with low capital intensity to a middle income country, and then you try to transition your economy to be a net importer or at least budget neutral, right? So how do you?
They have not talked about MMT
switch,
in
right?
the past 40
What's another way
minutes.
to get out from being a low income country?
Maybe more than that.
How much time do you have?
I have time. It's up to Destiny how long he wants to spend on this.
Okay, because I've done a lot of presentations on how to do that. So so if you look at the real wealth of any country, it's everything you produce. Let's call it your pile of stuff.
Sure.
It's everything you produce domestically, plus whatever you import adds to your pile, minus whatever you export. And so number one, you want us to, if you're at full employment, you're optimizing your domestic output, your pile of stuff domestically, whatever it is. It could be education, it could be cars or something. But don't forget, manufacturing's down to a small percent now of what we consume. At least in the U.S., services are 90%. We've got 1% manufacturing, 7% of the employment's in manufacturing, 1% in agriculture, something. So the rest is all services. So so number one, okay, let me give you this example. So and I used to get this question in Italy a lot. I said, look, if you send a Ferrari to Berlin, it's going to exchange for 4 Mercedes at world prices. Ferrari's worth 200,000 euro. The Mercedes are 50,000 each. Okay, those are your real terms of trade. Okay, that's not going to change whether your new lira goes up or down, whether you have full employment or unemployment, whether you even have a currency. None of that matters to the guy in Berlin. Okay, it doesn't affect that. So you're in Australia. I used to say
trade for a single snapshot in time, right?
Yeah. So like in Australia, the boatload of coal goes out from Newcastle, and it comes back full of television sets. And the amount of television sets you get, in wherever it goes to, Taiwan or something, that you get for that much coal is based on world prices. It's not based on anything you can do in Australia. Okay, you mine gold in South Africa. Okay, and you bring a gold coin to London and it trades for one men's suit.
Sure.
Okay, that ratio is kind of, I'm just using that as an example. Whatever it trades for. Okay, it doesn't matter whether the rand goes up or down or sideways. Say what matters for the currency. What the currency matters for is who has to, mine the gold and who gets to wear the suit. It's about who has to build the Ferrari and who gets to drive the Mercedes. That's what matters for Italy. Who has to dig the coal and who gets to watch the television sets. So that's the same for any country. So to optimize your nation, you want to, whatever you produce, if you can produce, Samsung cell phones, okay, the more, if you let your currency, you can then exchange those in world markets for whatever they're going to exchange for, regardless of where your currency is, regardless of what your level of employment is, regardless of what your wages are. They're still going to, the same things that you produce are going to exchange in foreign exchange markets for the same thing. Okay, and that's the fundamental of trade. That's called real terms of trade. That's all the old textbooks used to understand. This is not some MMT thing. That's the thing here. We're way off MMT. We're going back to just mainstream trade theory, which has been forgotten. But
I think when we're going back to trade theory, when we talk about MMT, right, it's very important to the real budget. So
the MMT contribution is the domestic solvency in your local currency is not an issue for trade. So you can focus on the real issues.
Well, it is when
optimize your domestic output with full employment. Optimize your real terms of trade, what you sell in exchange for what you get. There are a lot of things a country can do as a government to optimize that.
Can I get some clarity? When you say domestic solvency, are you only referring to the ability or the fact that a country may or may not default? Or are you referring to high inflation as well?
Yeah, well, that's all under the control of the, depending how you measure inflation.
Yeah, I understand. The only reason I ask is because
you're not going to bounce checks, and you can set the price level anywhere you want. I'm not saying it's good policy to do that, but you have the tools to do that.
Yeah, the only reason I ask is just to steel man any opposition side is that I don't think normally people that fight against MMT will claim that our country will become insolvent, or people that push for austerity are saying that our country might become insolvent. They might have used to, but again, we're not talking about 20 years ago.
For the first 29 years they've used it. It's only this year they stopped doing it.
Well, sure, maybe not. I've never heard anybody smart argue that that's a really bad way. What I'm saying is I think people generally don't complain that we're going to become insolvent or default on our debt. The complaint is that inflation will start to run away from us and the currency will be less and less. That's why I ask if when you say insolvent, does that also include runaway inflation? Because if it does, and everything's I'm just trying to clarify that from my understanding.
No, we have the control of that. So once it's a monopoly, we can price it wherever we want.
Wait, we have the control of our inflation versus any other country?
We have a control of how the dollar exchanges for other goods and services. And now it's not good policy to set that just anywhere you want, anytime you want. It's highly disruptive and it's counterproductive a lot of times to try and engage in a deflationary policy. I won't argue with that. That's true. So, and look, inflation is not a real economic event. It's just a numeraire, right? And studies have shown that, and I'm not advocating high inflation, but studies have shown that inflation rates, when they studied up to 40%, didn't affect growth, didn't affect the real standard of living, didn't affect real wealth of the nation.
When you say
people don't like it, and I don't like it either. So I show how to not, how to minimize it.
To be clear, you're okay with inflation rates up to about 40% because it only affects nominal.
That's not what he said.
So it's because it's not affecting real GDP, right? So
no, I didn't say I'm okay with that.
Let me see if I can rephrase this. So you're saying that if we have inflation, or studies have shown that inflation up to 40% has had no effect on real GDP. So from year to year, so long as our 2% real GDP growth goes, the inflation rate is only in our heads. Obviously, people hate nominal inflation that high because it makes it look like prices are going away, but our real standard of living isn't changing under those higher inflationary rates. Did I get that?
So what I said, I didn't say that I like this. Okay.
Right.
Okay. My whole writings for 30 years is about how to achieve full employment and price stability at the same time. So I've always emphasized price stability. But what I'm saying is economic studies have shown that inflation rates up to 40%. That's only because they studied them up that high. Don't depress real economic growth or the real standard of living. Turkey had a very prosperous economy. It was chaotic for a long time with 100% inflation, 150% currency depreciation. They had very high growth rates for a long time. Now, again, I'm not advocating that. And don't put those words in my mouth. Just giving you the facts, okay?
Okay.
Do you guys want to do like one more topic?
So number one, it's not if inflation goes up to 5% in some year, you haven't lost anything, and it can be stopped. I just did a paper on the Weimar Republic to show how the government policy caused inflation to be what it was, and that as soon as they changed policy, it went back to zero. So it's not like it's a function of government policy, and certain policies are politically viable at certain times, and that changes. The political viability of policies changes. So just talking from a purely operational level. So, but the point is, that's not, and again, that's not MMT. That was some mainstream guy did that study from.
Right.
University of Chicago or something. I don't know. It wasn't big. So, and there've been a lot of them. The central banks have done those studies. They all have those same studies. That's why they want 2% inflation instead of zero, because they think you get better growth at 2 than you do at 0. Now, personally, I'm fine with 0. I think they're wrong about that.
I would agree with you on that. I think 0 is a much better target than 40, right?
Yeah, and there's no reason not to be at 0. Now, look at the job guarantee. Look at the job guarantee. You've heard about that?
Yeah. So
I don't. 2% target, not necessary for growth.
I'll summarize it for the audience. Let me know if I'm wrong. But so
0, because they think you get better growth at 2 than you do at 0. Now, personally, I'm fine with 0. I think they're wrong about that. Yeah, that's not MMT. That was some mainstream guy did that study from.
Right.
University of Chicago or something. I don't know. It wasn't big. So, and there've been a lot of them. The central banks have done those studies. They all have those same studies. That's why they want 2% inflation instead of 0, because they think you get better growth at 2 than you do at 0. Now, personally, I'm fine with 0. I think they're wrong about that.
I would agree with you.
Why does he think they're wrong about that? I don't know.
On that, I think 0 is a much better target than 40, right?
Yeah, and there's no reason not to be at 0. Now, look at the job guarantee. Look at the job guarantee. You've heard about that?
Yeah, so I'll summarize it for the audience. Let me know if I'm wrong. But so the job guarantee is basically a government subsidized work program wherein we take people who want to be employed but can't find gainful employment in the private market, and we pay for it through, and we pay for it. So we'll say we'll pay you $5 an hour to do some job that we think the government needs, right? Done, and then you can get real employment in the private sector. The thought being that somebody gainfully employed in the private sector, or sorry, in the public sector doing something is going to be better for the private sector hiring of that person. Is that correct?
That's pretty close. Yep, very good. So right now they're talking about $12 or $15 an hour, the people who are advocating, but it's just a numeraire. So it's a one-time event. If you get it a little high, you might have a one-time adjustment. If you get a little low, you might have an adjustment, but whatever. So, and the idea is that it's a better price sector. It's better for price stability than using unemployment the way we do now for price stability. Right now we use the unemployed for price stability. We look at the unemployment rate, the Phillips curve. So that's what they call it. If it gets too low, you're pushing inflation. If it gets too high, you're pushing deflation. Right. So what we're saying is that doesn't work very well for a very good reason, and that is employers don't like to hire the unemployed. So you create all these unemployed, and the only way it can work is if they hire them to try and keep wages stable. If you're not going to hire them anyway, it doesn't work.
Well, my question is being on the public jobs program, is that going to be just as much of a stigma as not working at all, right? If a private sector employer
That's a good question. Good question. The answer is no, because it's been tried in a lot of places. We tried it in Argentina. A friend of mine, Daniel Kozar, was labor minister. He did it in 2001 after the peso blew up and floated. And they offered a job to every head of household who wanted a job. Paid almost nothing. It's like 100 pesos.
Well, I mean, Argentina is still sitting at 10% unemployment. I guess that's down from.
No, but let's go back. They don't have this program anymore. So when he put that in, they had 2 million people enter that program, and the population was only like 35 million. They didn't enter it all at once, but over a couple of years. And 1 million of them were hired away by the private sector. And these were people who had never held a job in the private sector. Nobody ever thought they would. They were Indians and people who were considered disadvantaged. And once they showed up every day and had a track record and came in clean and were nice, people in Buenos Aires started hiring. Private sector started hiring. Insurance companies would hire.
Those are people who are traditionally not in the labor force, right? And so you're seeing different people who are there. But here in the United States, most populations would be considered in the labor force. So it seems like you're not shifting really from unemployed people, but people not looking for employment, which wouldn't be the same unemployment that we understand,
well,
right?
If you look at the U.S., the Fed publishes a number every people hired who were not previously in the labor force. And it's like in the millions. It's like 4 million or something every month. So, it's nebulous. But what you do is, look, you offer this public service job, this transition job, to anybody who wants it. And you see who shows up. If nobody shows up, then there's nobody going to transition, and there's no program. If people show up, they're going to improve their odds of getting a job in the private sector. And after this happened, Argentina had the strongest economy in the world, and they had this growing private sector without bottlenecks in the labor market.
So I think two things. So one, necessarily that hiring people at a fixed cost isn't necessarily always going to be a good use of resources, right?
What's the resource you're talking about?
So the dollars that we're spending, right? So
that's not a resource.
Oh my God.
So the dollar. So okay. So let me look at this through an MMT lens. So if we're I'm trying to find a better word for creating money.
So if we're deploying government resources, look at the real cost.
Right.
The real cost is this person going to eat more? Is he going to commit more crimes? Is he going to, what are the real costs? Real resources that he's going to consume? It's trivial.
Right. So how do we measure the minimum standard of living for these people, right? So that we're only paying them the absolute minimum that they need to survive versus what consumption they would have in excess, so to speak, when they're on this government program, right? Because if they're not being productive to that level.
Yeah. Well, right now at the $12 or $15 an hour that's being talked about, which a lot of people consider high, I don't think anybody's consuming excess resources on $600 a week gross pay. So, I think that's still, subsistence level in the United States today.
So that's about $30,000 a year, right? And I think that's going to see a lot of regional variability on where that's way too much and where that's not enough, right? And then
it's regional variability where there's people who live at home and don't have a family and don't have kids in school. But it's not for anybody who's actually got to support themselves with health insurance and whatever. You're not living very high on $30,000 a year no matter where you are in this country.
Sure, but I mean, it seems like the market won't support that level on its own, right? In those areas.
Well, it can't because. Did I go through the money story?
Sure, go through the money.
Start with the tax liability, right?
Yep. Oh my God.
And what's the purpose? To create unemployment, to create people looking for paid work. Okay? And without that, there is no unemployment. There is no unemployment in a non-monetary economy without monetary taxes. There are no people looking for paid work. So
then I guess how do they exchange with each other, right? Because we've seen in every society, even in Capistan, so to speak, right? There's always a medium of exchange between them, and there tends to be unemployment even there where people can't find jobs for labor, so they go back to subsistence work.
Where's this?
Oh, so Capistan is like the anarcho-communist or anarcho-capitalist utopia, right? Where
there are no tax liabilities.
Yeah, there's no tax liabilities, right?
On anybody.
On anybody, but they still have to trade between themselves, right? Because we have the.
Is this a real place?
No, it's not a real place. So it's a land which represents the anarcho-capitalism dream.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't think there is such a. Real
I mean, I don't think there's a place either. But in terms of real economies, we can have places where there's low or no taxes, and people transact in a medium of exchange, or where there are taxes, but they're transacting in a medium of exchange that's not the one paid to their government, right? If we look at shadow economy,
any observed non-monetary society doesn't have unemployment. Okay. You go to a sheep station out in the middle of Australia somewhere where they're just self-sufficient. There's no unemployment. Brothers are all plowing the fields, and then if they get a tractor, they're not just sitting around. They're paying the house. They're doing something, teaching the kids school. But there's no unemployment. There's no unemployment in any place that's not monetized.
Yes, but in those places where they're not monetized, the capital intensity and the standard of living tends to be extraordinarily lower. Correct?
Okay. Well, you're changing the subject. We're talking about unemployment. So
can I ask a question in terms of that example? Yeah, I'm just curious. I have a question. So let's say we take a hypothetical land, divided into 3 parts. One part is incredibly fertile. You can grow crops. Another part has a dense forest, got a lot of trees, and then another part has a nice flowing river and it has fish. We can imagine that 3 different groups of people live, one on each of these parts. All of us here would agree that they would still find a way to trade with one another, right? And they might even create some medium for exchange, right?
Well, they'll trade with each other. I don't know that about medium exchange, but I know you won't. If there's not monetary taxation, you won't have any unemployment.
Well, yeah. So my next question would be that theoretically, if these lands become prosperous enough, one of 2 things has to happen. Either one, they have to grow. I don't want to use the word capital because they don't have money here, but they'd have to grow the size of their fields, or they'd have to cut down more and more trees. They'd have to do something, or eventually the families would produce enough children that eventually there would be unemployed people. Maybe we wouldn't call them unemployed, or you can imagine there'd be more people than what work is available in the society, and they wouldn't work, right? Or is there some reason that you think that wouldn't happen in an economy with no taxation, or in an environment where there's no taxation?
I think there's always more to do than there are people to do.
Okay.
That's a hard. Every university professor I know wants 10 research assistants. If I put out, how many people, when I go in front of an audience and I say, how many people would like a personal assistant if the government would fund it to help you with your life? And everybody wants one to help with their emails and their photographs, to run errands, to watch the kids.
Wait, real quick. Okay. So while I understand that, couldn't you argue that at some point, when you say that there's everything to do, or there is theoretically always a job to do in this society, isn't that because there's some medium of exchange for it? So for instance,
no.
If we go back to the area with the 3 lands, somebody might want to work as an assistant for somebody because they could get paid for it. But
let me finish.
Yeah, go for it. Okay.
So I asked, how many people would like to have a personal assistant if I funded it? And everybody raises their hand. Once you explain this guy's going to help you take with your schedule, your emails, your kids, watch that, and feed the dog when you're out. You have them around to do things. I said, okay, well, if the government said everybody could have a personal assistant, we'll fund it. How many personal assistants would there be? There wouldn't be any, because it would be the personal assistant, right? Everybody wants one. There's nobody left to be the personal assistant. So what we're saying is we're starting out with at least 100% labor shortage every day, because everybody has twice as much to do. Everybody has enough.
Productive work, right? Is being an assistant versus the cost or the opportunity cost of them doing something else that's productive for society, right? At the end of the day, there's only so many resources. If we could feed an unlimited amount of people, well, then we can have an unlimited amount of personal assistants.
No, you can't, because who's going to be the personal assistant? If everybody wants.
I mean, you create robot personal assistants, right? And then
okay, well, that's different. I'm talking about.
Sure, but at the end of the day, there's not enough resources for this, right?
Well, let's say we, say, okay, how many people want a personal assistant? We'll bring them in from Mexico or something, and they'll just come to your house and they'll be your personal assistant, and you don't have to worry about taking care of them. We'll take care of them. Everybody would want that, or from wherever, Syria or whatever. Everybody would want that. They'd want somebody, who would like a robot personal assistant if it was government paid for it? Everybody would want that. But you can't have a human one, because then there wouldn't be enough, because then there aren't any, because we all want one. So what I'm saying is there's always, and then once you had your robot, there's still going to be more to do than the robot can do. We have a way to we want to go see a show. You want to see live entertainment. Well, there's got to be people doing the live entertainment. You want to do medical research. What's the limit on how many people Johns Hopkins could use in medical research? There is no limit. You want to write software. What's the limit on writing software? Netflix, how many people could they hire? There's no limits to this stuff.
So is the limit on the amount of work that needs to be done, or is it on the dollars people are willing to pay to have that work done then?
Okay, the limit is right now. What I'm saying is human labor is a scarce resource, and it's allocated by funding, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so there's the idea that we're going to have unemployment because there isn't things to do, or we're going to have robots. It confuses a productivity story with an unspent income story. What I was getting at when I started saying that tax liabilities cause unemployment by design. The government wants to be able to hire people with its dollars. It can't do that unless it creates a need for the dollars, unless it creates people looking for work who want dollars. And that's how we define unemployment. People looking for work who want dollars. They're not looking to volunteer. So the government creates unemployment by design with a tax liability. And then it can go hire those people to work for the government. Well, the only reason you have residual unemployment is because the tax liability created more unemployed than the government decided to hire. It made a mistake. It's a policy error. Or are they just sadistic? But I'll assume it's a policy error. Or it's ignorance. It's like my book, Ignorant, Innocent Fraud, right? It's not out of innocence. It's innocent fraud. It's ignorance. We have a tax liability that creates 20 million unemployed.
Bro, this is like so tangentially related to even the federal job guarantee.
Final points, go for it.
Yeah, so I guess with that kind of final point, we can just kind of say if the tax
This is not their final point.
if the tax liability is creating unemployment, well then it's saying that there's some sort of government inefficiency in the way that it's spending not as well as the private sector would, putting those people fully recruited on taxes.
It means it overtaxed because the tax liability creates people who need the money to pay tax and to net save. Then we create these huge incentives to net save. Oh, pre-tax income goes into your 401k and into your pension fund and your insurance reserves, and they all grow geometrically, tax-free if you don't spend them. Because we create all these powerful incentives to net save. China wants to net save $3 trillion to drive their exports. Japan wants to net save $2 trillion. We have all this massive net savings.
So the net savings and capital accounts then are detrimental, I guess, to growth.
They're not detrimental. What they do is they mean that we can have lower taxes, for the same amount of government spending.
It's in a taxable account, right?
Yeah, I'm saying the deficit can be that much higher. The deficit is there because it's accommodating the desire to net save, period. And so we give all these incentives to make that desire larger, and then we wonder why the deficit's going up. We're creating this, requirement for deficit spending, public or private. It doesn't have to be public deficit spending, it can be private.
That incentive to save is basically what we've seen in terms of increasing our capital intensity and increasing productivity. So we see
so what you're doing is you have another thing backwards that is also mainstream, that you need savings to have money for investment. Okay, that's completely backwards. Savings is the accounting record of investment. Investment, the causation runs from investment through nominal savings, not the other way around. And
is that the same
and so they got the causation backwards on that. So you got all these congressmen saying, no, we need more investment, so let's get more savings instead. And all that does is cause spending to drop, right? It causes a need for more deficit spending from either the government or the private sector, and they don't want to do that, so we wind up with high unemployment. It's all from a lack of understanding of accounting. It's just accounting.
Okay, so it seems like then the proposal that you have would be to create the money, or not recreating the money, but you would have the government deficit spend through the monetary process to get the saving that you need, rather than incentivizing private actors to put the money away themselves. Is that
I would eliminate all these tax advantages to not spend income. For one thing, it's creating these huge pools of funds that are creating all this financial stuff that's highly problematic.
Wait, he would eliminate all the tax advantages
the
to what?
Spend through the monetary process to get the saving that you need, rather than incentivizing private actors to put the money away themselves. Is that
I would eliminate all these tax advantages to not spend income. For one thing, it's creating these huge pools of funds that are creating all this financial stuff. I would eliminate all these tax advantages to not spend income. For one thing, it's creating these huge pools of funds that are creating all this financial stuff that's highly problematic. And the casino, it's creating a casino, right? The fire sector.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a consequence of all these incentives to not spend income. And the only way you can support a reasonable level of growth is through that much deficit spending to the penny, because on an ex post basis, it's equal to the penny. The net savings, it's equal to the deficits. And the private sector can do it on the way up, but then when the private sector pulls back, the government has to step in, and everybody panics and won't do it. So I guess in an upturn, when the economy is doing well, people are saving. The government. So when the economy tends to do well, people are deficit spending when the economy does well. They're buying houses with mortgages, they're buying cars on credit, businesses investing. They're funding all kinds of insane, business plans. Like the .com boom.
Incentivized to do that because interest rates are low, right? Because there are expected returns on these.
No, it's not the interest rate, because it didn't happen in Japan. Okay, it didn't happen in Europe. It doesn't happen. I don't think it's the interest.
Wait, can I ask a question on that just real quick? Doesn't it have to be when interest rates are low? If interest rates were very high, what would the incentive be for any type of capital investment over just buying treasury bonds?
Okay, we on a per capita basis and on a gross basis, we had far more housing starts when mortgages were 15% than we do when they're 3.5%.
But wasn't that only because the actual growth of the real estate was actually outpacing the increase
Yeah, and it does it at 15% instead of at 4%.
Yeah,
Same
but what I'm arguing
Japan.
is that like theoretically, if we would have set those interest rates at, if the interest rates of the mortgages would have been higher and higher and higher, eventually there would have been incentive to turn to other financial products, right?
All right, so like one day I was talking to a guy in Australia back in the 80s. I said, how's the mortgage market? How's the housing market? He said, well, the housing market's pretty good now. He said, mortgages are 17 and a half. He says, but I think if they put them up to 18, it's going to kill it. I said, okay, thanks. Then I'm on the phone to Japan talking to a guy, how's the housing market? He says, no, it's still pretty bad. He says, rates are 3.5. He says, but I think if they put them down to 3, they're going to get it going. Okay, and I've been watching this for 45 years. That it's got nothing to do with the rates. The rates might have a small effect, but the things that go around the rates, like the high rates cause high interest income.
Wait, but
and there are a lot more savers than there are borrowers.
Wouldn't the rates there just be only matter relative to the actual like growth in those sectors? So for instance, if real estate is growing at 20% in some industry, then 18% interest or whatever, it might be okay. But if real estate in Japan is growing at 2%, then 3.25 might kill it, right? Like, isn't that going to be relative?
Yeah, but the high rates cause the growth. Okay, if you look at these people who said, I remember when rates were 15. My first mortgage, I just heard something, was 15%. Okay, but he bought a house when he was 15. That was his first mortgage. And his parents probably gave him the down payment because they were earning 15% on their savings. The income, the people earning, the economy is a net saver today to the tune of 28 trillion. And it does, the high interest helps it a whole lot more than the borrowing hurts it. The savers are helped a lot more than the borrowers are hurt because they're larger by 28 trillion, by 110% of GDP or whatever the debt to GDP is. That's the difference between savers and borrowers. And it's totally lopsided. So even if there is a small propensity difference between savers and borrowers, the magnitude of each is completely different. It's drastically different.
Well, so I guess definitionally saving in MMT is, I guess, a little bit different, right? Because you wouldn't, because when we're looking at saving, private sector saving, we wouldn't consider somebody who owns a factory taking their cash and buying more goods for their factory, right? Would that not be considered saving?
You're like, that's true, but you're taking little pieces out and missing the macro. At the macro level, what I'm saying is said by every major economist that's like ever lived. And they've done studies recently showing, again, they keep doing it, try to decide whether investment is a function of interest rates, and generally they find none. It's if anything, they find it, the other direction, that investment is better when rates are higher. And there are a lot of reasons. And
well, I think the biggest reason is that when you have high inflation, those who have dollars are hurt more by it, so to speak, right? So if we, for example, I have a house and you have $100,000, if we have 1,000,000% inflation, well, my house is now worth billions of dollars and you still only have $100,000, right? So when you have periods of high inflation, then that necessarily leads to those with real assets doing better off than those without, right? And those people with real assets tend to be wealthier people, right? The very, very poorest who are debt financing everything. So like kids coming out of college with $200,000 of loans, they're benefited by this because now their job pays them $1 million because of inflation. But the middle class who's directly affected by these policies are the ones that hurt the most during these periods because the real savings, which represent a higher proportion of their net wealth, get wiped out.
There are certainly distributional issues, which I'm very sensitive to. Sure. And so, which is one of the reasons I'm generally against inflation because of the distributional issues. Okay, so I don't propose any pro-inflation type policies. All my proposals are, include elements of price that add to price stability. Doesn't mean it ends inflation forever, but it's going to have more price stability than without it. So a job guarantee has more price stability than just using unemployment. Not that it's perfect or anything, but it's better than what, I don't have to outrun the bear. I just have to outrun you. That story.
You're essentially outrunning the bear of other countries until the other countries overtake you, right? That would be what you're.
With the trade, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, I haven't actually given you any proposals. I've just tried to tell you how it works.
Sure.
But, So, my trade proposals are to get the full employment domestically, because the same things you're exporting are still going to sell for the same money in world markets, and you're still going to command the same imports in world markets. So, there's no point in weakening your economy to lowering your real wealth to try and adjust your real terms of trade. Not your nominal terms of trade.
Well, then how can everybody in the world adjust themselves in the same way, right? Wouldn't we just stop exporting?
They can go to full employment domestically also. Yeah, I can't stop that. But
sure.
if anybody who's in full employment has that advantage because they've maximized their domestic output, and anybody who runs a surplus, wants to run a trade surplus, who's influenced by their exporters, becomes the world's slaves, and they do that to the benefit of all the other nations. But that's their policy choice. And we've been trying to talk Japan out of this, sending trade negotiators for a long time, and they won't do it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
I have so I've been asking you questions, Mazur. Usually on these debates, it'll be it'll be like a policy issue for like a pro negative. So I'll have questions for both people. But because you're defending a positive and Rachel, so I've been asking you questions. So I'm just trying to explain. So it feels a little biased, but it's hard because Rachel has the easier position of just criticizing what you're putting forth. Sorry. So I have to give that impression. Yeah.
Let me put one more thing forth to criticize. A lot of the thinking that MMT has turned over is fixed exchange rate thinking. These things would be correct if you had a fixed exchange rate policy. You had an imperative to build reserves, which is what Bulgaria or Hong Kong has, and where you have an imperative to build reserves in China and Korea, Japan. They have that imperative also. And so, so what I'm saying is, a lot of the times what you're saying, I'm not necessarily saying it's wrong. What I'm saying is, it's not applicable to optimizing an economy with floating exchange rate policy. It might be applicable to optimizing an economy with a fixed exchange rate policy. So certainly the trade issue, you want to run trade surpluses if you're trying to keep a fixed exchange rate. Otherwise, you might be forced to devalue and whatnot. So with floating exchange, that's not the consideration. So I just want to point out that a lot of things you're saying are, what do you call them, anachronistic in that they apply to fixed exchange rates.
Yeah, well, I guess the biggest, we can just do closing statements.
Oh, sure. So to be clear on this, so a fixed exchange rate would be something like China's currency versus like a floating exchange rate.
Well, it'd be like a gold standard.
Yeah.
Or Hong Kong is fixed to the U.S. dollar.
Or I'm pretty sure I think China's fixed to the USD as well. I could be wrong.
They certainly don't say they are, but they act that way. So functionally, and so also, Bulgaria is fixed to the euro. You have Panama is fixed to the dollar. They're dollarized. And if you look at Panama, that's dollarized. They've got a serious problem because they don't. The U.S. states are dollarized, but they get the deficit spending from the U.S. government to fund their net money supply. Panama doesn't. They have to fund it through exports. And so they're funding their net financial assets through exports, where we just use your language, we just print our own. So it's like a company, it's like a bus company with bus tokens. If you can make your own bus tokens, you're a lot better off and sell those than if you have to buy bus tokens from somebody else.
Well, but at the end of the day, for the token model, you're explicitly knowing you're getting a good or service when you purchase that bus token from the company, because you know what the value of that bus token is. Whereas it seems like the dollar or the currency that you create has some sort of coercive force forcing you to purchase it in order to fund some nebulous something.
Okay, but I was making a different point. Is that, and I'm looking from the bus company's point of view. If they have to buy, if they're selling bus tokens for $2, if they can make their own for nothing or a penny, they're far better off than if they have to buy them for $2 from a bus company in California. And use their tokens, right? So you don't want to buy them at full price from another bus company. You want to make your own. Or you're behind by them.
So government should have be independent from the countries, right?
Yeah, so Panama is buying their tokens from the U.S., by exporting, and the U.S. is making its own tokens. So just to give you
most of the countries that have dollarized their own currency kind of got fucked. So.
Sure, but if we use the country as a bus token creator example, right? Then I think you would say the government is the bus company is able to give out more tokens for more dollars to buy more things to expand its bus line, right? But
so I just want to. So number one, you want to make your own tokens. Number two, the way you do that is because you have a bus. People want to ride your bus, or people want to pay your tax because they don't want to lose their house or their car. So you got to have something to offer in exchange.
Yeah, so inherently the government has to be a good thing for this economy to function, right? As soon as you end up in
it has to have tax. Yeah, it has to have taxing authority.
Well, it has to have taxing authority, but it also has to do things where it doesn't just waste the money, right? If the bus company goes and rents a bunch of Lamborghinis to drive people around, well, then obviously it's not going to stay in business very long, right? Right.
Well, the governments have stayed in power doing pretty bad things for a long time. But I hope you're correct, but I see a lot of governments doing pretty awful things for a long time. And they just keep doing it. But any government that loses taxing authority and enforcement, then the currency goes to zero within 20 minutes. It doesn't take very long.
What happens when they still have enforcement things and their currency still goes to zero?
Yeah, because I'm just telling you, I didn't say it's necessary. I'm just saying if you do lose taxing authority, it's sufficient condition to have your currency go to zero. You can do other things to have your currency go to zero.
Right.
But loss of taxing authority is one of them.
Okay. Can I wrote down a few random questions. Can I just throw some of these at you? I'm curious what your responses.
Sure.
Okay. Number one is so everything that we talk about in terms of MMT and the stability of, we usually talk from a U.S.-centric point of view. Do you think that any of the claims you're making might be unique to the United States due to the U.S. being the global reserve currency, or how much power the U.S. economy has on the world stage? Or do you think that every claim an MMT makes relating to the United States would apply ubiquitously to every economy throughout the world?
Okay, so let me list the claims. Claims are that solvency is not an issue. That's correct for any local currency.
Okay.
They don't have to worry about being able to make payments in their own currency because they're just crediting accounts at their own central bank. Number two, therefore, every country with its own currency can sustain full employment. There's nothing to prevent them from doing that.
Okay.
You can have the worst possible conditions: drought, starvation, foreign debt. The wolf at your door, but you can still hire the guy who wants to work for your peso or your franc or your dollar. Okay, so you can always sustain full employment. So and then there's certain, I guess you call them just tautologies or identities, whatever. But your real wealth is everything you produce plus what you import minus what you export. That's true for everybody. So I'm not sure. Are there any other claims you'd like me to, or what people think are claims of MMT that you'd like me to comment on? I'd say for any country, it doesn't. Zero interest rate policy is going to promote price stability. I would not. In your local currency, I don't think raising rates promotes price stability. I think it adds to inflation.
Gotcha. Okay. I guess I'll address some of these in some of the other questions. So one of my biggest things is because we argue a lot about
that. I don't. think is true.
MMT, well, not that much actually. We have a few MMT people that argue. My biggest problems generally with MMT personally are that it feels like a lot of claims that a person that subscribes to MMT might make would already be covered under like more traditional economic thought.
This is something I definitely agree with. By the way.
Or schools of economics, but then some of the more contentious claims end up, being argued about. So for the things that you list, number one, when you say solvency is not an issue, when you look at countries that experience like runaway hyperinflation, so Zimbabwe was a good example. A more realistic example might be Venezuela. Are you implying that these countries are making a mistake by not just continually printing, billions and trillions and quadrillions and septillions amounts of currency? Should they just be doing that? Or
well, what I'm saying is, if they have a debt, if they want to buy anything and it's for sale in bolivars, they can buy it. Okay, if they have bolivar securities coming due, and any payment that needs to be made in bolivars, they can make it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so I understand that. So real quick on that.
I'm also saying that their problem's probably coming from giving ever higher trillions of bolivars to insiders who are selling them for dollars and euro and whatever, driving the currency down. I don't recommend that policy.
Do you think that this claim rests on the ability of a country to produce every single good and service that it natively needs? Because I would agree with you.
No, quite the opposite.
Okay, so at the end of the day, if Venezuela is just printing enough currency to buy every single thing they need, at some point, other exporters just aren't going to sell to that country, no? Because holding.
Okay, but don't forget, if it's printing bolivars to satisfy what's for sale because of tax liabilities, it's not going to have the problems it has. But it's not. It's printing bolivars to give to the wife of the head of the central bank who sells it for dollars and puts it in their Swiss bank account.
There's no way that may. I'm sure that does happen, but that's not the only reason.
Okay, and that's driving the currency down, causing inflation, and it's causing the inability to import of everybody.
Sure. So while I acknowledge that there's some level of corruption that might exist in Venezuela, are you claiming that like the majority of the inflation that exists in that country is just due to corruption? You don't think that there might be more fundamental economic problems driving that inflation?
I'd say the majority of it is due to corruption of one form or another. That's just one form.
Okay, then the second question would be that if, let's say that corruption does exist, even if we believe that corruption did exist, couldn't the country just continually print more and more currency to get out of it?
Well, that's what they're doing. You don't get out of it. You just to continue siphoning off the country's wealth, whatever's left, by getting whatever foreign exchange you can. That's what they're doing. They've been doing that for. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Did I lose both of you?
Yeah. Look, they're using the currency to siphon off the country's wealth and to line their own pockets, and they've been doing it for a long time.
Yeah, I guess I understand that. It's just the problem is like, let's say I'm throwing arbitrary numbers out. Let's say that you need $1 trillion to shore up your economy to get, we'll say, to sustain full employment. Even if there was corruption that amounted in 50% of the currency that you print being foreign exchanged away into your Swiss bank account, couldn't they just theoretically print twice as much as they need, and even with the corruption, it would still be okay? What would prevent something like that from happening?
They haven't created things for sale in exchange for bolivar. They don't have the tax liabilities to support that much deficit spending. If you look at the total deficit spending, functionally, you would include the money, the bolivar spent on foreign exchange, but they don't include that. It's off balance sheet. It's done on the central bank. It's just asset purchase. So it's not counted as deficit spending. So like in Weimar Germany, their actual deficit spending, when you include everything, was like well over 50% of GDP, 5% a month or more, just for the war reparations.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it was massive. It was all for buying foreign exchange and drove the currency down.
Okay.
And if you see, their inflation comes in through the FX window. It doesn't come in through domestic inflation.
Sure. So looking at point 2, every country with its own currency can sustain full employment. Do you just totally discount the concept of like frictional unemployment? Do you not believe that that's a thing, or?
Yeah, you offer.
Well, it's not counted in unemployment. It's only cyclical unemployment.
A job to anyone who wants one, that's already in there. You're not going to get it. Doesn't mean you'll have 100% labor force of the population in the labor force.
So full employment just means no cyclical unemployment.
Sustain full
doesn't.
Employment. Are you like strictly talking about like the U3?
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is, offer a job to anybody who wants one, and that way, then you count bodies in that JG pool, and that tells you roughly what your unemployment is.
Do you?
I know there are a lot of people who won't go in who are unemployed, but it's one way to count it. You're never going to get a perfect way to count it.
Sure. I guess because my understanding is that like when we start to fall below, what people call the natural rate of unemployment, that you start to see really distortionary effects on labor markets. So if our unemployment, for example, hit like 0.25% or 1% or even 2%, you'd start to see wages like massively inflate. Is that just something you're not really worried about, you don't care about, or?
Well, what you do is when you offer this job to anybody willing and able to work, it might start off as 6 or 7% of the labor force, or 10%. But then you conduct fiscal policy, you lower taxes, or you increase public services, and then they'll go away. They'll get hired by the private sector, or you hire them in the public sector, depending on what you want. And you'll get that down to 2-3% or something. And then you have to make a decision: am I down to that frictional unemployment level or not? And if you think you are, well, then you have to stop with your fiscal expansion. You've got to, now you're at full capacity given your tax liabilities. If you want to do any more, if you want to pull any more people out of the private sector into the public sector, you've got to come up with more tax liabilities to create more people who have to do that.
Gotcha. My next question is: do you think that inflation is bad if it's occurring locally? When you look at things like your import markets, do you think that influences your ability to? So, assuming you don't have all the resources in your own country for your citizens to be productive, if you begin to experience inflation, do you think that hurts your ability to import?
Yeah. Well, if your import prices are going up, that's a negative factor. That means your pile of stuff goes down. For the same amount of exports, you're getting fewer imports. Your real terms of trade are going down. Now, if the price of your exports has gone up accordingly, then you have a distribution issue. The exporters are winning and the importers are losing. Look at Canada. They were selling us. What was President Trump upset with Canada? Because they weren't charging us lumber, right? They weren't charging us enough for lumber. I mean, whoever went into a store and got upset that they weren't charging you enough, This is like madness, right? But
Well,
it's
wait.
coming
To be
from
fair,
misunderstanding of the money.
to steelman that, I think the problem was that the United States, when we talk about issues like that, I'm not trying to explain this. I'm sorry, just explain for the audience and for myself. You can tell me if I misunderstand, because I assume you have a way better understanding of all this than me. My understanding is that the argument would be is that our own domestic firms are not going to be able to be competitive with a foreign government that is subsidizing their own lumber firms. So that was the issue. It was like I think a WHO or a NAFTA requirement is that like you're not allowed to subsidize certain industries because it makes our own domestic industries non-competitive.
Yeah. So it means we have unemployment because we're going to have fewer people in the lumber industry, right?
Well, not necessarily unemployment. It could just be the that type of business becomes non-competitive,
Right,
and then we lose
go
that supply chain, which I guess could lead to unemployment. But there are other issues as well. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but it was generally framed as an employment issue.
Mm-hmm.
But that means we can divert our real resources into medical research, or taking public education, or military, or police, or whatever we think we need into a Green New Deal to have conversion to sustainability. So what it does is it does the same thing that inventing a tractor does, right? It's a productivity increase. When you can get things, when somebody else will make things for you and doesn't want anything in return, that's the same as productivity increase. The economics professors used to tell the story of a guy in Oregon who built a big factory, and he had a new process where he could build cars out of lumber. And he'd cut down these trees and he'd bring them into the front door, and then one of the front doors, and out of the other front door, he had these new cars coming out. And he was hailed as a great innovator and come up with a new process, and it was all top secret, given the Medal of Honor. Then one day somebody looked at the backside of the factory, and the lumber was going out on a boat to Korea, and the boat was coming back with cars. And so they put him in jail. Okay, It's the same thing. You got a productivity story, versus a unemployment story. You want to do everything you can to increase your productivity, right?
Yeah. Can I? So these aren't leading. I'm legitimately just asking. I'm not trying to lead. I'm just kidding. Yeah. Do you think that it might be a problem if certain parts of the supply chain are lost? So I think in an abstract, what we're talking about kind of is comparative advantage. Yeah. So my question is, let's say that. So we're talking about the comparative advantage of Canada to be able to produce things. It sounds like you can tell me if I'm wrong. The story that you're kind of telling me is, who cares on a macro level if Canada subsidizes their lumber, because we're essentially able to buy those goods at a cheaper price with Canada subsidizing itself, and then we can be more productive by increased specialization in our economy, kind of, right?
Yeah. And our export revenues are buying more imports.
Yeah.
So our real pile of stuff gets larger.
Do we ever worry about there being an issue where now I'm talking lumber now doesn't work? What about something like silicon manufacturing, or whatever? Do you ever worry there might be a point where there could be a lot of good R&D or investment that goes on, but now that capital investment is going to Canada because that's where all the supply chain is versus the United States, where why would you invest there if they don't make anything?
More important, there's strategic military purposes.
Yeah.
Like I think the defense industry should have all its steel sourced domestically, and the ability to make spare parts and to sustain the military should be sourced domestically. And if we have to source it from a foreign country, we've got to make sure it's secure and have not only treaties in place, but have military in place to safeguard it. Okay, otherwise, what good is it, right? So, absolutely. So strategic purpose, comes first on these things. Definitely a major consideration, and I've written about that also.
Gotcha. So next question, in terms of talking about debt to GDP, do you ever worry about, so as we sell treasury bonds, we have to make interest payments, as the percentage of those interest payments grow higher and higher compared to the overall GDP, do you ever worry that this gets out of control, or would you argue, well, we just can print more and more and more?
No, that goes to my point that those interest payments are inflationary. And so that's why high interest rates are inflationary. Lowering interest rates is deflationary. So I've been proposing a permanent zero rate policy for a long time, and just let the Treasury sell 3-month bills. It doesn't have to sell anything longer than that. So we don't have to have any legislative adjustments.
Two questions directly on that. So one, why would you want to hold a treasury at 0% interest versus holding $1? And then the second one.
Okay, so the first one. Let me get the first one first.
Well, he doesn't want the Treasury to sell bonds any longer than 3 months, right? Wait, why can't How is my dyslexia this bad? Like, I don't understand, guys. I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get why my brain. I can't spell. I can't write. I can't speak. Like when I was reading, like that most recent podcast episode I did. It's a 15-minute podcast, and it took me forever to film. Thanks, non-fawn. I do appreciate they're compassionate people, and not stupid, but have not enough knowledge of the world, history, etc. to make fair comparisons. I mean, when people think Hamas is comparable to ANC and Nelson Mandela, South Africa, they truly have no knowledge. That's so true. I'm hearting that comment. I can't. When he says thanks, non-fawn, that makes me think it's sarcastic, but... it has 10 views now. Chat, let's go. Let's go. It was so worth making it. 10 views. Woo! Wow. I didn't stream for 2 days to make this. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. Not at all worth it, guys. It's not worth it. Who knows? Maybe in 2 days it'll start randomly getting views. My channel tends to do that. This is a 15-minute, I guess 16-minute video. It took me forever to read the script for it. and I didn't even say everything perfectly still. Like my speech is still slurred in it. I still stutter and stammer. Jesus. Can we get some subs for this? Oh, it's so Jover. It's so Jover. It's so this upward trend. It's so Jover. After today, my reviews in the last 48 hours are going down now because this video is stagnant. Oh no, chat. Oh no, chat. I need. Is this guy still streaming? No, I can't debate him now. Oh no, it's Jover. Oh no, it's Jover. Non-fun is
First of all,
over.
I'd say the longest maturity of the Treasury can sell. Just roll everything in 3-month bills, and then they'll just trade at about zero, like they do now. Okay, and 3-month bills have gone negative, right? You can go ask people why they're doing it, but they apparently have the reasons, and it happens all over the world. And it's because they need it for collateral or something, because of some other institutional structure. But yeah, don't issue anything longer than a 3-month bill. We don't have to worry about the long bucks. So what was your second part?
So then how are we going to turn over $30 trillion every 3 months, right?
Yeah, no problem. You just roll 3-month bills. It's not an issue.
So there's enough money for a $30 trillion treasury auction every 3 months, or I guess $30 trillion
the money's created by the spending. It's there. And if the Fed does what they call offset operating factors, if there's a timing issue, so they'll do repos or reverse repos to, for timing issues. But over time, this net spending is equal. It adds to reserve accounts, and then we sell treasury securities to shift those dollars to securities accounts. So it's an identity. It's an identity. There's no.
Yeah, so then I guess in the same way.
When I was at Bankers Trust my first year, they were going $2 billion 2-year notes. Trading manager Alan Rogers. Who's going to buy all those? Where's the money coming from? I looked at him. I said, Alan, that's the amount of net spending the government's doing. It's the same money that goes into it. It's just circular. It's a spreadsheet.
I need to make food.
And he
at
looked at
some
me.
point.
Well, somebody has to buy them or something. No, that was way before MMT. I mean, I was 76.
Like real food in real life.
For something that you had mentioned before. We talked about like exporting economies, and you seem to have contention with the idea that an export economy is the way to grow, or it doesn't necessarily need to be. It feels like anecdotally, it feels like Taiwan, Hong Kong, South Korea, Japan, that a lot of countries have kind of practiced that export economy thing. You highly protect your own economy, and then you grow your capital investment, and then you start to export more to gain wealth. You mentioned, I think you made this comment like 2 or 3 times. You might as well throw something into the ocean. Do you not see any value in that trade in order to bring natural resources that don't exist in your country over from other countries, in which importing and exporting?
Okay, so let's say they're selling $400 million worth of stuff, and they're importing $300 million and saving $100 million. Well, if they only exported $300 million and bought the other $300 million, why would that be any different? If the last $100 million, instead of exporting those cell phones or whatever, they just threw them in the ocean, like, why would the country be any different? Everything would be the same, except they wouldn't have the reserves at the Fed. So, the dollars in their reserve accounts at the Fed. So,
is there no value in other countries holding on to any of your currency, or is that, do you consider?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you could, that's what I'm saying. If you're not going to spend it, what's the value?
Well, but
it's not them holding. Nobody's holding their currency. They're holding the U.S. currency.
Yeah, but isn't the idea that the other countries will invest or spend that currency? Isn't that something you want?
No. They do it to keep their real wages down to support their exporters.
So then hypothetically, you're saying that if you import $500 million a year, export $500 million a year, that you can just throw $500 million a year into the ocean and it would be no different?
No, I didn't say that. So if you export 500 and import 400 and keep the 100 million in the bank, then you might as well have not exported that last 100 million.
Oh, okay. This is way less contentious. I understand. You're saying it doesn't make sense to just hoard currency and not do anything with it. Okay.
Right. Well, it makes sense to the extent that you're supporting a specific special interest group in your own country.
But theoretically, like if we were to run, but I'm almost for sure you would say it would be highly problematic if we ran a massive budget surplus federally and did nothing with it. We might as well just toss that money in the ocean. It's not doing anything for us, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Even though we do some of that, it's not my first choice of policy.
Okay. Yeah, well, I guess the other question is we can then use it in the future, right? So you're only looking at that single period where you're worse off.
Yeah.
I get. Oh, sorry.
The only purpose of exporting is to import it. You might as well just keep it for yourself.
I'll just ask one more here, I guess. You mentioned earlier about how we can set any price we want on goods and services. Can you expand on that a little bit more? What do you mean by that?
Yeah. So, the country has and don't think of an income tax. Think of a fixed tax liability. It works with an income tax, but I don't want to get into that argument. But think of the country has a $3 trillion tax liability, and the economy's sitting there saying to the government, okay, what do we have to do to get it? And the government says, well, you tell me. They say, okay, I want $50,000 a year to be a soldier. Okay, you got it. I want to sell you this. Okay, you got it. Well, the government's got the money, and the economy, is asking the government what it has to do to get it. The government can tell them. There's no choice. The government's pitching, and the economy's catching.
Yeah, I understand.
Now, again, it's not good policy to just set a real low price and deflate the whole economy. I'm not saying that.
Would you be in favor, looking at this particular thing, so now I'll ask you a policy question, would you be in favor of literally a social wealth fund? So say there's a certain surplus, you just at the end of the year, you give that money back to everybody because why hold on to it?
Well, when you spend, you're adding dollars to an account. When you tax, you're subtracting dollars. You're just a scorekeeper. So the government doesn't have or not have any dollars.
Well, in terms of like this
so-
particular thing where we talk about
so-
like having a surplus and you're asking how do we get that money from the government, would you be okay with the government just saying, oh, hey, we've got this much leftover? I say leftover, I understand you can do whatever you want, but like in terms of just crediting it to this account by some arbitrary amount of money.
Well, look, at any point in time, you don't look at that. That's just let the accountants figure out whether they have a surplus or a deficit. You look at the economy the best you can and you say, is the problem with the economy that there's too much money sloshing around and it's causing a problem? Unemployment's too low. Prices are starting to go up. Or are you looking at the economy saying, now there's not enough spending right now. Unemployment's too high. Sales are too low. Take a look at it. And then that tells you what to do next. The funds that you subtracted or added last year don't tell you what you need to do next year.
Okay. That's all I have for questions. If you guys want to do closing statements, I don't want to bug it or anything, but yeah.
Okay, just quickly, this is all in my free online 7 Deadly Innocent Frauds book. You can go to MoslerEconomics.com or just Google Warren Mosler 7 Deadly Innocent Frauds book. And I'm WB Mosler on Twitter. And it's all there. If you read all the tweets, the whole thing's there. And feel free to contact me, warren.mosler@gmail.com if you have any follow-up questions.
Okay.
I've been working, I came up with this understanding almost 30 years ago. And it's taken 30 years for it to get to be at this point where somebody like yourself has given it enough credibility to discuss it, and I appreciate that. So the question is, why did it take 30 years? Is it that difficult a concept to get across, or am I just not very good at doing it? So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
And then, yeah, I'll say, to be fair, macroecon does seem like a little bit of wizardry, but
No, I'll give it a minute. So I guess I'd like to thank Stephen Peterson for setting up this debate with us. And so I guess in terms of MMT, I think the biggest issues that we walk into is when we're creating our macro or model of the macro economy, we run into a lot of big fundamental assumptions. So one is that the government is spending it in productive ways. Two, we're looking at it through single time periods. So the single year deficit or trade surplus being necessarily bad for a company, I don't think that necessarily holds. I think that there's a lot of other problems around the government being the arbiter of prices in certain situations versus situations where it's not. Of course, they have coercive force to do that, but that doesn't lead to the best economic outcomes overall. And yeah, that's where I stand. So appreciate you taking the time.
Let me finish with a quick anecdote. It might help. So fiscal policy is a little bit like you're in a car driving down the road, and you have to turn left in 5 miles. Well, you don't say, okay, I'm going to turn left now and get it over with. You're going to crash. You have to wait until you get there to turn. So fiscal policy is a lot like that. You see a problem coming up where you're going, there might be overspending coming in 10 years, inflation, but right now you've got the deflationary issue. You've got to address the deflationary issue now, keep the car on the road the whole time. You can't do things with fiscal policy to change things for, with this year's spending and tax it to change things 10 years forward. But I understand your point, and it's very well taken. Not taking the longer term view has cost us dearly over the last 30 years.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Do you have any social media or anything you want to promote, Mosler?
Oh, I'm only on Twitter, WB Mosler. Okay. And that's I'm on Facebook, but that's not a lot of this on Facebook. Mostly my car things and stuff like that.
Gotcha. Okay, well, hey, awesome. I really appreciate the conversation. Thanks for dealing with all of our questions. I wasn't trying to be. I was trying to be impartial. I just had a lot of questions, and yeah. Cool. Thanks a lot for both of you. It's been fun. Stay safe. Yeah. You guys have a good one. Peace out.
Take care.
You think Mosler was a smart guy? Yeah, I think so. I obviously I can't debate. It would have been really interesting to really run down one line of thought, but it wasn't really my place. I could only ask a few questions because I don't know. I'm not really sold on it at all. But it would have been interesting to. Oh fuck! These are all the notes that I'd written for questions. I got about halfway through. I still want. What was the question about 0% inflation versus 2? He said that he'd prefer the economy to be kept at 0% inflation. My understanding is that you always want a little bit of inflation because it kind of spurs on capital investment. Nobody wants to sit on dollars. You want to use it to invest in something. But I imagine that he would probably say that all investment can just come from more government spending anyway. Whatever. That would probably be his answer. Remember to hit that like and subscribe, and don't forget the notification bell so that my videos show up right in your feed.
I love. Jesus, they talked about MMT for 30 minutes. I don't know. I need to read more into the fucking permanent zero rate and whether it's really fucking not inflationary. I guess that empirically there seems to be evidence that it's inflationary. All right. Fuck, I'm so dumb. I am incredibly dumb. I didn't record again. Every single time I forget to fucking hit start record on OBS because I just start streaming. All right, what do we want to do next? I gotta make food at some point because I haven't eaten today yet. I'm wondering if I could upload some of the stuff I did as a video. I'd probably, I don't know. I guess I probably could, and then while doing that, I could start streaming again. All right, I think I'm probably gonna do that. All right, chat. I don't know if anyone's here. Chat. What am I YouTube? Exclamation point YouTube in the chat. And it sends a link to my YouTube. Check out. I made this video. Go watch it. Go watch it. Go watch it, chat. Please give me watch time. Please, please, please give me watch time. Please. I need it. I need the watch time. They got 10 views. I need the biggest fall off in history. Please go watch it. Please. Please give me watch time. Please. I need the watch time on it. Please. Please. I see it. Someone just joined. Go click the link in chat. Give me watch time, please. I need the watch time. Oh my god, I need the watch time. Is there anyone watching on YouTube? I don't know. There isn't. But I'm gonna spam it there too. Give me watch time, please. And Kick, no one. There was one person from Kick ever. Please, want the watch time, please, please give me watch time, please, please, please. I'm gonna stream later, and I'm gonna, I don't know, do either religion or the business cycle reading.